Everybody, and welcome to the fifth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into fertility support and assisted reproductive treatment. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today. My name is Sarah Mitchell and I'm Chair of the Committee. I ask everybody in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Ms Dingle, welcome. You're our first witness today. Thank you for making the time to be with us and give evidence. We really appreciate it. Could I ask you just to start by stating your name and also swearing either an oath or an affirmation, please?
Sure. My name is Sarah Dingle. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make an opening statement for the committee?
Yes, please.
Please, go ahead.
So, as you probably know, my name is Sarah Dingle. I'm a journalist and author, and I'm also donor conceived. I've actually written a book investigating donor conception and the fertility industry here and overseas, which is called Brave New Humans. And this is not a plug for my book, but I really think that a lot of the content within it is extremely germane to the topic of your inquiry. I'm donor conceived, created by medical science under the ethically bankrupt guarantees of anonymity for sperm donors. This is not the first time I've given evidence to a New South Wales Parliamentary Committee on Assisted Reproductive Technology. It is in fact the third time. The first time I did this, I had told only a small handful of other people in my life that I had just learned at the age of 27 that I was donor conceived. Then I came in here to front a group of all-male MPs to voice my pain and my deepest fears to strangers, and I cried. That was a few years ago. I'm not crying now, but nothing has changed. Despite decades of profiteering in sperm, eggs and embryos, there is no law in New South Wales or federally allowing all donor-conceived people in Australia a right to know their biological family. That includes me. Donor conception is no new thing. It has been provided in a medical clinic setting in Australia since at least the 1940s. We are children, we are adults, we are parents, we are grandparents. There are no firm numbers on how many of us there are in this country because this industry has made us for profit and for the furtherance of individual medical careers without regulation, without records, and with total impunity. In 2010, there was a highly conservative estimate that there were 60,000 of us. If that even ever was the case at that point in time, it has been vastly exceeded. Here in New South Wales, records of our own creation have been systemically destroyed en masse by the public and private clinics that made us. I was the first person to blow the whistle on this. It happened to me. No one has been held to account. Here in New South Wales, at least 4 women have been killed, would-be mothers, because they were treated with HIV-positive sperm in public hospital clinics. I know this happened because it is a matter of public record, because I have interviewed their bereaved families. This could have happened to me. For these women also, records were destroyed. No one has been held to account. It has been reported in the media that this inquiry is a Trojan horse to introduce commercial surrogacy here in New South Wales, simply because of the wants of would-be parents and the commercial imperatives of the lawyers and the fertility clinics, which stand to profit. What does donor conception have to do with commercial surrogacy? Those who stand to line their pockets from any expansion of third-party reproduction will tell you nothing. That is absolute bullshit. They would prefer that we were some kind of human Betamax, technology which quickly became obsolete and forgotten. Donor conception is only on the rise, and the children born of surrogacy, be it altruistic or commercial, are also very often donor conceived. We are not a previous generation of reprotech. These things are not mutually exclusive. The state of New South Wales has fixed nothing legally for all its donor-conceived people made in the pursuit of profit, who are made for the furtherance of other people's careers. I tell you with no exaggeration that my dog, my lovely dog, who is in no way show dog material, comes with far more paperwork about his pedigree than I do. Made as I was at the Royal North Shore Hospital, one of the country's biggest, oldest teaching public hospitals. If the state of New South Wales has fixed absolutely nothing for all its donor-conceived people, allows industry to make money off our creation without granting us fundamental human rights to biological family, to keep ourselves healthy and safe, and to not be bought or sold, why the hell would the state of New South Wales think that allowing full bore on commercial surrogacy would do anything other than make the whole situation dramatically worse? You will stoke our exploitation. You will hurt the women who carry us. You will break the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Unfortunately, I'm not innocent enough to think that all politicians necessarily care about international law. So I say to you, you will also break domestic law. You break, at the bare minimum, the Human Tissue Act of this state, which is replicated in all other Australian states and territories. That act says you cannot pay for the sale or supply of tissue from any such person's body or from the body of any other person, whether before or after their death. You cannot pay for access to other people's bodies. You cannot pay for body parts. If you end that long-running act, you open the door, for example, to the sale of blood by those who have nothing left to sell. You open the door to the sale of kidneys and more. Bodies are not for sale. Women are not for sale. Children are not for sale. Altruistic surrogacy is the only acceptable compromise here. If you don't have someone who loves you enough, family or friend, in your life to carry your child for you, if you don't have a village, but you are prepared to pay for bodies, then maybe you should not have a child. That is the one thing that no one wants to say out loud. I'm prepared to say it because I am a product of the system you are looking to expand, and I know how much it hurts. I urge the committee to ignore the fluffy, pastel-coloured wants and the dollar signs. Think very clearly. There is no right to have a child. That is a nonsense. Children are not goods or services that the state or businesses can guarantee or provide. But all children have rights. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee has resolved to just do free flow questions, and I'll
Sure.
just note that one of our colleagues, the Deputy Chair, Dr. Amanda Conn, is online, so she may have some questions. But I might start if Ms. Carter wants to begin.
Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your book. I agree. I just want to ask you about something that you raise in the book, where you're talking about the NHMRC guidelines and the way they do or they do not comply with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. You make the observation, and perhaps you can talk about this, that the NHMRC ethical guidelines on the use of ART do not put the interests of the child first, rather there is a range of other interests that are seen to compete with the rights of the child. I wonder if you could, if we're looking at regulation, if you could expand on the point you made in the book.
Certainly. So the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Article 8 says that we have a right to biological family, and I believe it's Article 3 which says that in all actions concerning children, their welfare should be a primary consideration. What the NHMRC ethical guidelines do is weigh competing interests, and it is a false equivalence to say that the fundamental human rights of the child should be considered on the same level as the commercial interests of the fertility clinics to make money, or the desire of someone to pay for the biological material of someone else. The human rights of the child need to be taken as a primary consideration, and their welfare as a primary consideration in all actions concerning children, because we recognise that children are vulnerable and they deserve our protection. And we do this is the bedrock of many, many other areas of law concerning children. Child protection, education. We always put the rights and the welfare of the child first. But when it comes to the baby business, they are a very, very distant second. And that is extraordinary. Why? Because of money. If you look, as I have done in this book, at the figures surrounding adoption in this country, donor conception, as I said, has existed for many decades. We are coming up to nearly a century of donor conception being provided by doctors in a medical setting here in Australia. But it only really, really booted up from the 70s on. And that is because at that time, women were gaining access to contraception, they were gaining access to control over their bodies, and suddenly there was no longer a free flow, a wildly unethical free flow of babies to adopt. So the market moved elsewhere. It is the market that has dictated our creation. And it is the market that I am asking you, please, to protect us from.
Perhaps one more from me.
Please,
I'm just conscious of
that's fine.
time.
Yeah, okay.
You point in the book, and you've mentioned Article 8 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which talks about the rights of the child to know their family, their parents. In what ways may commercial surrogacy disrupt the right of a child to know its parents, to know its family, to know its identity, to know its heritage?
Well, first of all, it's almost like it's easier to say there is no way to know your biological heritage with commercial surrogacy. There is no truth on birth certificates. If you engage a commercial surrogate overseas, what will your birth certificate say? God knows. But your biological parents will not be on there. The woman who carried you to term will not be on there. If you use donor conception here in Australia, who will be on your birth certificate? Not your biological parents. Only your commissioning parents, your social parents, the people who put in the order for you, but who didn't actually, when it comes to your DNA, make you. One of them may be on there because they are the partner who had contributed their own sperm, but if it was a donor egg, your biological mother will not be there. So commercial surrogacy simply exponentially expands the assemblage of parts, that you can purchase to make a baby. And none of those, to use a term from the art world, none of those have any rules around provenance. There is no cardinal document that truthfully records my parentage. And if you know anything about driver's licenses, Medicare cards, all those things flow from a cardinal document, which is your birth certificate, passport, everything. It comes back to that first piece of paper. And when it comes to donor conceived people, that piece of paper is always a lie. If you are looking to trace the woman who carried you because you feel a connection to her, I I don't even know how you would do. I can't even find my biological parent without doing things that I should not have to do, surrendering my DNA to a private company operating overseas who will hold that in a vast databank for God knows what end. I'm not, one of my colleagues, Dr. Damien Adams, who is donor conceived, he's also a medical researcher and he knows more about this than I do, but I don't think that gestation is a job like any other, and we should not reduce it to that. We know from a purely scientific perspective that there is an exchange of cells between fetus and gestational mother, brain cells, that continues for the rest of the mother's life. For the rest of her life, she will carry cells in her brain from the fetus that she bore for 9 months. There's some very deep things at play there that I don't think you can dismiss, you cannot deny. It's not a service. It is something much deeper than that. It should not be something that we put on the open market.
Thank you. I might just see if Dr. Conn online has any questions.
I've got more questions.
Oh, yeah, I'm just conscious that we've only
exactly.
got another 12 minutes technically. So, Amanda, Dr. Conn, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'll just ask one in the interest of time, and thank you so much, Ms. Dingle, for being here. It's a really important perspective. My question specifically is about information records and accessibility, and I mean, you've articulated really well the distress it's caused you to not have access to those records. In an ideal situation, what would those records contain, or what should be mandated to be kept in terms of information from donors or surrogates, and what do donor-conceived people want or need to access?
So, first of all, I should say donor-conceived people do not want to be bought or sold. That's what we want. In terms of information, we would like a truthful recording of biological family, including siblings, so that we know, for instance, that we're not sleeping with them, which has happened in the state of New South Wales, and I believe it was only discovered after the couple were married. This was raised in federal parliament by Joanna Gash, the former federal MP for Gilmore. We want to know who our biological family is, parents, siblings. We need that recorded, biological parentage as well as social, on the birth certificate. We need sibling records accessible in a register. Above all, and this is the substance of my evidence to 2 previous state parliamentary inquiries, which was not followed up, we need the very fact of your being donor conceived recorded on your birth certificate. Because if you don't know, you will never go looking for the answers. There is no magical birthday where you turn 18 and the state of New South Wales sends you a letter going, surprise, you're donor conceived. No one ever tells you. And I hope that answered your question. The other thing I would say is that in 2019, I was part of the first ever delegation of donor conceived and surrogacy born people to speak at the United Nations in Geneva on the rights of the child in the age of biotechnology. Following that, we developed a group of principles, the Geneva Principles, which, as they say in their preamble, are not intended to expand or encourage these practices. They are simply a set of minimum standards for these practices where they already currently exist, and they are designed to uphold the rights of the child where nations already practice donor conception and surrogacy. One of them says very clearly that there should be no exchange of money for gametes, for embryos, or for wombs. We do not want to be bought or sold. It does not in any way make you feel good. That's even before we get to the women who are relinquishing the babies that they carried for 9 months. But I can tell you, as a product, I don't like the fact that my biological father was paid. I don't like it. And the fact that he was paid and all the nonsense surrounding it meant that he went back and back and back. He gave donations to the Royal North Shore Hospital on up to 200 occasions. And that is not the only public hospital where he was donating sperm. Each donation can be between 5 and 20 children, depending on how potent you are. So that is the reality I live with every single day. The knowledge that money has resulted in my own utter exploitation. And I am not even allowed to know who my siblings are, let alone my father.
Can I just following on from that, then I'll hand over to Mr. Donnelly. I just wondered, in obviously the extensive work you've done in this space, are there any jurisdictions that you think do that sort of information for donor-conceived people far better than we do in New South Wales or Australia, or is it not something that's actually done well anywhere in the world?
It's not done perfectly anywhere in the world because I don't think, although I'd be very happy to be corrected, that any jurisdiction also enshrines the right to siblings.
Yeah, okay.
Which is an obvious need when you're talking about adults. The best practice in Australia has been the Victorian and subsequent other jurisdictions' decision to create retrospective access to information. So recognising that guarantees of anonymity given to sperm donors by doctors who obviously had a commercial imperative to do so were not in any way legal or sanctioned by the state and don't stand, and you cannot discriminate between groups of donor-conceived people. So everyone who is donor-conceived should have a right to those records and that information. But that's not perfect because it doesn't mean that you will know who your siblings are. They might not even know they are donor-conceived to go searching for that information. And the other problem with that is that records have been destroyed, like mine, with impunity. So there may be no records. Overseas, I think in the Netherlands, once again, I would be so happy to know the truth if this is not the case, but there have been DNA banks which have made those sibling connections. And in order to properly unwind this, DNA is probably the only method left, thanks to decades of, to be honest, rich doctors going, "Oh, sorry, I left the papers in my garage and they got mouldy," or "Oh, sorry, there was a fire," or "Oh, in my case, we cut holes in pieces of paper en masse. Sorry." There has been, you know, a huge turnaround in legislation for adoptees in this country, which I think is absolutely wonderful. The problem is with donor conception that often the records do not exist. That is not an excuse to do nothing.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly?
And I think in the time available,
Yep.
might make more sense for Honourable Susan Card to finish her line of questioning.
Yeah, I just didn't want to
then I
not
can perhaps
give you the
return with
opportunity.
supplementary questions that might be allowing the completion of one.
Please let
If
me know
you're
as
hap-
well if I'm not actually answering the question you want me to
you're
answer.
doing well. No.
Okay.
No,
Are
it's just
you
our
happy
time.
with that, Greg?
Yes,
that's
if
okay?
that makes
Sure.
sense.
Yep, yep.
I guess last question, and only answer this if you feel comfortable. So you mentioned our past practices with adoption, and there's been a lot of work done on the psychological impact on children of adoption. We've talked about articles in UN conventions and their important principles. if you're able, as someone who is donor conceived, can you talk about the psychological impact on those who are donor conceived of trying to understand their identity and issues which may arise?
Sure. So I found out that I was donor conceived, as I said, in my late 20s. Until that point, I had no inkling that I was not the biological children of the people who raised me. My social father, I guess, actually died in an accident when I was 15, and that, was a huge source of grief to me. So I never questioned that things were anything other than what they seemed. And when I was told the truth, almost on a whim, it seemed, I went into a very deep, dark hole for quite a few months. And it does some very strange things to you. I would look in the mirror and just poke my own face because I didn't actually understand it anymore. I couldn't decode what I was seeing. Very depressed. And then after a few months, I thought, well, look, this doesn't have to be the end of everything. I can find out who I really am. And unlike all those nice ads on SBS where, happy people in homes research their great-great-grandfathers, pretty much the first thing I was told was, you have no right to know anything. And that really stuck in my craw because people who literally made me had decided that I would have less rights than a dog. So I did all the things. I gave evidence. I blew the whistle on the Royal North Shore for destroying the records. I went on Australian Story. I wrote a book. I started a volunteer support group for donor conceived people in New South Wales. I did everything I could, and along the way I did a take-home DNA test, and I realised that one of my friends was my half-sister. Together we found our biological father. He has no problem with me doing any of this. He actually left a letter with all the clinics and a photo of himself for his future children that they could pass on. Of course, they never told him that they could never pass it on to all his future children because they were destroying records. But that letter sat with them for years. He even tendered a copy of that letter to a federal Senate inquiry into these practices. So my father's letter to me has been sitting on the website of the Australian Federal Parliament for years while I was being told at every level, state and medical, that I had no right to know anything and no one wanted to know me. So all of that was pretty hard to deal with. I think writing the book was cathartic in many ways for me because I could finally set down everything on paper, everything that I knew, and most of the book is not about my personal situation, about other people's situation around the world. It is a huge problem. The one thing that I cannot reconcile as a donor-conceived person who has done all the things that I simply cannot think about is fully reckon with how many half-siblings I have. And I don't actually, I'm saying half-sibling for the benefit of the committee to not confuse you, but they are my siblings. They're my sisters and my brothers. And I can't look full on at the thought that I may have hundreds of them because my brain simply cannot encompass it. It is too much. And I can only feel for the children born of commercial surrogacy who will have one more terrifying, incomprehensible thing to add to their ledger when they grow up. If they ever want to find their mother, their birth mother, they probably won't be able to. My heart goes out to them.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that does bring end to the time that we have with you today, but thank you very much for your evidence and for being here. As Mr Donnelly said and others, there might be some supplementary questions that committee members have to put to your notice, in which case the Secretariat will be in touch. But thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Can I say as well, the Geneva Principles that we wrote are copied at the end of my book, or I can send them to you. I strongly recommend having a read.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wondered, just for completeness, if you could send us a copy of those so we can receive them, that'd be wonderful.
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, welcome to our next witnesses. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. I just would like to start by asking each of you just to state your name, your position, if that's applicable, and to swear either an oath or an affirmation. So we might start with you.
Yes, so my name is Rebecca Godwin. I'm a donor-conceived individual and also a director of Donor Conceived Australia, and I'll take the affirmation.
Great, thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ashley Tenberg. I'm a donor-conceived person, and I will take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you or both of you like to make a short opening statement for the committee? Yeah?
Yes,
Again, we
please.
might start with Ms. Godwin. Godwin?
Thank you. Yeah, Godwin.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's Friday, forgive me.
Thank you for inviting me to speak today as part of these proceedings. My name is Rebecca and I am a donor-conceived person. This is my lived experience. I was born on 19 July 1990. When I was 10, my parents told me I was donor-conceived. At that age, I didn't understand the significance, so I put the information aside. As I grew older, especially in my early 20s, medical professionals would ask about my family medical history, and I realised I simply could not answer. There were gaps in my identity and health information that I had no way of filling. For me, when I speak about identity, it wasn't about wanting a relationship with my donor or imagining a social connection. I was curious about ethnicity, about where parts of me came from. I had never thought about donor siblings, and I certainly wasn't searching for them. Those ideas only entered my life after a DNA test. In 2019, I took an ancestry DNA test out of curiosity. Within 30 seconds of opening my results, my understanding of myself changed. I learned my donor's identity, I learned I had donor siblings who were already in contact with each other, and I learned about cancers and genetic conditions that I had never been told about. I tried to seek help. My GP referred me to genetic counselling, but I couldn't answer the questions they needed, and I felt feeling overwhelmed. When I asked my parents for more information, I was surprised by how little they had. In 2025, a mutual acquaintance, someone I had met socially and worked with years earlier, contacted me to say he had just discovered he was donor conceived and that we had matched as siblings. Our children are similar ages and live only suburbs apart. We had to discuss what it might mean if our children crossed paths in the future. It was a confronting conversation and one I never expected to have. It's challenging to share my authentic experiences about this topic with my parents and family. It is hard for them as well. The emotional weight of donor conception sits differently for each of us. This is the reality, in different forms, for donor-conceived people across New South Wales. Our experiences are diverse, and none of us can speak for everyone, but we all deserve access to information, safety, and appropriate support. I am now a director of Donor Conceived Australia because our community needs change, and New South Wales is falling behind. Our purpose is simple: to support donor-conceived people who are living with emotional distress, identity challenges, mental health impacts, and addressing the legal and structural barriers that prevent us from accessing information about who we are. We are asking for 5 urgent reforms. First, clinics must be legally required to notify all donor-conceived siblings when a donor is found to carry a genetic mutation or serious medical condition. This is a basic health protection. Second, donor-conceived people need continuity of care, dedicated, lifelong counselling and support. At present, support is focused almost entirely on recipient parents at the start of IVF, not on the children who live with the long-term implications. Third, New South Wales must fund accessible genetic testing so donor-conceived people can understand their medical risks without financial barriers. Fourth, prospective parents must be provided with adequate, evidence-based information about the challenges donor-conceived individuals may face. Families need resources, guidance, and access to family counselling so they can plan for the future and navigate these complexities with awareness and care. Fifth, the donor family limits under the New South Wales Assisted Reproductive Technology Act 2007 must be clarified and strengthened. The Act does not define the geographical scope of these limits, leading to inconsistent practices across ART providers. For donor-conceived people, this creates uncertainty about how many genetic siblings may exist and increases the risk of unintentional contact or relationships. Clear, enforceable limits are essential for our safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Tenberg.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today. I'm appearing from the perspective of a donor-conceived person and as someone also who has spent a number of years engaged with the donor-conceived community. I was born in 1978 and I'm what they call a late discovery donor-conceived person. I found out by accident when I was 21 because my brother had long suspected that we were either adopted or something else, and he confronted my parents about it and they came clean. I kind of buried it until I was early 40s, and then I couldn't deny it any longer and I needed to buy a DNA test. It was every day that I was looking in the mirror wondering, do I look like my biological father? Do I sound like him? Do I laugh like him? Am I interested in these things because he is? Are my talents related to him? All of those things. So I bought the test and then shoved it in a cupboard for 3 years. Then I finally did my test, and through Ancestry I found access to half-siblings who had already met each other, and only through the persistence of one of my half-siblings did I also find my biological father, the donor. I didn't get access to that information because it was legislated for me to have it. I only got that because I was lucky enough to have a sibling who was relentless at trying to put together her own genetic story. Still now at peak times of year after people are buying genetic tests, I kind of dread getting those emails that say you have a new DNA match to explore, because it's like, do I have another half sibling that I might never know or that I might never have a relationship with? So within the donor-conceived community, we often talk about a triad of stakeholders. So there's donor-conceived people, there's recipient parents, and then there's the fertility industry. In my view, much of the public discussion about fertility treatment focuses on the recipient parents and the fertility industry, but the donor-conceived people are often the least visible stakeholder group, despite us being the ones living with the outcomes of those decisions for our entire lives. Donor-conceived people are vastly underrepresented still in discussions, and the system can't be designed for us without us. In terms of access to information, we have the right to know our biological family, our medical history, and other information that contributes to an individual being able to put all the puzzle pieces together. It's really interesting with birth certificates because they are the foundation of our identity, but the information on them is based on an honesty system. There's nothing legislated to require that our actual biological parents are on there, or even that we're donor conceived at all. Like I say, I'm really lucky to have information, not because it was legislated for me to have it, but because I had to pay for a private DNA test to get that information. In terms of success measures, the fertility industry focuses on the procedure itself and measures success at the point of birth. Also things like the access for a family to have IVF or fertility treatment, the number of cycles they go through, and the birth of the baby are things that are focused on in terms of here's a really good success story. But babies don't stay babies, they grow up and they become adults. And donor conceived people experience the outcomes of being donor experienced for the rest of our lives. But what success measures are in place for us to ensure that our mental health is not unfairly impacted? Every donor conceived person's experience is different, of course, as you've heard, and I don't claim to speak for all donor conceived people, but there are definitely some recurring themes. Thank you.
Thank you both, and for sharing those personal experiences. That's really beneficial for us as committee members. I might just ask one question and then maybe hand to Mr. Donnelly if you're ready, Greg.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about, and you both sort of touched on it, but I guess the best way to ensure that donor-conceived people have access to that information, and the previous witness talked about making it clear on a birth certificate that you are donor-conceived and, you know, who the biological parents are. What do you think would be the best mechanism to make that information available to people? Should it be on the birth certificate? Are there other ways that it could be done? What's your view?
Yes, I think a birth certificate is probably a minimum, as well as being part of a digital health record, etc. I think.
Yeah. Ms. Cobburn, do you have?
Yeah, I second that. I can't comment on what that practice may look like.
Yeah.
I was one of the lucky ones. My parents did tell me from a young age, but there is a lot in our community that don't know or find out by accident. And I do think it's really important that children are aware that they are donor conceived and that there's some way to access that.
Yeah. And you mentioned in your opening statement too the sort of support and counselling and things that happen through the IVF process is often about that process, but not about, you know, what are the supports that the family and the children might need going forward. So do you think there should be more of that that's offered at that early stage for parents and families about how you manage this going
Definitely,
forward?
and throughout, because I think, you know, our early years, we're children, there's not really need for that. My parents still struggle to navigate now that I'm an adult and starting to have these conversations with them. It can be confronting. So I think, access to also family counselling at a later stage. And within the industry, there's no dedicated resource. There's a lot of organisations, you know, Gidget Foundation and a few others that are very tailored to a different cohort. There's nothing for us. There's no dedicated resource, and that's what we're fighting for, because we've grown up, we've become adults, and we want to, well, in my personal opinion, if the industry is still going to be here and children are still going to be created, we at least at a minimum need to give them the support as they continue to grow.
I think the education for recipient parents is kind of broken up into two cohorts at the moment. I think you have our parents, where we were born, 40-something years ago, and then you've got the parents who are now and in the future will have their donor-conceived children. So there are still a lot of people who are donor-conceived who don't know they're donor-conceived. Because, the message to parents back in the 70s and 80s was, don't tell the children, they don't need to know, they're a product of the marriage, this is all secret squirrels kind of stuff. So some of those parents don't even know how to approach those conversations, and they probably never will. So there'll be many people who are donor conceived who will never know that they are and will go to their grave with that. So there's educating those parents that, you know, maybe there's an opportunity to have those conversations, as uncomfortable as they might be. And then there's also working on education of future families.
Yeah.
Because the legislation has changed in the middle, you know, in terms of anonymity and those types of things.
Yeah. Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, and thank you both for coming along. Struck me in the opening statement, the comment made about the sense of not being heard, and take back to the particular comments about, we hear a lot about the interests of what I'll call the commissioning parents, and the industry itself, the businesses associated with artificial reproductive technology. And if sort of understanding the evidence correctly, the voices of those directly affected by the artificial reproductive technology industry, that is those that are born of IVF or related practices, is I use the word in the shade. We don't hear much about it. Does that bother people, do you think, who are in your circumstances? And what I mean by bother is that, do you feel that the voice is not being heard really detracts from having a full and complete discussion about the matter? In other words, you're coming along here today, but we often don't hear such frank discussion about how individuals are impacted.
Yes.
With the experience of being...
Yes. I'm always that person in a Facebook group who'll have something to say about, you know, donor conception and the right to have a child, etc. And there was one time when I commented to someone and talked about the whole donor, that I'm a donor conceived person and please consider our perspective in the issue that you're discussing, etc. And this person came back to me and said, with all the medical professionals, fertility people, everyone that I've spoken to, no one except you has mentioned the right of the donor conceived person themselves. You are the first person to actually point that out to me, and they were going to take it on board and actually consider whether going through that process was ultimately going to be the right decision. Because we don't have the right to have a child necessarily. You have to weigh up what impacts and effects there will be on the child that is born, into what circumstances are they born, is that ultimately best for them as a human being or not. You know, our desires as women and etc. come second to that, in my opinion.
Well, indeed, you're not even involved in that decision making or that conversation, are you? You're, sort of used the word, the product of a decision
Correct,
made.
with the future of it, yes.
I think it also comes to visibility. So within our community, a lot of us, we don't know where to seek information, so we're sort of sharing it between each other. So we have no real way to know how can we get our voice heard. As a director of DCA, I would like to take that on notice. I am one of 8 directors and we do represent a community. So I think those views I couldn't necessarily comment on for that, yeah.
Just strikes me that the answer that you've given is a powerful one, and that is that, and I think it's an example that you were surprised it was your first experience where someone in fact raised that with you, which must
it was mind-blowing.
Confirm that this is a curious thing, that
yes.
We are virtually not involved in the conversation at all. I commend the sort of work done by the organisation, and I've looked at the website, and it's a very valuable website, and I'm sure many people benefit from it in terms of looking at it and following matters up. Other than yourselves as an organisation doing this, what I think is critically valuable work, is it being done by anyone else in Australia? Or would you put yourself as the peak body that does the work and speaks on behalf of donor-conceived Australians. Is that really what the organisation is?
As far as I'm aware, we're the only peak body.
Yeah.
As you would say, in
Well,
Australia.
presumably you'd know if others were doing it.
Yes.
So,
There are definitely people who are not part of the organisation who are vocal in terms of advocacy,
Yes.
etc.
yeah.
Particularly in other states. And I think, there's absolutely informal peer support groups
Yeah.
and those types of things, but I don't believe there is anyone else on the same scale. Not that we're a large organisation.
Yes.
No.
No one else doing that.
And may I ask, how do you continue to operate and flourish? I mean, do you receive funding support? How does it work? Or go out and run raffles?
So to be quite honest with you, you mentioned Peak Body. We are a volunteer-run, not-for-profit organisation.
Right.
We have 8 directors. We are all newly instated as of this year, and we are kind of at the very ground level as a bare minimum trying to re-establish the peer support groups and to have that in terms of funding. We have a small fund, I believe. It was years prior, not in relation to me, but there really is no funding in our community, and I couldn't give you specifics on behalf of DCA
just trying
though.
to gather a sense of the way in which you're managing to operate and conduct yourselves with the work that you're doing.
And I think we're all kind of relying on our own professional backgrounds, within in our community who we can rely on for information and to help and assist. But we're just volunteers, really.
Yes. There was this heavily targeted approach on advocacy a number of years ago when I was a director of DCA. And that's somewhat fallen by the wayside. There's been quite a significant transition internally with new directors being appointed this year. So I've joined as a strategic advisor to support the board in development of a strategic plan and to kind of corral all the thoughts and things that go on in our minds about what we want to achieve, because the list is rather long. But all being volunteers and working full time and having families and things means that we need to focus the attention on what will really matter at this point in time and moving forwards.
That's very impressive. One more question, if I may. Just in the opening statement, the reference to, I think, the term used at 5 key priorities or 5 priorities. I'm just wondering, would you be able to elucidate on those priorities and help us understand a bit better why they've been identified as the matters to give particular focus on?
I would like to take that on notice.
Sure. Please. I'll just quickly go to Ms. Carter and then possibly Dr. Con online, but we'll see how we go.
Thank you both for being here. You talked about the psychological impacts on donor-conceived children and adults. Are you aware if there's any sort of body of work that's been done by psychologists identifying these issues and recommending strategies?
Simple answer, no.
Yeah. It's interesting because we've done a lot of work, psychologists have done a lot of work in terms of adoption. And I've been trying to find if there's research. It seems to be an area that we should perhaps be putting resources into.
It's very light on.
Yes.
And yes, I agree with you. I think there's some commonality between us and adoptees in terms of some of the desires to know history and family and all that kind of thing. When I have read about it, the differences that I've known is that adoption is far less based on secrecy. That there was always a notion that if a child or children were adopted, that they were always told, generally speaking. That hasn't been the case for donor-conceived people, which I think is what contributes to that psychological trauma. I believe there may be some overseas studies, but they're not large studies, so still quite small numbers, so definitely some resource.
Do you think one of the reasons that no work has been done is because we just simply haven't acknowledged that there is a psychological impact on donor-conceived children?
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to circle back quickly to the idea of not being consulted, and you're the first person who raised in Sarah Dingle's book, she talks about the NHMRC guidelines for use of assisted technology, and she notes that they've never incorporated any formal consultation with people made by ART. And her comment is that it's a bit like forming Indigenous policy without ever consulting with Indigenous Australians. Would you agree with that sort of approach?
100%, yes. I didn't want to use those words in my my opening statement, but I very much am on board with that. It's you can't design a system for us without consulting with us, you know.
So I guess if I can paraphrase it, sounding to me like it's the children who have been entirely overlooked in our whole discussion and approach to assisted reproduction and surrogacy and donor conception. And
Yes.
right,
Thank you. Yeah, I think Dr. Con, she's online. She's got a question for you
Okay.
as well. So.
I've got some more too.
Okay, we'll see how we go for time.
We've got to quarter.
Thanks,
to
Chair. I'll just start with
Quarter
one
past.
question in the interest of time. Thank you both so much for being here today. It's a really important
sorry,
perspective. I'm interested in I suppose the question of stigma in the community and this question of people having had their origins kept from them, or like this was a secret, versus open disclosure about people being donor conceived with love because they were very wanted children. And I'm interested in your reflections on, I suppose, the time that's passed since you were born, but also what might be done moving forward, I suppose, to try to support the kind of open disclosure that you're advocating for. How can we, I suppose, make it not something that people feel needs to be kept secret?
That's a very complex question. I think that's quite difficult to break it down, and I think that is the topic that we have. I couldn't really give a recommendation. I mean, from the community standpoint, as the committee's acknowledged, that there really isn't enough research into our community and how it affects everybody. I would be at a loss how to approach that.
It is a very complex question. I think it comes down to education of recipient parents in regards to the rights of the child that they are creating and making it a safe conversation for those parents to have. Because for our parents, it wasn't a safe conversation. Like you say, there was a lot of stigma involved, and it was like all the medical professionals and doctors at that time had a script that they were all following because they all said the same thing. You know, don't tell the children they're a product of the marriage, they don't need to know, etc. Because that narrative is designed to keep the parents safe. It's not designed to keep the children safe. So I think there's absolutely a role for recipient parents to be provided with a narrative that allows them to have those safe conversations about their children, because, you know, we were so wanted and, you know, we paid all this money to have you, etc. That doesn't mean anything to us. That is actually more offensive than anything else. So, you know, it really comes down to giving them the resources that they need to have those safe conversations, because if they don't feel comfortable about it, they won't even have the conversation at all.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that does bring an end to our time with both of you today, but thank you again for appearing and for being so honest and open in your answers with us. It's really beneficial. There may be some follow-up questions that members have to put to you on notice after today, in which case the Secretariat will be in touch. But for now, thank you, and
Perfect.
we
Thank you so
appreciate your
much.
time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ms Lee. Thank you. Next witness. Could I ask you just to begin by stating your name, your position title, if that's appropriate, and also swear either the oath or the affirmation for us, please?
Thanks. My name's Julia Lee. I'm a former patient, and I'll take an affirmation.
Mm-hmm.
So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make an opening statement for the committee?
Yes, I prepared a brief
Sure.
opening statement.
Please.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I would like to go back to basics and say that for thousands of years, humans have recognised that fertility customs and rites are foundational to our very existence. And that's rites, R-I-T-E-S. So ways of giving birth and coming into being are in the realm of the secular sacred. And by secular sacred, I mean that which is sacred within religions and is also so important as to be sacred within secular life. So IVF has brought a great deal of joy to many people. I'm not against it. But even though my own treatment failed, as is all too common, I'm truly delighted for those whose treatment did succeed. But here is the thing. The vast majority of ART IVF providers are for-profit companies. They are structured around an obligation, an actual obligation, to prioritise shareholder returns. That is their corporate DNA. And people listening might not realise that Australia's largest provider, Virtus Health, with around 40% market share, it's owned by BGH Capital, a private equity firm. And what's interesting to me is that after winning a takeover bidding war in 2022, BGH Capital delisted Virtus, so it's no longer on the stock exchange, which means it doesn't have to face all sorts of scrutiny. It's less transparent. Similarly, Genea, the third largest provider with about 12% market share, it was acquired by the private equity firm Liverpool Partners in 2022. So it's also an unlisted, privately held company. Same with Adora Fertility. They were acquired by Liverpool Partners in 2022. And I think they're both on the schedule to speak later today.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the current rather incredible reality. Much of the sacred secular, whichever order, much of the secular sacred is in the hands of private equity. So in my submission, I've discussed how the commercialisation of the IVF industry has undermined the welfare of patients and children. And I'm mindful of the story you might know about the scorpion who asks the frog to take him across the river. And frog says, "Well, how do I know you're not going to sting me?" Scorpion says, "Don't worry, I'm responsible. I'm not going to sting you." And so off they go. They get halfway across the river and Scorpion stings the frog. After frog has been stung, after the damage, frog complains. "Hey, why did you sting me?" Scorpion says, "Well, I'm a scorpion. It's in my nature." So to conclude my opening statement, I quickly note that since the finalisation of the rapid review and, since I first prepared my submission, there have been significant developments, namely that the government did reject the accreditation model proposed in the industry-funded Fertility Roadmap 2024. So I was happy about that. I do have a couple of recommendations, which hopefully I can touch on during questions if they're relevant when it comes up. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm just making you aware that one of our committee members, the Deputy Chair, Dr. Conn, is online, and I'm actually going to throw to her to ask the first question. So, Dr. Conn?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for your evidence. And one of the things you raised in your written submission was the question of regulation, and in particular you mentioned the UK's body as something to look to, and I'm interested in what about the UK model you think would be beneficial or that we should consider.
That is a very good question, and I'm just going to confess right up front, I am not really an expert on the regulation model, and I was just aware that that was a sort of a national authority that could do all sorts of things that we couldn't do here, and I was just really hoping we could move away from the RTAC kind of model. So I don't have the detail for that for you, but shall I just jump into the deep end with my recommendations, which are quite strong?
Sure.
Kind of to do with regulation. I guess I've got two. The first one would be, now that we have this new national body that will take care of accreditation, is it possible for this committee to recommend to that body that they look into exploring something? I better set it up, which is, my feeling is so many problems are arising, we have to deal with them. There may be a way to come at it from another direction, slice the Gordian knot, and question whether we even need to have private equity partners, for example. Could there be some sort of minimum standard about corporate governance that the accreditor could look into, so that if you're a company that wants to operate in this space, this unique area of medicine, this secular sacred realm, where we're not making potato chips, we're not making shoes, if you want to work in this space, you have to have a particular corporate structure or DNA. And for example, there's things like, and this would be an area for people with a lot more expertise than me in corporate law, but as we'll basically know, there are all different sorts of ownership structures and governance structures. Some people are not for profit, they are for profit, but they have a like a B Corp, they have a all stakeholder interest. If we could just look at that possibility that perhaps we don't even want any companies to be in the hands of privately held private equity companies. And patients, please fear not, your clinics won't close. It'll just mean lawyers will have to do a lot of reshuffling and there'll be a lot of paperwork, that kind of thing. But yeah.
Chair, can I just jump in with a follow-up
please.
question?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of evidence given to the committee about people's preference or desire for there to be much more access to public fertility services rather than the current system that's really dominated by the private sector. I know you're already nodding. Would public service provision, where you take out the profit motive, address any of your concerns here about regulation?
Yes, and thank you so much for asking, because now I'd like to go to my number one recommendation, which would be a very bold pathway and a massive big swing. And it would be quite, which would be, should we ask the question, is there a way to bring all of fertility treatment into the public system? And I don't expect the committee to be able to effect that, but is it possible that you could either commission yourselves or recommend to the relevant body that we actually model what it would theoretically look like, the costs, the implementation? Could we actually get a theoretical model so that we could, the nitty-gritty detail of what it would cost, so that to bring everything into public, so that at least then if we have the model, we know what we're looking at, and then it can be debated elsewhere. So I would wonder if this committee can just do that little first step of somehow making that modelling actually available.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, do you have a question?
Thank you very much. So you mentioned you had recommendations. They all focus on the structure and ownership of clinics.
They were probably my top two, but I do have ancillary ones.
Can you share with us some of your other recommendations?
Yeah, sure. They're in my submissions, so they would be along the lines of preventative health campaigns.
When you say preventative health campaigns, that's sort of early fertility education?
Yes, it would be things about, I guess there's a whole range of things, but things to do with age-related fertility decline. Men's fertility issues are often overlooked. And I guess I would ask the health policy experts to identify what would the precise nature of those campaigns would be.
In your experience, your book and the research that you've done, are there suggestions that you have? Age-related fertility issues are large and often underappreciated. Are there strategies or ideas that we should be looking at to make it easier for women to have children earlier in their fertile life?
I'm sure there are.
I only have something to feel comfortable. I wondered if you maybe had explored some ideas. That's all.
I have not looked into that, but I would really encourage looking at those structural influences on why people think that it's okay to leave their fertility late.
Do you think that the rather large amount of advertising around IVF encourages women and men to believe that childbearing is something that can be delayed because IVF will be there to support them later in life?
Thank you for the question on advertising. I did mention in my submission that I feel that there's a lot of IVF is aggressively advertised. We literally have ads on the backs of buses. There's a huge amount of social media. Other areas of medicine don't get this kind of advertising. I think we should restrict advertising, and by advertising I mean all marketing, I mean everything. I think that's problematic, and I think it should be really restricted.
So when you say restricted, you mean sort of in line with the restrictions we have on advertising any other types of medical services?
Well, certainly, yes. I have to go back to the basics about this sort of how fundamentally profound fertility is. And so any incursion of commercialisation into that area really does warrant special treatment.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for coming along. Thank you for your submission. I'm not sure whether you were here earlier today to hear the evidence,
No.
Sarah Dingle. Okay. What about the representatives who were here immediately before you from Donor Conceived Australia?
I haven't had a chance. I wasn't listening.
Weren't there, yeah. In evidence from both those sets of witnesses, there was a particular focus on looking at this whole matter or giving consideration, particularly in regard to this whole matter, from the point of view of the child. In other words, the person born of the IVF treatment. And I'm not sure whether you have read around that issue from the point of view of the offspring from IVF. Have you read or looked into or considered anything from the point of view of the offspring? And if you had, I'd sort of welcome your comments about that.
I have not read a great deal, but it has crossed my path. In my submission, I think I gave an example of a very dubious donor agency set up.
Yes.
What I would say is that, again, when we are considering the children born of IVF, as we must, so important.
Sorry, could I just interrupt there? Sorry to interrupt, but when you say we must, do you believe that the child born of IVF has a particular interest that needs to be looked after? Or do you rank that as just an interest along with whatever the other parties might be?
Oh, do you mean like is it a hierarchy of...
Well, we obviously have commissioning parents. We obviously
Right.
have the child born of the IVF procedure, and we have the industry.
Okay.
They are the
well,
three.
I think industry comes last is my position. So I'm sort of...
What about the child?
well, I'm very concerned about the child as well. But if you're asking me to compare the women's treatment and the child, I'm not really here to do that. Yeah.
You're sorry, you're not?
I'm not really here to do that because I put them together because they're coming out of the same experience. Yeah.
So your evidence is the child has no particular interest.
No, my evidence is not that.
Well, what is your evidence?
Could you? I'm actually unclear what you're trying to get me to decide.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, with your submission, you give extensive focus to your concerns about the commercial practice and the
Yes.
industry itself.
Yes.
And I understand that, and I don't disagree with much that you say. So I want to make that point. But I'm trying to see in your submission where the concerns that are being articulated by people born of IVF fit into all of this, because clearly we're increasingly hearing people born from the practice of IVF, and so much so that they've got their own peak organisations which speak to the issue about the impact of having been born through artificial reproductive technology. That voice doesn't seem to be covered here by your submission. I'm just wondering whether that's...
Fair enough. My submission was focusing on my experience as a former patient.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm very glad that Sarah Dingle, who's wonderful, was able to cover that area.
So just going back to the point, your evidence goes to specifically your own experience. Is that right?
It goes to my experience
Yep.
and further.
Yep.
And further. Yeah.
And what's that further, can I ask?
Well, further is the things I've covered that aren't in my direct personal experience.
Can I just go to this issue of, and I think it's an important one, about this is the dubious donor arrangements. This is, I think, in your evidence at 4.
Yeah, I mean, may I ask you, I'm sorry to question you,
Sure.
but you have had people with a lot of experience in the donor world talk to this committee. So I would like to use this precious time to talk about the experience of former patients.
And I think if
Yeah.
the witness is comfortable with answering,
Yeah.
I think it's
Okay,
appropriate.
well, with 4.9 then, the issue of the dubious donor arrangements, which is in your evidence on page 6, is that an issue that you understand is still an issue that exists today that we need to be aware of?
Yeah, that was a story from whatever year it was.
Yeah.
I would actually go back to my almost childish analogy,
Yeah.
but I do think that when we have commercial interests, when we have profit-driven companies, it is like, it's in their nature it's in their nature to push as far as possible the kind of arrangements that have existed in the past. So if you're saying, do I think that that could continue in a commercial environment? Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'll just conclude. So essentially the sort of thrust of the evidence is that the industry really needs to be decommercialised. Is that's the primary issue which has been exercising your mind, is that the commercialisation of the industry, be it through corporations or through private equity ownership, that really is the nub of your concern. Is that a fair summation?
I think today that's what I wanted to bring to public attention, yes.
Those two things. Okay.
Thanks, Greg. I just wanted to, I guess, thank you for the recommendations that you've given in your evidence today too. But coming back to, I guess, your experience as a patient, at that period of time that you were going through IVF and those cycles, what would have made that experience better for you? What are some of the things, if you were, had your time over again, would you have liked to have seen done differently?
Thank you. That's a good question. Well, when we do now have a much improved area around misleading statistics from when I did it, but some things are very hard to. Some things will just keep happening. Do you know what I mean? So statistics are always going to be malleable and how you frame and present them. But I am glad that there is an improvement in that area. But the thing, for example, I don't think that there should be those shareholder incentives to doctors to put patients through cycles. So if you perform a certain high number of cycles, you'll get a significant financial benefit. We shouldn't have things like that. What I want to say, I mean, often people think that it is the patient who's really demanding and insisting on things. And what I found is actually it's the doctors who are very encouraging. So in my case, for example, I was 44, 6 for 6 fails. I told the clinic it was going to be my last go, and I was encouraged to try again. And at that point, clinically, there was something like a 97% failure rate.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing that we don't want to see happening. Now, obviously, you can't make a specific law about that, can you? So that's why I really think perhaps a way of cutting the Gordian knot, this complex tangle of problems that keeps on arising, it could very well be worth exploring what I suggested in my recommendations.
Did you think or feel that you were given sort of the adequate information at the time in terms of, likelihood of success, for lack of a better term, or could that have been improved? And I know sometimes past, but I just...
That is in the past.
Yeah.
Things are better now.
Yeah.
Of course, I did my research at the time. I got told something. It's very complex, my personal story about why I believe when I asked my doctor for a pregnancy rate, I was actually given a number for women of all ages.
Yeah.
And but I had thought, oh, well, not every woman my age, passes their workup. Not every woman my age even produces eggs. If they do produce eggs, they're not producing blastocysts, et cetera, et cetera. And so I thought, oh, that's how must be why she got to that number.
Yeah, yeah.
And that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
So I would also notice something about one of my recommendations is for, in the submission, is for the longitudinal studies about defects, and I would add we should have longitudinal studies for the impacts on women who've been through a lot of treatment. In my day, and I don't know what it is, there was kind of a lot of a reliance on, well, we just don't really know. We just don't really know. So it's not that people weren't outright lying to you, but it was more like, well, you know, it's up to you. There's no clear evidence. But if you try it, you can say you did all you could. So you see what I mean? That's how you're encouraged. And because I'm speaking for patients, we are very vulnerable, and I don't think I need to go into that. There's so much hope,
Did Ms. Carter, do you have any?
I guess I've just got one last question. Do you think that from your experience of the IVF process, once you become a patient, is the process too focused on achieving conception, and the woman who's undergoing the fertility treatment, her psychological, emotional, social needs, her partner, do you think that takes a second place, and that's deleterious to the woman?
I think that, yes, we have to recognise that a lot of treatment, by the way, some people I know very rarely one cycle and they're successful, which is great. So I guess I'm more talking about the much more common thing where you have to go on quite a journey. So in that case, it's there are physical and, as you say, mental tolls. I think when I started out, I was deluded or unaware of what the actual tolls would be. I underestimated the experience. So I think that, mental health support around the journey is very important. I do question, in my case, it's like you have in-house counselling was and is offered. I'm of the mind, do we want the foxes guarding the hens in the hen house? So I think a sort of independent counselling stream is important.
Do you think you could have been better prepared for your experiences, or do you think it's something that perhaps you may have discounted if you'd been given a fuller appreciation of some of the challenges of an IVF journey?
You know, I think it's important to make people really aware of the challenges of the IVF journey. At the same time, when you begin, you so want it to succeed, you know, so that's the other thing. Can you ever be prepared, you know?
No. Thank you. That's a really honest answer. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That does conclude our time with you this morning, but just on behalf of the committee members, I just want to thank you for your evidence and being here with us today. There might be some follow-up questions that members have to put to you after your appearance, so in that case the Secretariat will be in touch. But thank you, and we'll leave you to enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just take a short morning tea break and we'll be back at 11 a.m. with our next witnesses. So thanks, everyone.
we go by that clock. So I think we can go. Ready to broadcast?
All good? Yep.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, great. Well, thank you. Welcome back to our next session. And thank you and welcome to the witnesses from Genea who are here. Could I start by asking each of you to state your name, your position, title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation? And we'll start with you, Mr. Yeo.
My name's Tim Yeo. I'm the CEO at Genea Fertility. I'll do the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Marek?
My name's Anthony Marin. I'm one of the fertility specialists at Genea. I'm the medical director at Genea Kent Street. I'm going to do the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement for the committee?
Yes, thank you.
Please.
My name's Dr. Anthony Marin. I'm a fertility specialist at Genea Fertility, and I'm also a visiting medical officer in the fertility unit at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital. I want to touch on 3 key areas today: financial support, gamete donation, and governance. On financial support, the state government's $250 fertility assessment rebate is a good start, but I believe it should be expanded. For instance, specialist ultrasound services are critical for diagnosing conditions like endometriosis, yet they remain poorly rebated, leaving it to patients to foot the bill. I'd also encourage the committee to consider whether or not the $2,000 means tested rebate could be better directed, for instance, towards monitoring costs or travel support for regional patients. We must also not overlook groups who face compounded disadvantage, those requiring pre-implantation genetic testing, who often already carry the financial burden of caring for an affected child, and those with conditions like endometriosis or recurrent pregnancy loss who would benefit from targeted financial support. On gamete donation, the 5-family rule is simply too restrictive. Paradoxically, it may actually increase the very risk of consanguinity it's designed to prevent by pushing people towards the unregulated donors where there's no medical screening, no genetic screening, and no donor register. Donor sperm costs, for instance, have skyrocketed, and they've gone from approximately $2,000 to as much as $62,000, and international banks are now beginning to refuse to supply New South Wales altogether. My immediate recommendation is straightforward and requires no legislation. New South Wales Health should reinterpret the 5-family rule to apply within New South Wales only, so that donors can be used interstate. In the longer term, a nationally consistent 10-family limit backed by a national donor register is the right path forward. On governance, I do support moving accreditation away from the current self-regulatory model to independent oversight under the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare, alongside greater transparency in success rates. Finally, however, I do want to acknowledge the dedicated fertility professionals whom I work with, nurses, embryologists, counsellors and doctors across both public and private sectors. Australia has some of the highest success rates and the lowest complication rates in the world, and that doesn't happen without years of investment, expertise and a genuine commitment to patient care. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee, we've just resolved to do free flow questions. I might start with one and then I'll hand to my colleagues. I just wanted to, for the interest of full disclosure, put on the record I've had family members who've been patients through Genea and have had good outcomes, but I just thought it was important to disclose that. I wanted to ask, I guess probably to you, if we can, Mr. Yeo, just to, I guess, about the scale, how many clinics you operate, the sort of numbers of women and families that you're working with each year, and whether you've seen that grow over time as well.
So Genea operates 13 laboratories around the country. So we're the third provider, sort of behind Virtus and Monash and City. So we are one of the national providers. We believe in quality in terms of what we do, and we're very, I guess, as an organisation, we're very supportive of the rapid review. We think the work that's currently starting with the Quality Commission is really important work. And I believe that while RTAC has done a reasonable job, it's probably outlived its useful life. And so working with the well-intentioned team at RTAC and incorporating what they know, but really trying to raise the bar for the fertility industry as a whole is really important. I think it would be really good for New South Wales and for all the states to engage really positively with that process, because one of the major challenges that we see for patients around the country is the differences between the various state legislations. It creates a unusual situation where some patients basically have to travel back and forth to states depending on the different regulations in place. Anthony mentioned the recent New South Wales Health clarification around 5 families in state or 5 families worldwide. And again, without sort of wanting to, not necessarily needing to dive into the correctness or not of the interpretation, I can speak firsthand to the impact that's had, just in terms of patients who talk to our teams and talk to our doctors and nurses. It's had a really significant impact. We've got a large number of patients who hopefully the best outcome in this situation is patients travelling, right? So we've got large numbers of patients travelling to Canberra, travelling to Adelaide, where there's different donor limits in place. For those patients, obviously, that's far from an ideal outcome at already stressful and high anxiety times, as I'm sure you've heard from the witnesses. To have that added burden of really having to travel hundreds, thousands of kilometres to access service is a terrible outcome. But that's the good half. Like the part which we worry about more is patients who don't have either the resource or the time to do that, who end up getting pushed towards these Facebook groups. The unregulated donor market, that's something which worries, I think, everyone that works closely with this vulnerable patient group. And again, it's hard because they are closed Facebook groups to get good data, but it has been reported, and there's been various news articles over the years of some of those, and I'm sure within those groups there is well-intentioned donors, but I'm also sure within those groups there's donors who aren't well-intentioned. And in that situation where you've got evidence of donor recipients who find out very late their donors see many different donor, and some of these donor recipient families, they meet other donor recipients and they find they've all got half siblings later in life. That's a really challenging situation, and I think that's one of the challenges in the space, is that we all go in with the best intentions to provide a good outcome for patients in the community, but often these unintended consequences come out the other side of good intentions.
And I might just ask one more before I hand to one of my colleagues. But in the opening statement, Dr. Marin, you talked about the $2,000 means-tested rebate, and sort of indicated that perhaps it could be looked at and how that's being allocated. And you mentioned support for rural and regional families. From a regional community myself, we had a hearing up in Tamworth, and this was something that came through very strongly, just that added financial burden for people that do have to travel large distances. So how do you think that system could be improved for rural and regional families that you work with?
I think one of the good things that I suppose came out of COVID was the adoption of telehealth. So I think that has been a big step forward. But I think in practice for us, it's good monitoring. So obviously, it's not practical to have a laboratory in every sort of small town.
Yeah.
But having sort of adequate sort of monitoring around for same-day hormone services and decent quality ultrasound services is valuable. And then obviously, then from a transport sort of perspective, it does add significantly to the cost. It's not just coming down for the egg collection or an embryo transfer. They need to be down here beforehand.
Yeah.
If it's just an egg collection, we often like them to be around for a day or two afterwards, just to make sure that they're fine before they go home. Like, we don't want people to go home and become unwell and then need to be admitted in hospital, or just the travel is uncomfortable. And also the way in which IVF works, we do an egg collection on one day, and in a lot of cycles we're doing an embryo transfer 5 days later. So it often means that they need to relocate for at least a week.
Yeah.
And so additional sort of support, financial support for that sort of travel aspect, I think would help, because travel and then paying for accommodation in Sydney for an entire week is not a small ask.
Thank you. Miss Hurst, do you have any questions? Start with you if you're ready.
I might throw in it, and I might have more.
Yeah, that's fine.
Depending on how we go. Thank you, both of you, for your time here. I'm interested, Mr. Yu, in what you were just saying about the unregulated sort of Facebook groups, and just for the benefit of the committee. I mean, I think we have a bit of an understanding as to what's happening in these, but I'm just wondering if you have any more information about how big of an issue this is, and where that's potentially leading to as some of the major concerns in that space.
Yeah, as I said, it's sort of hard to get data because they are closed groups, and we do have some visibility, obviously. We do have some people who manage to get in. I think the things we worry about is that some of the bigger groups are managed by some of the people who, for all intents and purposes, are serial donors. And so some of them, we have evidence of them, I guess, going on tours, advertising those tours. I'm going to be in this part of town, please get in contact if you need a donor. I've heard from some of the not-for-profit groups that I work with that one of those donors has done 3 tours across New South Wales in like just this calendar year. And so again, it's very difficult to get details around how many women were involved, but it's obviously far from an ideal outcome, the opposite of what we're trying to achieve with putting donor limits in place. I think the other risks involved is just patients who need a donor, like many fertility patients, it's a stressful time, it's an anxious time. There is a level of they're doing it at a time which works for their cycle, and so they find a donor, they agree a donor, they meet the donor, and again you see anecdotes of those women being put in positions where all of a sudden a certain agreed method of donation is changed to natural insemination or nothing. And again, putting a vulnerable donor recipient in that position is obviously a horrible situation that we need to try as a community to work out how to minimise. It's obviously almost impossible to legislate the bedroom, so to speak, and if 2 willing adults have an agreement, you can't get in the way of that. But on the other sense, you don't want to have a legislative framework where an unintended consequence of aiming for perfect results in a support of something we know is the opposite of that.
And I'm assuming sort of probably the best pathways forward is partly an education piece to help people make those decisions. And the other half is kind of what we've heard a lot during this inquiry was just those barriers to access. And obviously one of the biggest barriers to access is, the cost of being for many families to be able to go through the IVF journey. And of course I understand that, these are businesses, obviously, and, we're paying for doctors and we're paying for experts and salaried experts. How do we make sure that we relieve some of those pressures on families in regards to cost Do you guys see any kind of options of the way forward to help drop some of those barriers that are kind of encouraging people to go down these paths that could be more problematic?
I think there's two separate issues we should separate. The first one is IVF is a complex technical process. Every year there's more technology that comes out, and that has cost. So there's a cost to IVF, which is one thing. There's on that side, there is a group of providers who are at the affordable end. There is public services available to try and increase accessibility, and that's obviously a really important discussion. The separate cost issue is around the cost and access to donor sperm, and that there's a number of potential options just in terms of how you address that. So the local donor pool is the first one. So who can be a donor and how many families can they donate to? So there is a process as part of the rapid review, which is, I believe, largely going to be under the ALRC process. I believe they have the lead on trying to do the work and the consultation around what makes sense for Australia, around donor limits and the donor registry is just as important. I believe, and I think most of industry believe, that discussion should be a national discussion. The unintended consequences of patients travelling for different state legislations is not the right outcome, I believe. So that's one discussion. The other discussion is probably a more difficult one, but one that as a community I think we should have, and that is the Australian position around altruistic donation. And again, that's a community discussion, but it's also something which means different thing in different donating in different contexts. So altruistic donation of sperm is one thing. Altruistic donation of eggs is a different thing. Like the level of involvement and the what's involved for the person is very different. And you take it one step further to say altruistic surrogacy, again, is a lovely idea, but the reality of the demand for surrogates compared to the number of angels who would altruistically become a surrogate in Australia is obviously always going to be a mismatch. And again, the unintended consequence of that, love it or hate it, is patients are travelling overseas and paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to access paid surrogacy. And so again, I think these are really important conversations that we do have to have as a community. And again, the aiming for perfect and then getting the very opposite for our community is sort of the result of trying to avoid the full and frank conversation.
Yeah, no, well said. So did you have something?
I was just specifically in relation to donor sperm. So prior to the government's understanding of the law coming out, we didn't really have a significant wait list for our patients wanting donor sperm, and so I think access is actually a bigger issue than cost, to be quite honest with you, for donor sperm. And I think the thing that has caused a problem is that obviously when we had people that were at various stages in the pipeline, and then we had to sort of pause people, and options were put forward to, as Tim said, go to Canberra or go to Victoria, and that extra step of difficulty that some of my patients I then just lost contact with. So what happened, I don't know. Whether or not some of those people did then go down an unregulated market, I'm not sure. But my sort of feeling is that cost is important, no doubt. But I also think, particularly with donor sperm, that access is the biggest issue. And prior to the interpretation of the law, we didn't have huge numbers of donors, but I could basically say to my patients, you have a conversation with the donor coordinators. There are donors available, and so I found most patients were actually quite happy with that.
Interesting. Thank you. No, I appreciate that clarification. That's really useful information. And just one last question. We've had a lot of people come forward and provide evidence about concerning about the reporting of IVF success rates from different companies to sort of help them make that decision, given it's such a big financial investment for many. I just wanted to get your thoughts on how we should approach this to make sure that families are feeling like they're getting that information up front and then they can feel confident with their decisions, balanced with the complexities of different companies and the variables in regards to the success rates that might not necessarily be really obvious if a success rate is just put out there. I know one small company, for example, focuses specifically for women over 35, for example, and so their success rates were going to be lower potentially. So just wanting to get your thoughts on how we balance that.
Yeah, I actually think Australia has the framework which is leading. So the Your IVF, which was launched a number of years ago, independently run by the University of New South Wales, I think that's data is audited and it's published and is in a consistent format. It's age adjusted. It's well thought through in terms of how those measures are put together. I think when it was launched, the decision was taken pragmatically at the time. I think that units could opt in or opt out of having they had to submit data, but in terms of whether their individual unit data was published on the website was a choice for units. I think as we sit today, the vast majority, it's something like 85-90% do publish, but there are a subset that don't. For me, and I'm speaking for Janaea, who've always published results, I think the rationale to allow units not to publish is no longer acceptable from a community perspective. I do hope and think that as a result of the work the Quality Commission is doing, that will be part of the standards. I don't think there's any reason that New South Wales couldn't make that a condition of licensing, because the reality is, as everyone knows, that if someone's not publishing, there's probably a reason for that, and that's when, I guess, the ability to present different data to patients and say, well, we have more patients who are older or different BMIs, and really it's not just in fertility, in many areas of healthcare, those different presentations of data, it's very easy to be able to present something that looks credible to a consumer. But I think having a industry standard is really good. It's really important. We're lucky as a community to have spent that money and to have that framework in place, which is now available. I think it should be mandatory, and we should just do that. The only weakness in the data, which is similar to many areas of healthcare, is it takes time to produce, and so often there is the most recent data is like a year or two old. There's not really any way around that. IVF's a process. It takes a long time to go from egg collection to live birth, so being able to report in a clear way, there's always going to be a bit of a lag, and performance can, in any individual unit, change up or down in the period between reporting and the current day. But as you guys know, a big part about transparency in healthcare is the onus it puts on the provider to continue to be focused on that. And I think it does have that impact.
I was just going to say, so I think it is important that all units do publish their data. I think what is difficult, and essentially I suppose this is what happens in the consultation. So you can go on company websites, you can go on your IVF success, and I suppose if you're someone who's 36, you can look at the statistics there, but that's applying to 36-year-olds in general, and obviously there are 36-year-olds that probably have better prognosis, and there are 36-year-olds that have less. And I suppose that is part of the job of the fertility specialist in terms of trying to individualise or adjust those general statistics, so how they relate to the patient. At Janaea, we've sort of partnered with an AI group who basically have taken all of our data that we have, and we try to personalise the patient statistic over a journey of treatment.
So we obviously take the female age, but we also take things like what we know of the ovarian reserve, prior fertility history, what we know about the sperm, causes of infertility, and basically we can graphically sort of present what their success rates would be after 1, 2 and 3 cycles. So it will give it as in a graphical form, so it's easy to sort of interpret. And so I sort of find that really, really helpful, because I suppose one thing is that it highlights that this is not a one treatment cycle and you're done. It's like you could be here for the longer haul. And certainly no one has a 100% pregnancy rate after 3. So it still highlights that people can do a lot of treatment and still not come in with what they want. I spend a lot of time sort of discussing that and documenting that. And I think it's hard, because you can say to someone, you know, your chances are very, very low, 1%, and I'm meaning maybe you should not do treatment, whereas someone else will say, well, 1%, that's great, let's give it a go. And so that is difficult.
We'll go to Mrs. Carr.
Thank you both for being here. We've had a lot of a discussion about the cost of sperm. Do we pay sperm donors?
So in Australia, all the cost of donor is basically a pass-through. So
No, sorry, does a donor get paid for donating sperm?
So in Australia, if a patient is donating sperm, they can be reimbursed their reasonable costs of like travel and that sort of thing. But there's no, they cannot make any profit, and none of us can make any profit, because it would be a criminal offence to do so.
So what are the factors that lead to a high cost of sperm?
That's largely for international sperm banks, and so effectively they have big programs in terms of recruiting sperm en masse.
So we're buying commercially sourced sperm from countries overseas?
We're buying sperm. We're importing sperm from overseas.
And those donors overseas are paid?
Those donors aren't paid. So that, again, same thing.
So where does where are these big costs come? Like
It's
what's
largely
causing the
from
big
the
costs?
process of they're running these big organisations which recruit, screen, store, and then transport is obviously also a big piece of it.
And are they for-profit organisations?
Some of them are, some of them aren't, yes.
So the ones Janaea deals with, are you buying sperm from for-profit organisations?
So we work with the European Sperm Bank, is one of the major ones which all the providers...
And is that a for-profit organisation?
That is actually a good question that I'm not sure of the answer.
Could you take that on notice? Perhaps if you could take on notice every sperm bank that you deal with, whether they're for-profit, and if it's available, what the level of profit they're making from the sperm is, that would be really helpful.
We'll take that on notice.
And if you could also confirm whether the sperm donors internationally that those sperm banks are using are being paid, and if so, what they're being paid, that would be really good.
No problem.
And what about if there's donated over? Is that being paid for?
It's the same sort of setup, yeah.
Okay, and so you buy over from overseas as well?
Largely.
If you could answer the same questions for those, that'd be really good.
No problem.
With respect to the 5-family, 10-family limit, would you accept that it's unusual for somebody in Australia to have 20 or 19 siblings these days?
Absolutely, in a biological family. Absolutely.
So if we're talking about a 10-family limit and we're saying, you know, hopefully the IVF family may have 2 children, you could be talking about 19 siblings per child. That seems quite a lot, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, and so doesn't that suggest that perhaps the 10-family limit is perhaps, if we're thinking about the best interest of the child, might be too high, and there would be very good reasons for the 5-family limit that's currently being used?
Absolutely. I don't disagree with the argument, and following that argument to its natural conclusion, like there could be an argument to say the family limit should be 1. And again, I think the discussion we need to have as a community is on one side you have that, on the other side you have parents who, intended parents that want to have families, you have children, unborn children that won't be born under legislations like that, and you also have a situation where desperate intended parents are forced down a path where they go to unregulated markets where some of these serial donors have hundreds of children. And so again, I think it's a nuanced conversation where we, as a community, we need to sort of balance.
So
the
just with the
pros and
serial
cons.
donors, the black market donors, are they altruistic or are they charging for their sperm?
Again, I think that it probably varies. I think for the vast...
Are
again,
police involved in looking at those criminal breaches if they're selling their sperm?
Not that I'm aware. Because
you said that you had people in some of those Facebook groups. Do you report those to the police for investigation and possible prosecution?
The challenge we have is because those groups are largely managed by some of the larger donors, sometimes those posts, they can post anonymously, for one. Secondly, the posts go up, they're seen, and then they're deleted by the moderators.
But do you ever pass on information to the police? Like, if these are real concerns, do you pass that information on to the police for investigation and prosecution?
So again, I'm not on the Facebook group, so I'm not in a position to do that. I do work with a number of...
Anybody in Janaea do that? Is that something that you see as part of your corporate responsibility?
If we were in the groups, under the terms of the groups, it would be somewhat... it would be a bit disingenuous for Janaea to participate in those groups because they are...
Sorry, I thought you said that you had people who are in some of the groups and you had information about them.
For clarity, I do work with a number of the not-for-profit groups, so on a number of different things, so like the Rainbow Families and some of the solo mums groups we work with, because obviously we want to work with them and they want to work with us in terms of regulated environments for their members. And so a lot of the information that I have is from those communities who they do have members that are in those groups. So again, that's the challenge in that because they are closed groups, it's difficult to get firm information. I would love nothing more than for New South Wales Police to be involved in having a look at those groups and understanding some of the behaviour because the anecdotes that we hear aren't good.
Yeah. Dr. Marin, if I could just you mentioned before the rebates for ultrasound and in particular the difficulties with getting adequate rebates for endometriosis. Are women presenting for IVF routinely screened for endometriosis before IVF procedures begin?
In terms of, all women will have a history taken, and so obviously there'll be some things in history that will make you suspicious. All women will have a pelvic ultrasound, and I suppose what I was getting at there is that ultrasounds done by specialist women's ultrasound services are much better quality ultrasounds in terms of picking up, I suppose, soft markers of endometriosis, whereas some ultrasounds that are cheaper radiology, they are less as good at picking up that. And obviously if there's something obvious, then endometriosis is identified. If something is not, then depending on other causes of infertility, you then have a conversation with the patient in regards to would you go down exploring, say, laparoscopy, which is an invasive surgical procedure, versus going through IVF and seeing what the outcomes are. But that's a discussion that occurs.
Because we've heard evidence from a number of women that endometriosis, which has a significant impact on fertility, has been picked up sometimes after their fourth or fifth cycle. What changes could be made to make sure that these issues in women's health are picked up prior to the beginning of any IVF cycles?
So I think, and again, I think the single biggest thing would be good quality ultrasound. And as I said, I work in central Sydney, and I still see huge variation from the reports that come in front of me.
Dr. Con's got some questions.
Oh, sorry. Just last question. In terms of getting that better quality ultrasound, is that better education for sonographers? Is that better equipment? What do we need to change?
So certainly, there are a few really good ultrasound providers in Sydney.
I guess I'm
and
asking what makes them good.
training. So and so essentially those people the people who are reporting, they've come through an obstetrics and gynae pathway, and their entire focus is female imaging. So they're not doing chest X-rays, brain CTs, things like that. All they do is female imaging, and that's it. And their centre is 100% female imaging. They don't do anything else. And so if that's your entire focus, you do a very good scan and you provide a very good report.
Okay.
And those scans are usually considerably more expensive than, as I said, like a standard pelvic ultrasound at a general radiology place.
Our Deputy Chair, Dr. Con's online, and she's got a question, so I'll just go to her now.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions if I can. The first one was just to follow up on the last line of questioning around donor limits. So family limits. I was just speaking to a constituent yesterday who's had to travel interstate for IVF because of the issues that have been created by New South Wales family limit being out of step with other Australian jurisdictions. So noting we've got a 5 family, or that's been interpreted as a worldwide limit, not a statewide limit. We've obviously received very strong evidence for the need to have a limit so that we don't have hundreds or thousands of people who are related and unaware. But could you speak to the practicality or otherwise of a national harmonisation on this front, so New South Wales having a similar limit to, say, Victoria or Queensland?
I suppose if we go back to before the interpretation of the law, as I said, we didn't really have a significant wait list for donor sperm, and the majority of patients that were sort of coming through requesting donor sperm were quite happy with these, donors that were available, and they were sort of happy to sort of proceed. And so I think on the basis of that, I think if we adopted the national rule of 10, then I think that will go a long way to solve the supply issue. And I also think it is a bit silly that we say no, but you can drive to Canberra or fly to Victoria and have your treatment. We're just making it unnecessarily complex. So I think if we did go to a national rule of 10, I think that is actually a nice balance. It's a nice balance between solving the supply problem and so hopefully reducing the need for women or couples to engage the unregulated market, but at the same time to take into consideration any future donor-conceived children and how they feel about potential number of half siblings that are there.
And so just to follow up, so a 10 family limit nationally, to enable that to be effective, you'd obviously need to be sharing information with providers in other jurisdictions. Do you think that information sharing is well established enough already, or is anything else needed in that space?
I think having a national donor register will be really important. The concept of the donor register, I think, is generally accepted and understood. There's a number of states who are setting up independent donor registers, but as far as I'm aware, there isn't really any mechanism for sharing information between the states. And so obviously trying to manage any national donor limit when you have separate donor registers that don't talk to each other is not a practical solution. And then so, again, the ALRC process underway, I understand it's supposed to be having these conversations for us as a community in New South Wales, but obviously around the country. And I think as difficult as it will be, the logic of having one rule for Australia, one register for Australia is the right outcome. And I can't advocate strongly enough that while we have a current interim challenge with the reinterpretation and the time it's going to take ALRC to form a final view, and we do believe the unintended consequences would warrant addressing something in the interim. Once the ALRC comes out, I would strongly advocate that all the states and territories should do everything they can to fall behind whatever the outcome of that conversation is.
Thank you. And Chair,
so-
if I may,
can I just add-
question on a different
Sorry,
topic?
just Dr. Marin just wants to give.
I just wanted to just add one more thing just about the woman or family size. So someone who's done a huge amount of sort of research on this is a woman from the UK, Susan Gollenbach, and she's done a lot of research about various family structures and particularly with donor. And one of the things she's looked at is how many half siblings is reasonable. Is it 1? Is it 10? Is it 50? Is it 100? And in her research, she was not able to really sort of come up with a number that was acceptable sort of across the board. So obviously every donor-conceived child would have a very different sort of view on it. But what she came up with time and time again in terms of the happiness of a donor-conceived child is that they felt loved and they basically felt accepted. And they felt that there was sort of honesty about the process. And I think that's what she concluded multiple times throughout the sort of book that she sort of wrote. And I think the Australian system, whereby we do have this donor register, donor conceived children can sort of gain information about their donors. I think that's really, really important in terms of the well-being of the donor-conceived child or young adult in the future.
Sorry, Dr. Conn, I am going to go to Mr. Donnelly just because we are running short of time.
Thank
and he
you,
hasn't
Chair.
had an
Just really,
opportunity
Chair.
yet.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Just in terms of the corporate structure of Generic, could you please just walk us through the structure so we can understand how it's set up? Is it a public company, private equity, whatever? Is it state, national, international? If you could do that, please.
Yeah, so Genea is an Australian company. We do have partnerships with some Southeast Asian clinics, so we do have some labs in Southeast Asia, but our primary clinic...
Sorry, just partnerships. What does that mean?
So we have joint venture partnerships with another Southeast Asian fertility company.
So you partly have ownership of that entity, yep.
Yes, but our primary clinic network is in Australia. The majority shareholder in Genea is an Australian-based financial investor.
And who's that?
So that's a group called LVP. They invest funds primarily on behalf of Australian superannuation funds. So the Australian Retirement Trust, which is the old Q Super, is a lot of the financial funds invested within Genea through LVP. I think and again, obviously I work within Genea, so take what I say from that perspective, but as someone that's worked across healthcare for all of my career, I think that we should all be careful. The ownership structure is one thing, but in any ownership structure there's good and there's bad. And I guess what I say by that is that there is public hospitals that are run really well, and there's well-documented cases of public hospitals that don't run well.
Yeah,
in the same sense.
I'm sorry, not mean to cut you off, but in terms of the, I think you described that there are 13 labs here in, did you say Sydney or New South Wales?
Oh no, around the country, sorry.
So I apologise, that's around Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of the entity Genea, which runs these operations, does it produce an annual report, and within that annual report, reports on income, expenditure, profit loss?
So yep. So in line with any sort of company of size, we do have reporting obligations with ASIC. So revenue,
is that
expenses.
Genea the company or the actual entity that you described that owns or that
So
sort of...
Genea, the company.
Yeah.
So Genea, the company, like most medium to large companies, lodges annual financial reports with ASIC. So they're public on the record.
And that includes, with respect to the overseas joint ventures as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Last question, Greg. Sorry, we're just on time.
Well,
I'll let you have another one. Well, the time we've got the time.
well, you know, you made a comment earlier, this was at the very start, about it was good to raise the bar, and it was in the context of what's happening nationally. I think we talk about having a national register, and I presume that would sort of fit into that category. What else do you have in mind when you talk about raising the bar for the industry?
I think transparency is really important. So your IVF is one in terms of outcome transparency. I think what's very common around healthcare is transparency around reporting of incidents. Obviously, there's been some media reporting of some really terrible, unfortunate incidents within fertility. I think that across hospitals, you know, medical errors are one of the unfortunate realities of healthcare. When there's complex interactions of people, systems and equipment, it does happen, but having transparency of that's super important. Having a culture within organisations of open reporting and using incidents as opportunities to improve is the core of what good healthcare should be. And so I think that piece beside the outcome reporting is really important. I think the National Quality Framework, which underpins a lot of the work the Quality Commission does, again, rolled out across hospitals, imaging, pathology, and that framework would work really well within fertility and is something which I hope and believe will be part of the work the Quality Commission is currently undertaking.
I'll put my rest on.
Yeah, I apologise. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you both for coming and for the evidence that you've given us today. We really appreciate it. There will most likely be some follow-up questions from the sounds of my colleague that we'll put to you on notice, and the Secretariat will be in touch in regards to that process. But again, thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, welcome to our next witnesses. Thank you so much to both of you for being here today. Can I start by asking each of you to state your name, your position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation? And we'll begin with you, please, Ms. Ferguson.
Vanessa Ferguson, CEO of Adora Fertility. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Dr. Atkinson?
Hello, I'm Dr. Paul Atkinson. I'm the National Medical Director of Adora Fertility. So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making an opening statement for the committee? Or would you, or either or both, or we can just go straight to questions, whatever you'd prefer.
Yeah, straight to questions.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I'll hand over to Mr. Donnelly to
thanks,
kick
Chair.
off this session, so
Thank
over
you.
to you.
This is the first one, just about a bit of background about Adora, the organisation, and how it's set up, how it's run, how it reports its finances, etc. If you could give us a bit of an overview, that'd be great.
So Adora was started in 2014. So we have been around for 12 years. We are owned by LVP, which is a private equity firm. We we're in the affordable end of the market. So our point of difference is that our price point is significantly lower than other competitors. We have a national footprint, so we're in Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and WA. Our model is largely, we have a lab and then, so one lab in each state, and patients travel to that site for their procedures that they need to have. It's specialist-led. Do you want to talk about the medical side?
Well, as it's basically run like the other clinics, so similar to Genea and Monash and IVF Australia that you may have heard from. It's a specialist-led clinic. We don't offer genetic testing for embryos at Adora, so that's a point of difference that we don't offer. But apart from that, it's and as Vanessa said, we're sort of the largest sort of affordable, accessible IVF provider in the market.
And just in terms of finances and financial reporting, how does it work? Is there an annual report produced which is filed with the Australian Stock Exchange? And that's in the name of the organisation, not the actual holding company?
It's under, we're not a public company, so we complete the reporting that we're required to do by ASIC under Adora Fertility.
Okay, and that's obviously filed. On the matter of, I'm just looking, and thanks, very helpful website you've got, and it sort of provides some useful information. On the, and once again, you explained you're part of the what's described as the affordable end of the industry. It's got that 75% cheaper than a full fee clinic. Can you just work out, or help me work out, that's 75% of what? I know it sounds like a naive question, but you explained that genetic testing doesn't form part of the normal suite of offer.
Yep.
But 75% cheaper than what?
The full fee, the price of a full fee IVF cycle at a competitor.
So full fee at a competitor, and that's at what presumably is an average of what the fees charged are by the competitors.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
So when a clinic does a cycle, you'll have the cycle fee.
Yep.
Then you'll have like a day surgery fee attached to the procedure for the egg collection, an anaesthetic fee usually for the anaesthetist involved in the egg collection, some medication costs, and potentially a transfer fee when the embryo is transferred, and potentially some freezing costs.
Yes.
So if you add up sort of all of that costs at a full fee clinic versus adding up all of those costs at our clinic, the price differential is approximately 75% cheaper.
No. I appreciate it's an approximate figure. Not sort of cavilling with that point. But in terms of comparison with the other well-known providers of IVF services, in terms of how they set their fees and services that they offer, is that essentially done on a commercial basis, that they, as an organisation that provides services, believe that market will bear for what they're offering as an IVF service provider? I mean, I'm trying to understand, there's a limited number of organisations, and that in economic terms is sort of almost an oligopolistic market that's operating. You put yourself at that end. Do you have insights about how the fees are set, generally speaking, in the industry?
I mean, certainly the IVF industry in New South Wales is the exact opposite of an oligarchy. Like, there's so much choice now for patients. So there's very good public hospital options, RPA, Royal Hospital for Women, a little bit with Westmead. There's clinics like ours that offer in a more affordable, accessible end of the market. This fertility centre, First Step Fertility, so that's in that space. And then there are other mid-priced clinics like Life Fertility, and then there are higher priced clinics like IVF Australia, Monash, Genea. So certainly the industry would be the exact opposite of in actual fact, I think it's that the industry is very, very competitive. Everybody's trying to service the patients, and as a result, the patients are actually getting really, really good choice and really, really good options, and all of the clinics, because we're all competing for the same patients, you'll find that the success rates in IVF are going up 2 to 3% every year, and the service delivery to these patients is actually excellent and improving every year. So yeah, I think that actually what's happening right now is actually the patients have great choice, and because we're all, there is a certain limit of number of patients who need IVF. The service delivery that they're receiving through a combination of public services, low-cost services, accessible services, and higher end of the market, it's quite well catered for from a consumer point of view.
Is it your argument that the industry as it operates in New South Wales is a good model in terms of how the...
Well, I think in general, the IVF in Australia, in general as an industry, has been very well regulated. I mean, we offer probably the safest IVF in the world, with some of the best outcomes in the world.
Sorry to interrupt, but doesn't that stand completely contrary to what's happening nationally with what has been initiated by the Commonwealth Government with the state?
Yeah, there have certainly been some incidents.
Well, no, hang on, more than incidents, the whole industry is being restructured.
Yes, but that's something
how does that fit?
That's something that the industry has been calling for. So we, as an industry, have been asking for clarity and restructuring of this for quite a while. So I agree that there have been some incidents.
On what basis do you say that?
Pardon?
On what basis do you make that claim that the industry's been calling for it?
Well, for the last 2 to 3 years or longer, we've been asking for clear and national guidelines or national registries for donor, for example. We've been asking for clear legislation that doesn't differentiate state by state. So the industry's been asking...
Just so we're very clear about this, just because it's evidence to the inquiry, can you provide the documentation which establishes that the industry's been calling for this, when in fact this was all announced, I think, in September last year, and what was explained by the Commonwealth Health Minister and the State Health Ministers has got a very different complexion to what you're putting. So,
yeah,
I mean, perhaps I've got to move on with the time.
Dr. Atkinson, you can answer.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, yes, I'm sure there's the records from
if
the Fertility Society of Australia and New Zealand and the IVF medical directors that potentially can provide that. But yeah, I mean, certainly from an industry perspective, it's always been a very, there have been incidents. I'm not disputing that, but as far as an industry that has been, very safe and efficient,
so that's your evidence. It's a safe, efficient, and it's a pretty well working model as far as you can. Okay, I've got some more, but pass on.
Sure, thank you. Dr. Con, our Deputy Chair, is online, and I'll just throw to her to ask some questions now. She should be on the screen in front of you there. Yep.
Thanks, Chair. I was interested to read, it's my understanding that you bulk bill the majority of Medicare eligible expenses, and given cost is an issue that the committee's heard a lot about, I'm hoping you can talk us through which parts of the service are Medicare rebatable and that you're able to bulk bill, and which are the parts of the service that have costs that patients are still required to cover.
Sure.
Yeah. So an IVF cycle is made up, the billing of an IVF cycle is made up of a number of different item numbers. So there's a 13209, which is the planning and management fee, which is the only item number that we charge a gap on. And then for an IVF cycle, then you have a 13200 or a 201, which is bulk billed. You have a 13212, which is also bulk billed, which is the egg collection. So the 13200 is the actual cycle management that pays for nurses, the monitoring and the bloods and scans. Then the 13212 is at Adora is in a day surgery setting, so that is bulk billed. Then there's ICSI, which is 13258. No, actually, don't quote me on that one. That's
you're doing pretty well so far.
And then the 13.
Your memory for item numbers is very impressive. Feel free, if you like, on notice to submit a list. Then you're not forced to remember all the numbers. Actually,
ICSI is the only one. Then the 13215, which is the embryo transfer, that is also bulk billed at Adora. So it is by bulk billing we're able to keep the costs as low as possible for the patient.
Yeah, and so the gap that you're charging for that initial consult, I imagine that if it were possible to bulk bill that you would, given the level of competition in the space and demand for IVF and demand for affordable IVF. So
Yeah.
Are you able to explain the rationale for the gap that you charge?
Yeah, so I think that in Australia, Medicare is actually generous in comparison to the rest of the world in terms of funding for IVF cycles. However, that does not cover the cost of what it actually does cost to run an IVF cycle and have the success rates that we see at Adora as well. It's their highly specialised, obviously specialists, but also the embryologists and the nursing teams that are required to run cycles. So we charge $1,000 for the 13209. It's not a consult, that's actually the planning and management of an IVF cycle. So we bulk bill all our consults as well. So if we could keep the 13209 as bulk billed, there's only $82 or $83 that is rebatable on that item number. So that is one that could be addressed to provide, a greater rebate. But the patient then does get that rebate. So it's just over $900 that the patients are out of pocket for an IVF cycle, for a fresh IVF cycle.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Mrs. Carter, do you want to ask anything? Do you need to?
I guess the question I want to ask is, we've heard a lot about what can be quite a harrowing journey for women and their partners proceeding through IVF. How much psychological support is provided? And I suppose at the initial consultation, have you got any figures on how many women go, actually, thanks for this information, this is just not going to be for me?
Sure. Well, as part of Adora, obviously we work with a number of counsellors who, and they're what's called ANZICA qualified, meaning Australian New Zealand Infertility Counsellors Association. As part of any patient's cycle, they are provided with one free or included counselling session, and if they then choose to go beyond that for further counselling, then they pay an out-of-pocket expense for that. In terms of patients, you're absolutely right. We just had our clinical education weekend on the weekend up in Brisbane, and we had a guest speaker from Boston, and yes, the research around this is quite compelling about the psychological impact of infertility treatment, basically along the same lines as having metastatic cancer, basically. So what women and their partners go through, particularly the male partner who we often ignore, they're sitting there, and if the fertility is caused by their potential problem, seeing their poor partner go through injections and anaesthetics. And yes, so the psychological burden of infertility is obviously very high, maybe beyond what your average layperson in the community would think. So yes, it is a burden. How clinics work is obviously part of the psychological support for the patients obviously comes from their doctor, but IVF nurses are very specialised nurses. They're often sort of nurses / psychologists, really, with how, so, and because there's so many touch points within the cycle between the patient and the nurses are sort of offering a lot of psychological support along the way through the IVF journey.
Are there any issues for those nurses? I'm just thinking about other occupations where vicarious trauma, if you're saying the level of distress for women and their partners is the same level as metastatic cancer, and the IVF nurses are there holding the hands, what sort of support is available for them to make sure that they're not carrying too much of a burden and it's not an unsafe workplace for them?
Very good question. Our guest speaker as well on the weekend gave the figures from the United States, slightly a different pressurised health system, but yeah, the IVF nurses in the States used to, have a 4-year career span, and that's dropped to 2 years. So 2 years and then they move on.
Wow.
That would probably be less so, I think, in Australia. It's obviously very company specific.
How does Adora support those nurses?
It probably comes from, we have obviously quite a nice work environment for them. We have a very strong nurse unit manager. Obviously, we make sure that their day is reasonable, and we have access to an employee counselling services, Benestar.
Yes,
Okay.
so I'd tell us
But that's a general sort of counselling service available to a number of workplaces rather than the specialised needs that they may encounter, I would think.
We do a lot of education for our nurses, and we do talk a lot about taking it in without taking it on when they're talking to patients, and but we're very, very aware of burnout rates. We make, last year was the year of kindness at Adora, where we nominated acts of kindness that they'd witnessed other people do, little touch points, many, many touch points, that anything that we can do to help support them in their day. But the EAP is available for everyone, but it is front of mind. Yeah, when we're.
I need a year of kindness as well.
That's right.
Sorry, I digress.
Last question from me. We've heard evidence from a number of women that problems that were causing their infertility were picked up, for example, endometriosis, were picked up after sometimes as many as 5 and 6 IVF cycles. What happens at Adora in terms of screening for causes of infertility before IVF commences?
Yeah, well, it may be very similar to all other reputable clinics. I think, like Dr. Marin said, it starts basically with the proper history taking from a doctor, proper physical examination, proper medical tests that are ordered, and then appropriate investigation. So, yes, obviously, when we are at Adora, some of our patients have private healthcare and some of them don't. So that is a challenge for us. If, for example, I diagnose somebody with endometriosis, I think we need to be very clear, I guess, that still the majority of women with endometriosis do fall pregnant naturally. And if you have a diagnosis of endometriosis, it doesn't mean your first-line treatment is surgery before IVF. Generally, actually, the first-line treatment for that actually is to do IVF first. And then if you haven't had success over 2 to 3 cycles, well, then it would be referred to surgery. So sometimes down the pathway of treatment, it's not unreasonable that a patient has a few IVF cycles before they do endometriosis surgery. So just to be clear on that. But yes, part of the issue we have at Adora is if a patient doesn't have private health insurance, and depends on which hospital is their local hospital and the expertise at that local hospital, yes, we can be waiting quite a while for them to get that endometriosis surgery.
So, sorry, if this is outside your expertise, are you saying that a woman's chances of having her endometriosis successfully diagnosed and treated depends on which hospital she's in the catchment for?
It can be, yeah. Like any hospital. Endometriosis is not always the easiest thing to diagnose, as you may know. There is no blood marker for it. The gold standard for diagnosis of endometriosis is actually a laparoscopy and surgery. So that is the issue. The diagnosis requires an operation. So that obviously presents its challenges.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hurst?
Yeah, thank you. I've just got a question, and thank you for your time today, and thank you for everything you're doing for women and families. I'm particularly impressed that you're able to keep the costs down. I think that's so important. We heard that was such a big barrier. I was wondering about what would happen given that there's not that sort of step for screening, which I assume is part of that cost-saving mechanism. But if a woman was to do IVF and, for example, experience recurrent miscarriages, what would be what process do you take then to sort of screen whether there's chromosomal issues with her eggs or other sort of concerns going on there?
Yes, so if a patient's suffering recurrent miscarriages, obviously then as a doctor I will order the whole bunch of tests that are appropriate to investigate that. Are you implying that if they potentially needed genetic testing of embryos?
Yeah, like I've heard about women who have had recurrent miscarriages, for example, and then one of the ways to avoid a further miscarriage obviously is in that IVF process to do that rather than put her body through potential further miscarriages.
Correct. Yeah. So if I've discovered a cause for recurrent miscarriage that I can then treat through whatever.
Yes.
But yes, obviously, as you probably know, the commonest cause for miscarriage is in older patients where the chromosomes of the egg are abnormal.
Yeah.
So I saw a patient this morning, exact same problem. So if I think as a doctor that I think that patient requires genetic testing of their embryos, then it's like any other medical procedure. I will then refer that patient to a colleague who works at a company to then provide that service.
And so they would do just that part separate, but still able
No.
to run with you guys, or
No, they
they'd
would
be
need
a
to do
total
their
referral
they do
to a
their
service?
entire cycle at that centre.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we've had a lot of support for a national independent regulator. I just wanted to get your thoughts on
Yes.
what that would mean for the entire industry and what the benefits would be overall.
Yeah, well, I think it's something, again, that the industry has been wanting. I mean, I sit on the IVF Medical Directors Group, so we're part of that, and I'm intimately involved in all these discussions. Yes, obviously what we would like is, yes, an independent body, and that I think is important, as Tim said, basically for transparency, to basically give clinics and patients the confidence that everything is as it should be. And then also that regulatory body to, have a set of standards that if you're a good clinic, you'll easily meet those standards, as we do every year. But yes, I mean, I think the good players in the industry want a strong independent regulatory body.
Thank you. And just a completely random one here, but I've heard a lot of people sort of doing a whole lot of natural therapies alongside IVF, and I wanted to get your thoughts around the benefits of that. I understand, obviously, it's great that people are doing everything that they can, but whether or not, there's how much benefit there is in some of these other therapies, particularly given the cost that's already involved for a lot of families going through IVF, things like acupuncture and other.
Yeah, I mean, you are correct. Those things, I would say, at an estimate, I would say 60 to 80% of patients would be, alongside their IVF cycle, would be doing some other sort of natural therapy, acupuncture or Chinese medicine alongside of it. Obviously, as you know, those drugs don't necessarily have the same safety standards as our drugs, and they don't necessarily have the same testing or quality control that ours do. The benefit of them is very debatable. I mean, it's tricky. There is some evidence, for example, for antioxidant therapy, for example. The benefits of acupuncture, again, it's been quite well studied now in some quite good trials that show that there probably isn't any benefit to acupuncture, apart from in a subgroup of patients where it may improve their sleep and decrease their anxiety. So if my patient basically says to me, look, I'm doing acupuncture, what do you think? I say, look, the evidence probably doesn't improve your pregnancy rates. However, if you like to do it and it makes you less anxious and makes you sleep better, then I'm absolutely fine with you doing that. But if, obviously, I do work in the sort of more affordable end of the, so often price or cost of living pressures for my patients is often higher. So I will often say to them, look, I don't think this is doing any harm except to your wallet.
So, but it's an important consideration because it's so expensive already, and so it's balancing up, whether it's adding hope or whether it's not getting anywhere. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Emma. I've just got a couple. I wanted to go to, I guess, the issue for rural and regional families and people who travel. Just in terms, I guess, of the patients that you see, do you have people who are travelling from vast distances? What's that process look like for them?
Yeah, so we do have a lot of rural patients. So obviously our centre is in Surrey Hills and our lab is in Darlinghurst. And we have a monitoring centre in Parramatta, but no lab. So we just have one central lab. But yes, we service patients from basically everywhere up, sort of, far northern New South Wales, Tamworth, Orange, Mudgee, a lot of Central Coast patients. We service a lot of Canberra patients, actually, because there's no low-cost service in Canberra. Wollongong, down Batemans Bay, so pretty much the whole of New South Wales. Obviously, the way that we service those patients well is basically the way that they could come into our service is through a number of channels. So as you probably know, in order to, you can't do a telehealth appointment for a GP.
Yep.
Because it doesn't attract a provider number unless they're already known to the service. So they can come in, if they're wanting to access one of our in-house GPs, well then they would need to travel to Sydney for that. However, if they want to access their local GP, well then we have a pack that we send to the patient to take to their GP to basically arrange the required tests that would be needed as an upfront testing. Or then we have also partnered with an online sort of GP referral service called Instant Scripts, which you may have heard of, so that the patients can then they do pay for that service, $70 out of pocket or something, but we again provide the Instant Scripts people with the required things for the tests and things. So if they're wanting to do it more remotely or online, that's an access point for that. The next step beyond that is then they need to obviously see the fertility specialist. That obviously, with the advent of COVID and everything shifting to telehealth, that has become obviously a lot easier. So the majority of our rural patients, they have the choice basically. They can either have a telehealth appointment with me, or they could, if they prefer, travel to see the doctor in person. The vast majority of couples in a fertility journey generally don't need a physical examination. So obviously, but if I detect something in the consult, then I will say, look, I actually need you to come in because I need to physically lay my hands on you to see what's going on. But with the advent of good history taking, good imaging and things, the majority of my patients who are rural will have their consult over telehealth, and that's quite a seamless thing. All our consent forms and blood forms and all of that are electronic, so that's no great barrier. They then have to have a nurse orientation appointment to orientate them to the clinic. Again, we do that for them online or over the telephone, and they're sent all the information to their email and videos, how everything works, so that's quite accessible. Then obviously we partner with a pathology provider and an imaging service in their local area. So they will do their bloods and scans locally, as opposed to needing to come to Sydney for their monitoring. With regards, but obviously you cannot build a lab in Tamworth, Mudgee, because it's, I don't know, $2 million to build a lab. So they have to come, there's no choice. They have to come to Sydney for the procedures. And so generally that's twice in a cycle, generally, the egg collection and the embryo transfer. So they will
Which is about a week apart, is that right?
Generally
roughly?
5 days apart, So if you have an egg collection on a Monday, it's generally that the embryo transfer happens on the Saturday, so 5 days later. For most cycles, but it can vary. So often they will travel up and down, or they may stay down for that 5 days. So they make 2 trips to Sydney, basically.
Okay. And then in terms of we had a hearing up in Tamworth, and some of the evidence that we heard from some of the families who'd been through IVF was just some of the frustration, particularly around pathology provision and how quickly the turnaround is for the testing. You know, that was Tamworth, but I know it's not unique to there. I know it happens in other areas. What's your experience with that? And could that be improved better for particularly those rural patients?
In answer, yes. So, I mean, with the pathology providers, we have a partnership with Australian Clinical Labs, is who we partner with for our pathology. And we actually switched pathology providers quite recently in order for that very reason. Is because we would, with our metro patients, I was generally getting the results on the same day, but with the more rural patients, I was not. And particularly in a fresh cycle, that can affect decision making. So, yes, it is sometimes difficult to make clinical decisions if I don't have the blood test on the same day. Fortunately, we often have a scan, and we get the scan result on the same day. But, yes, it would be nice to have an on-time blood result. Yes.
Okay. And then just with the relationship, I guess, with and I appreciate what you've just said about the sort of GP options available to people. But if someone wants to go through their local GP, still who they know, and you know that's their sort of provider of choice locally, that relationship between you as a clinic and them as a GP, how do you sort of make sure that that's working well and in the best interest of the patients and their families as well? Are there things that could be improved in that sense as well?
Well, that works quite well if they have a very established relationship with their GP. I mean, obviously, once they sort of enter our service, we're sort of then pretty much for their fertility journey, we're sort of taking over.
Yeah.
Apart from, if there's something that needs sorting out for their thyroid, or then I will refer back to but that's just a normal relationship, writing a letter to the GP, phoning the GP if it's urgent.
Yeah, that's similar to other specialists.
Yeah, it would be very similar. And similarly, what generally happens is once the patient is pregnant, if they're recurrent miscarriage, I'll follow them to 12 weeks, but we follow them until they're 7 or 8 weeks pregnant with their first scan and all of that, and then we will then hand back to their GP for their ongoing antenatal care, depending on their private public health system.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if Mr. Donnelly, do you have any more? We've still got 10 minutes, so we may as well use it.
Yeah. So listen, a little bit about out of left field, but just one thing that's piqued my curiosity is that obviously going along seeking the decisions made to seek to proceed with IVF and goes along to an organisation like yourself, there's a set of stages that are sort of explained at the start so the person can see how this is all going to proceed. But on the threshold point, I suppose, if it's use that word, of why the woman is having trouble falling pregnant, if she's seeking to fall pregnant naturally, is that investigated as a matter of course to try and understand that there is in fact threshold reasons why there is a problem in the first instance? Because going straight into what seems to be planning seems to sort of move the whole thing forward, but there is not a threshold question to be addressed?
Yes, absolutely.
And
yes,
perhaps
absolutely.
could you just help explain how that's done?
Yeah, I mean, well, basically that's my responsibility really as their fertility specialist to come up with why I think they're not falling pregnant. So sometimes, so it's basically like any doctor. It's a history, a physical examination and the investigations, and then I will then sit with them and I will generally, always say to them, look, I think this is the reason that you're not falling pregnant, and here are our options for how to treat that. As you know, in everything, we do have a phenomenon called unexplained, where all of the tests come back normal.
Of course.
And then I explain that to them. I say, look, it's unexplained at this point, but I say then maybe as we go through this IVF journey, something that was unexplained I might be able to explain to you because now everything's happening in a lab and not in your pelvis. So yes, that's my responsibility to do. So yes, before I sign them onto a treatment pathway, I will generally say, look, this is, in my opinion at this point, I think this is the reason why you're struggling. Often it's age related, obviously, but but there are obviously many causes of infertility.
Can I, sorry, Greg, this is just follows on a bit. You mentioned before, Dr. Atkinson, just about the emotional and sort of psychological toll, and particularly for the male partners. And we have had evidence on other days about just sort of male infertility, but also that education piece around making sure that men are supported through this journey as well. Do you think there are better things that the government could be doing in that space, whether it's education or awareness? Where are the gaps in the male infertility?
It's education and awareness, and I mean, it's, blokes are blokes sometimes. So I mean, yes, I think it's probably an education piece. And then it's probably obviously. Then it's up to the clinics as well to make sure that the male is included in all parts of the journey as well, and offered this appropriate psychological support as well. So yes, it's probably a combination of the government doing an education piece around the causes of male infertility and what you can do in simple lifestyle measures to alleviate that. And then it's probably up to us as the clinic to make sure we're doing the appropriate things to make sure the man's included in the journey.
I think it is largely left to us to run campaigns around men's health and particularly reproductive health. I know we're launching one in a couple of weeks because we believe that there's a lack of understanding and knowledge around reproductive health, specifically for males, but but also for females. So we feel that that's important, that people, and I guess we've taken that responsibility on.
Thank you.
Because
Sorry,
it's not
Greg, I didn't mean to
anywhere
jump in.
No,
It just was
that's
relevant.
that's fine. No, that was a very helpful answer. That gives me a bit of context about how the whole. And did you say there's about 5 steps? Was there just? Or go back where hands up, but there was in the opening statement.
Like a standard IVF journey.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, obviously every patient's different, but
Of
if
course,
you're having
yeah.
a fairly standardised journey
Yep.
in IVF, yes, it would be initial appointment and testing.
Yep.
Follow-up appointment and treatment plan. If the treatment plan is then thought that IVF is the way forward, a nursing appointment for orientation to the clinic, and then moving into the cycle, I guess.
I think also just on that, there's prior to there's a requirement for a bunch of tests to be done beforehand before they actually start treatment to ensure that you've got all the information that you need. So that's
Yeah, just to streamline the process for the patients, because obviously, I mean, other clinics have taken on this as well, but obviously, as you probably know, the Medicare rebates for specialist appointments are not high. So part of the way that we try to minimise the costs for the patient is to have a lot of that, the initial basic tests, because sometimes in the old days it used to be, dear Dr. Atkinson, please see patient for infertility, and that was the GP referral. And then you would start from scratch with the patient, and then you'd order all the tests, but they're all the standard ones are very standard.
Yeah.
So a way of making less out-of-pocket expenses for the patient is if we provide, and the GPs love it because they want, GPs want to write more than that, GPs want to be involved and have that initial primary care with their patient anyway. So, but obviously GPs have to know everything. I would hate to be a GP. There's just so much they have to know.
Yeah.
So if we provide them with a very clear, here are the pathway, this is what day of the cycle, and we provide it with it all nicely done for them, well then the patients can save money because they just have a nice GP, they have a nice relationship with their GP, and then I can come with the basic information so that they're not having a double up appointment with a specialist, And a lot of clinics do that to try and help the patients save money.
Yeah. No, thank you, Doctor. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Just lastly, you spoke really at the very beginning about being at the affordable end of the market. In terms of the demand for your clinic and your services, is that growing over time? Would you be able to have sort of more patients through the doors if you had more capacity? What's that looking like?
Yeah, it's certainly, we're growing. There is greater demand, and I think because patients are doing a bit more research and they're a bit more informed about their options around affordable fertility care. We've seen a 34% increase over the last 2 years of patients travelling more than 100 kilometres to access our service, which I think that is significant. And we have had a real focus on regional and remote because we're passionate about everybody being able to have access to affordable fertility care. Look, I think always, we're fortunate that we have specialists who are sometimes flexible in terms of being able to increase their capacity to see patients. But there is a point where we do need to invest in our infrastructure to be able to support more patients. I think regionally that would be important to have monitoring sites more, in different centres where patients can because that's such a huge expense for us to be having those services done externally. So if there was, we would love that. But yes, there is a demand on our service, and it is steadily increasing.
Thank you. If no one's got any more, we're nearly at time anyway. So thank you both for being here. That was really helpful. We may have some follow-up questions that occur to us throughout the course of the day or two. So if that's the case, the Secretariat will be in touch.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you for the inquiry, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Our pleasure. Thanks for being here. We'll just start with the formalities, just to ask you to state your name, your title, if that's applicable, and swear either the oath or the affirmation for us, please.
Sure, thank you, Sarah. My name's Rebecca Featherstone. I'm here representing being one of the first IVF babies to be born in the world. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Would you like to make an opening statement for the committee?
Yeah, I've got a short little statement here. So, as I just mentioned, my name is Rebecca Featherstone, and I'm a first-generation IVF conceived person. I'm proud to be here representing the perspective of people born through assisted reproduction. I've worked a lot within advocacy and education roles within the fertility industry. I've studied it at university, and I've also worked within clinics as well. So this gives me insight into both the patient experience and obviously broader conversations to do with IVF and the art sector. I'm incredibly grateful for the science, the innovation and medical care that made my life possible. Without IVF, I would not be here today talking to you. I'm also the mother of two beautiful children who were conceived naturally. So if it wasn't for IVF and the innovation of the IVF services, they wouldn't be here either. So now we're seeing that generational pass on, which I'm really proud of. Being born through IVF, I think it's extremely wonderful. It is a bit of a miracle, and I am very proud and lucky to be here. Discussions about IVF often focus on access, affordability, treatment outcomes, of course, which are very important. But as someone born through IVF, I do hope to contribute the perspective of the people whose lives are directly shaped by these technologies. So thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Excellent, thank you. So we'll just do sort of free flow questions. Our deputy chair's online, so we'll go to her in a minute. But I just wanted to ask a couple to kick off. I guess as much as you're sort of happy to share, I guess your personal journey and with your parents, and I know we've spoken outside the inquiry, so I know, but just for the benefits of the committee, sort of what was the steps your parents took and how was that for your family?
Yeah, sure. So my mother is English and my father's Australian, and they met in England. And my mother, they had my daughter quite quickly, and then my mother used an IUD, copper IUD, which scarred her whole fallopian tubes and uterus. This IUD is now taken off the market. They wanted to have 4 children. And then they were quite young and found out that they couldn't. As you might see with a lot of IVF patients, they're desperate to have children. You know, everyone has a right to be able to have children. So they thought about adoption. And this was in England. They were living there at the time. And then my father had heard about Louise Brown, the world's first IVF baby, and Bourne Hall. So he said to my mum, and he always likes to say it was his idea, but he said to my mum, look, why don't you try doing this process? It might work, you never know. They really wanted children, so they did try. So they went to Bourne Hall and had the treatment. In those days, it was very different to now. So my mother had to live there for 2 weeks. And so she was monitored there and did all the treatment within the facility. There was about 5 to 10 other women there as well. Unfortunately, they didn't get pregnant, and she was the only one who did get pregnant, because in those days it was only a 5% chance it would even work. There wasn't any such thing as ICSI or genetic testing, any of that sort of stuff, so they were very lucky. And then after the treatment, they travelled home, and obviously you've got to wait for the 2 weeks after that. And then they got a phone call to say that they actually were successful in having a baby boy to adopt. And then this is a true conversation. And then my mum hung up the phone, and the next call was Bourne Hall to say that she was pregnant with me.
Yeah, right.
So, so I have my sister conceived naturally, my brother who's 10 months older than me, who's adopted, and then myself as well. So that's sort of our background story. And then we came to Australia when I was a baby, because my dad's Australian.
Yeah, that's lovely. I also wanted to just go to some of the advocacy work that you've done, which you've been sort of quite public about. And I know you've got, I think it's called Fertility Matters, that you've been doing some work on.
Correct.
Just raising awareness of fertility, and particularly in schools. And that education piece is something that we're interested in. Can you talk to us a bit more about that work?
Yeah, sure. So myself and Candice Reid, who's Australia's first IVF baby, we're very good friends. And we've obviously done a lot of work together, media and whatnot, and we did have an idea a very long time ago actually about educating others in relation to fertility. This idea came from, at the time we were in our 30s, early 30s, and we were really shocked about how little our friends knew, male and female. And, you know, these people are bright young adults, and they just didn't even know that it was also a male issue. So we thought, how can we sort of help educate others about this? So when they are older, they might be like, oh, I can't have children, maybe it's because of this, or maybe I should go and talk to someone, or perhaps I've got endometriosis, XYZ. So we did go on to create Fertility Matters, which was, we do have some programs that have been assisted with us, but written by also fertility specialists, just explaining, I guess, facts that people should know, and then it also goes into male infertility. It goes a bit into steroid use, STIs, all that sort of stuff that is easy to understand for someone who might not work within the sector, but also very, really fantastic information, because when the time comes for these people to have children, they've got this information at the back of their mind. The only the thing that we found hard with Fertility Matters is myself and Candice both have children. We also work full time, so it's been really hard to continue. Obviously, we do kind of need assistance with that. So at the moment, it's a little bit at a halt. But we just think it's so important. Also, from me having worked within clinics and knowing a lot of doctors, a lot of people that come in, men and women, just wish they knew more earlier. So they've come in and just found out certain things, AMH, 40% female issue, 40% male, 20% unknown. Just little things that if they were taught when they were younger, could have helped them now or going through that. So I think education is the key. It's just who's going to do that. I think with Candice and I, we were at a good position because we are born from IVF, so we're not... no offence, we're not politicians telling you what to do, or we're not doctors
politicians need to be told what to be done.
Or we're not doctors telling you what to do. We're just everyday people born from IVF, yes, but we've got that human story. So for us to tell that story was really nice, but we do... it would be great to be able to push that more. But it's been difficult because of life.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I've got a few. Thank you. And thank you for coming today. I know on your Fertility Matters program, you talk a lot about adults that don't really know or understand a lot of factors around fertility and how it declines and male fertility. I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about some of those factors, but also kind of what we need to be doing as a broader educational piece so people actually really understand a lot more about fertility rather than finding out once there's some difficulties.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you a few examples. So I'll start with the male fertility as well. I've got a lot of male friends and some are younger than me, and they just automatically think that because they're a certain age, they've got good sperm or a lot of it. And then I often say to them, well, have you even ever done a sperm analysis? So they might think they're fit, young, healthy, and so therefore their sperm is, and a lot of the time it's not. So I think that's really important. That's a big shock to men, particularly young men. They also think, they obviously see, I think, older men with younger women in the tabloids and whatnot, and think, oh, it's going to be easier for men as they're older to have children, but that's not the case either. Their fertility also declines. And with women, I think the biggest, and you guys might be aware of this, but what I see a lot of is the age factor. So I don't know if you've seen that chart that shows the drop-off. So it's like, 20, 25, 26, 30, 32, then it kind of basically goes like that. And that's quite scary to see for women. And not that you want to scare people, but that is the truth. The older you get, the harder it is to have children. So I think they're my two main that I think are really important points to put across. And also some people might think I go to the gym, I'm so healthy, I eat well, I'm going to be able to have kids. That is not the case. So I think that's also really important. Obviously you have to be healthy, of course, but sometimes just because you are healthy, you can still have infertility. I mean, it's a disease. So yeah, they would be some of the main factors that I would talk about and maybe want to hear.
Yeah, and would you sort of support broader sort of education or education in schools so that this is sort of more common information?
Oh, definitely. And I think it's so important. And not only that, like what Candice and I were trying to do is another part of that is there's about, when I was born, I was the only person at my school born through IVF. So like it was so uncommon. Now there's about 3 children every classroom born via donor or surrogacy or just straightforward IVF. I also think it's very important within if you were to do this education piece, to have a part of that education showing why some of these children are born that way, because in that class there will be a few children born through assisted reproductive treatment. So talking about why they might have to have done donor, surrogacy or IVF, I think that's really important. When I was at school, I remember I would tell people and they would call you test tube baby, or I remember some people were shocked that my parents didn't have sex to have me. So I think normalising that as well as also the fertility piece and learning, but also putting a little part in there for these children because there's now so many of us.
Try to reduce the stigma a bit.
Exactly,
yeah. And obviously it would have been a lot more stigma for you because we're going back, a long time ago. How did your parents kind of introduce you to the reality of how you came to be, and like did they kind of is it something that you kind of always knew and they were just very open and honest? Like how did they balance that and try to work with you to make sure you felt supported?
Yeah, sure. So I think for me and for my parents, it was a bit difficult back then because it was so uncommon.
Absolutely.
So my grandparents didn't even know I was born through IVF. But they told me when I was 12. So I think that was a good age because I think if I was like 3 or something, I wouldn't have understood. And even at 12, because there was nothing being spoken about because it was quite uncommon, I remember in my head I thought like about a science lab in a Bunsen burner or something. Because I'd obviously heard something but not, there wasn't information. But then they went on to tell the story of, how special it was and also I was actually conceived like by the inventors of IVF, so Steptoe and Edwards. They sort of explained that and they explained it a little bit in layman's terms for me to understand, and then I became quite proud. And it's my dad's sperm and my mum's egg, so they also mentioned that to me. And I think also my brother being adopted, he did know a bit younger. I think it was easier for them to explain adoption. So because him being adopted, me being born through IVF, then that kind of made sense. And then I became quite proud and very interested in the science and the industry.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Dr. Con's online. I'll just check and see if you've got any questions. Yeah. She comes. Yep.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I was also interested in the education piece in the context of the Fertility Matters program, but just listening to the discussion that's already happened has been really informative, so I don't have further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dolly?
Yeah, listen, thanks so much for coming along. I'm just wondering if, with all the work you've done, and obviously not just work, but being in fact a product of IVF, and done a lot of thinking about it, your thoughts about this, that you are a child of your parents conceived through a different method, IVF, compared to natural conception and birth. There are others, obviously, through IVF are created, if I could sort of use that word, with other gametes from others, which may not be the biological parents, not necessarily. And then you've got the scenario of surrogacy, a person being born through surrogacy. And I'm just wondering, do you see distinctions between those under the umbrella of IVF? And I'm particularly interested in the matter of the child's right to know about their genetic heritage, who they actually are. And obviously, through your example, your parents, at an age that you think was an age that was a suitable age, sat down and told you. And you then, obviously, as you grew up and become a teenager or adolescent, obviously a young woman, a mature woman, could process all of that because you were told that in that way by your genetic parents. Do you think it's different, though, in circumstances where we're talking about people who are not genetic parents and the offspring through IVF, and the whole question about their genetic heritage and the rights around them understanding fully what that heritage is and a real openness about it?
Yeah, so firstly, I think we all sort of come under the same umbrella as assisted reproductive treatments. I also think it is very important to know where you've come from. I think everyone does deserve that right to know. So I enjoyed, and I'm glad that my parents told me at that age my story. I think as a parent and being a parent myself, if you're to tell a child they're born through surrogacy, adoption, IVF, donor conceived too late, firstly, I don't think that's a good idea. I think the younger they know, the better. And I think, like maybe all of you here, even though you're not born from those treatments, it's nice to know maybe, I was conceived, here, and this is my mum and dad's story, and this is my background, and everyone does like to know that. And I think that they should have the right to be able to access that information. And no, I don't know if I've answered your question correctly, but...
Well, you have, and thank you for that, because evidence that we've received earlier today and on other occasions and in some of the submissions we've received is a sense of really wanting to know who I am.
Yeah.
And being able to live one's life knowing who I am without having some residual doubts or questions, because at least I don't speak for all those people because I wouldn't do that, but it seems to have a particular effect on people or numbers of people in those circumstances, and what you've described as that openness and clarity around their circumstances just seems to be quite important to people.
Yeah, I think it is very important. And again, I also do think it's up to the parents to also tell the child younger. I think that would be the best scenario. I think some people maybe donor conceived or even born through IVF find out in their 20s or so. And I think that could maybe affect them even more because they've lived their whole life thinking maybe one story and then something else appears. Yeah.
That was a particular question I had. Okay. No, thank you. That's sorry, I could ask more.
I have some more, but if you want to do another one, and then you do one more and then I'll...
in regards to... sorry, I'll just jump in. And thank you for your submission. The submission is very helpful. Have you, in the work you've done, been working with and engaging with others that have been born through IVF? I guess the answer to that is yes.
I have, yeah.
And the question is, to the extent you have, and that doesn't surprise me, your answer with what you've been doing, and your obviously very vested interest. What are people born of IVF saying to you? I mean, some of the evidence we've got goes back to experiences that go back a long time ago, and I guess you fit into that category. A number
Not
of...
that long, Greg. Come on, let's... No,
I'm joking. First generation. I mean, that's used in the...
82. I'm kidding. I'm just being...
So I'm talking about those in more recent times.
Yes,
so,
very similar vintage.
What's the second and maybe third generation IVF? Are things being said to you which are a bit of a surprise or are a new perspective that you hadn't thought about?
No, but what I think is really important, I did sort of, I think we should try and do this, but when you're born through assisted reproductive treatments, obviously we're all normal and we don't have, problems or anything, but there is something that is a bit different. And it is very nice to be able to talk to other people born through these treatments. So when I first, obviously I mentioned to you when I found out, I was 12, and then a few years went by, and then I actually reached out to a group and I found Candice Reid, who's Australia's first IVF baby.
Yeah.
And then we found each other and we were so excited because we met another IVF person.
Yes.
And then we became friends and had this great relationship, and then we met a few other IVF related IVF conceived children as well. But I think it would be very beneficial to have some kind of community or group where you can come together and meet each other, have conversations. You might have a donor-conceived child who wants to meet another donor-conceived child, or someone who wants to talk to me. I'm older than everyone else, have more information. I think that's really important, because whilst we are, yes, normal, but there is something that is a little bit different, and it's quite exciting when you meet someone else who is conceived through assisted reproductive treatment. You can talk about their family journey, what their parents went through, if they feel different, if they don't care. So I think that is really important, as I equally think it's important as well to have a consumer group as well. I know that there was one called Access Australia, and I think that that's no longer, but that's a group that also represents patients going through IVF, and they also used to do sort of a bit of advocacy through the government. So I think both those groups would be very important to have, whether they're run by consumers or people like myself, but just having that support, I guess, of the government. I think that would be extremely beneficial to these groups of people, definitely.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's very helpful, because you can bring a perspective that very few people can, in terms of being public about, your first generation, and then there's been, as I said, second, obviously moving to third generation, and you obviously are able to see across that whole time period changes that have taken place, and what may be, emerging issues amongst subsequent generations of IVF, people born of IVF. Just one final one. Just on the matter of fertility, which I think you spoke to earlier, has it been a surprise to you that let me perhaps put it in the other way, in terms of knowledge about fertility, and you've spoken quite properly so about the issue of male infertility, but in the context of female infertility or partial infertility, perhaps use both terms there, that there is only a modest amount of knowledge held by women about the matters to do with their fertility. I mean, I know it's sort of a sensitive question, but you've obviously been in your work engaging, and one would have thought that we're in 2026 and medical science has got us to where we are, and our access to information and a whole range of ways of finding out how things are done and not done, and measuring things and what have you, it's all there. But there is what is a modest amount of knowledge, or how would you describe the knowledge about fertility, I suppose?
I think it kind of depends on the person, and also what their, I guess, educational intake is. So, for example, a lot of people go on social media, and we all know that that's a huge way of sort of educating people now. And then you have people...
But not necessarily the best.
Exactly. And it's not always correct, right? So we have a lot of influencers or people who are going through IVF or fertility, and they're sort of giving information out themselves that might not be correct.
Yes.
And then also it depends, I think, on how inquisitive you are. You might have one person who wants to find out a lot of information, so they'll go and find it. And you might have another person who might not be so dedicated to finding that information. But I do think the main facts, like some of the points I discussed today, should be the ones out there. I'm not talking let's all go and explain this, that and the other. It's just bang, bang, bang. And I think it depends. Are you reading these journals or magazines, or are you going on to this social media, or are you watching television? It just depends on what people are sort of taking in. I also think maybe other communities that might be rural or far away maybe from the city, or might not have access to some information that people in bigger cities have as well. So I think it's a bit of a mix. But if, for example, the government was to put out some kind of initiative, you can do it in a bigger and better way, right? And it's coming from the government. So it's going to reach out to more people. It's going to be more, I think more people will listen because it is coming from the government. Whereas if you're looking at little sort of stories online or people talking, it's just not as, you might not take it as the correct information.
And you're talking about, as you said, the matters which are scientifically now well established about matters to do with age and related matters. So presented in a factual way for people to read and understand.
And very easy.
And very easy from what would be something seen as being quite authorised in being able to produce information which would be expected to be correct.
Yeah. I'll also give an example. I didn't put this into my piece, but there was a show on Channel 9 called Big Miracles, which was actually my idea.
Oh.
And it was meant to just be one season, and it ended up being 3 seasons. And when I worked at the clinic I worked at, in what I did there, I thought of this idea how I saw so many people going through IVF, same-sex couples, solo mother by choice, secondary infertility, really interesting stories and affecting so many people. Like, so as you would know, so many people come through these clinics needing to access treatment. We had a few regional stories as well, so people, I think it was Dubbo. So basically what I wanted to do was show the rest of Australia how much infertility affects people. It doesn't matter your age, your income bracket, your race, your religion, it affects a lot of people. So this show was filmed at the clinics I worked at, but it showed the journey of each couple and the different outcomes. And that was a really good form of education, because that was teaching the rest of Australia what people actually go through. And I was getting phone calls from mother-in-laws saying, oh my gosh, my daughter was going through IVF and I thought it was nothing. And then I watched Big Miracles and wow, I can't believe what she went through and this, that and the other. So I know this might be going off topic a little bit, but it was a very good educational piece, so much so that it was in the top 5 to 4 ratings every week. And it went on to have 3 seasons and it was meant to be 1. So that's just, I'm just giving you an example of, I believe, really good education that you could tell people wanted to watch this and know these stories and what was happening.
Just sort of following on, you did touch on this a bit earlier, but that education piece, which I agree with, around people's own fertility and their journey, but also for the next generation of children who are, IVF, donor conceived, surrogate children and the like. The witnesses this morning with lived experiences as donor conceived individuals were talking about just not that sort of support for a universal group or organisation. And it's interesting because we've had other witnesses throughout the course of this inquiry, which is very broad ranging, but we've had, Pink Elephants and Gidget and amazing organisations that do really important work in those spaces. And after, I think, a lot of blood, sweat and tears, they do have some access to some government funding, in a sense. So I'm assuming you would also advocate for some sort of government support to set up or support an existing organisation or organisations that might work in this space to kind of help families who are going on these sort of fertility journeys and who have children as the successes from ART. Yeah.
Definitely. I think it is just so important. I think also particularly with donor conceived children as well, it is a little bit different for them having, normally the sperm donor and not knowing straight away the information.
Yeah.
So I think it would be really important and helpful.
Yeah.
And I know some of those stories, but at the end of the day, it's a really positive industry. Like, we have to remember so many children wouldn't be here if it wasn't for these technologies. And like I said in my opening sort of speech as well, but I work hard, I give back to communities and the economy, and so do, the children who are now adults. And, we are, unfortunately, I think this is the lowest fertility rate we're seeing at the moment in Australia. So, to support those adults and children, I think it would be, and the parents as well, I think it would be extremely important. It's just, how do we do it? I think it would be having the government to help, because just one person trying to do that, or, for example, when Candice and I were trying to do what we were doing, you need like the help there, the support.
Yeah, and also I guess, not to have a one-size-fits-all, different organisations would probably have slightly different areas that they could have their expertise in. But I just, it hadn't been raised before today, but I think it's a really good point that, support for organisations that support families and children who are born through these technologies is probably a good thing to look to. Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't want these children or young adults or parents becoming upset or angry because they haven't had that support. So I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah. Just one more. We're nearly out of time, but and I know you're here, as an individual more so than with your past sort of professional expertise. But from the time that you did work sort of in clinics and things, were there any sort of standouts to you in terms of things that could have been done better to support families going through IVF now? And I mean, obviously your parents' situation was very different and probably quite unique in a lot of ways. But yeah, any sort of take-homes that you saw that you think that we could improve?
I feel like obviously you're right. It was very different with my mum. She was like extremely well looked after and lived on the facility. And now you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out, and it's all very clinical. I did see sometimes the way maybe communication over phones to do with maybe billings and things like this could be improved.
Yep.
I think because IVF, obviously it's so needed, but the clinics are becoming very big.
Yeah.
So you are seeing a lot of people sort of working there, maybe high turnovers in staff. But I think what's important is the way they communicate to patients, but particularly around pricing and things like this.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately it is it's very expensive, and that's something I don't like personally, because particularly now with the cost of living and everything else, I think to do IVF you do need to be making really good money.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned before, it doesn't matter your income bracket, you can still be affected by infertility. So what are those people doing? They're not going to be able to do IVF.
Yeah, yeah. And that's been a pretty consistent theme, that access to affordable and public provision of IVF. We've had that quite a bit. So.
But so I would think, just the way things are communicated to the patients, because I think as a clinic what you've got to understand, you're not just talking to a person about an ice cream order, you're talking about them freezing their eggs or costs for those sort of things, and
in a very emotional time for those people as well.
Yeah. So that's, I think I would say, something I saw, and the cost, I would say.
Yeah, that's really useful. Thank you. That does bring us to a close, our time with you today. But thank you so much for coming in for your evidence.
Everybody.
It's been really great to have you. We may have some follow-up questions that we want to put to you after today, but if that's the case, the Secretariat will be in touch with you. But that's it for now. So
thank you very much, everyone. Good luck with it all.
Thank you. Got Dr. Hoffman online. Excellent. And Miss Briggs in the room. Thank you for being here. We've got a bit of hybrid today. Thank you both. Welcome back to our afternoon session. I just would like to start with asking each of you to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation. We might start with Miss Briggs in the room, please.
Name, position and title?
Yes, please.
Melanie Briggs, endorsed midwife, executive manager, Women South Coast Women's Health and Wellbeing Aboriginal Corporation.
Thank you. And do you have the oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Yep, please.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And moving online, Dr. Hoffman, nice to see you. Thank you for making time to be with us. If you could just again name, title and your oath or affirmation, which hopefully you've got in front of you, that would be great.
I do, thank you. I'm Dr. Rebecca Hoffman. I'm a GP and faculty chair of the RACGP New South Wales and ACT. I'll be doing an affirmation this afternoon. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. There will be an opportunity for you to give an opening statement, both of you, but I just want to note Dr. Con has a hand up to make a declaration, so I'll just let her do that first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just quickly for the record, wanted to declare that I'm a fellow and a member of the RACGP. Thanks.
Thank you. So we'll move to opening statements. Ms. Briggs, did you have one that you'd like to give?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Melanie Briggs, and I'm a very proud Dharawal and Gumbaynggirr woman, an endorsed midwife, and a senior manager for the Mingagujaga and Birthing on Country program at Waminda South Coast Women's Health and Wellbeing Aboriginal Corporation based in Nowra. I come here not only as a clinician, but as a First Nations woman, working alongside community every day, walking with women, babies and families across their reproductive journeys. I bring the voices and lived experiences of our women who continue to navigate systems that were never designed for us. At Waminda, we deliver comprehensive, culturally responsive primary health care for Aboriginal women and their families. Our model is grounded in culture, community and self-determination. We provide antenatal and postnatal and early parenting support, all delivered in a way that is safe, holistic and led by Aboriginal women. We do not just provide clinical care, we walk alongside women, helping them navigate complex and often fragmented health systems. We support them to attend appointments, understand their options, advocate for their care and stay connected to family, community and country. That navigation support is critical because without it, many women simply fall through the cracks. Despite this, Aboriginal women face significant and compounding barriers when it comes to accessing fertility and reproductive health care. These barriers begin with racism, both overt and systemic, and a lack of culturally safe services. Our women continue to experience discrimination, dismissal, and a lack of respect in mainstream health settings, which creates deep mistrust and leads to delayed or avoided care. Cost is another major barrier. Fertility services, including investigation, specialist care, and IVF, are often financially out of reach. For many of our families, these are not real options, they are privileges that sit outside our reality. Geography also plays a significant role. In urban areas, services may exist, but are not culturally safe or accessible. In regional, rural and remote areas, services are limited or non-existent. Women are required to travel long distances, often away from country and family, to access basic fertility care. The system itself is fragmented and difficult to navigate. There are unclear pathways between primary care specialists and fertility services. Without strong support systems like those we provide at Waminda, many women are often left to manage this alone, or not at all. We also see workforce gaps, particularly a lack of Aboriginal midwives, doctors and reproductive health specialists, and a lack of cultural capability among the broader workforce. Importantly, there are also broader health factors. Aboriginal women experience higher rates of conditions that impact fertility, including diabetes, PCOS, sexually transmitted infections and chronic disease. Yet there is limited access to early intervention and preconception care. And finally, there is a lack of visibility. Aboriginal women's fertility needs are not well represented in policy, data or research. This invisibility continues to perpetuate inequity. The solutions to these challenges are known and must be led by Aboriginal communities. Government investment into Aboriginal-led research into fertility and reproductive health for Aboriginal people living in urban, regional, rural and remote settings, being able to truly identify the layers of challenges and barriers from an Aboriginal people's perspectives to enable strengths-based and viable solutions. Investing in the ACCHO sector, like Waminda, to deliver culturally grounded fertility and reproductive health services. These services must be expanded to include fertility care as part of holistic women's health and birthing on country models. We need a stronger Aboriginal health workforce, supported through targeted education, training and leadership pathways. Remove financial barriers by fully funding fertility care, including investigations, treatments, medications, so that our women have equitable access. Regional fertility hubs, outreach services that bring care closer to our community, supported by telehealth and local workforce capacity. Transport and accommodation must be strengthened so that women can access care without leaving behind their family or their support networks. And above all is cultural safety. It must be embedded across the entire health system, not as an add-on, but as a fundamental standard of care. So at Waminda, we see every day what works. When care is Aboriginal-led, culturally strong and grounded in community, women engage. Outcomes improve, trust is rebuilt. Our women have the right to access fertility and reproductive care that is safe, accessible and equitable. They have the right to grow their families in ways that they are supported, respected and culturally strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Dr. Hoffman, we'll just go to you online for an opening statement as well.
Thank you. Yep, off mute, thanks. The RACGP faculty welcomes the opportunity to contribute to the inquiry today. Fertility is not solely an issue of assisted reproductive technology. It's a fundamental component of reproductive health that spans health promotion, preconception care, fertility preservation, infertility assessment, pregnancy, loss, assisted reproductive treatment, and then ongoing family planning. For many individuals and families, the journey into parenthood doesn't begin in a fertility clinic, but almost always begins in general practice. GPs are the first health professionals that patients consult when considering pregnancy, experiencing difficulty conceiving, navigating pregnancy loss, or seeking advice about fertility preservation. Through longitudinal relationships and whole person care, GPs can provide education, optimise health prior to conception, identify and manage conditions affecting fertility, coordinate investigations and specialist referrals, and support patients through what is a really confusing, emotional, financial and socially challenging time that can accompany infertility and assisted reproductive treatment. As this demand for fertility services continue to grow, it's essential that policy discussions continue and do consider the entire patient journey and recognise the critical role of primary care in supporting equitable, timely and person-centred access to fertility. Improving fertility outcomes requires more than expanding assisted reproductive treatment. It requires investment in prevention, early intervention, health literacy, care coordination and accessible community-based appropriate care. The RACGP believes in a strong, well-supported general practice sector being fundamental to improving fertility care and ensuring all people, regardless of where they live or their financial circumstances, being able to access the support that they need to build their families. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee's resolved just to do free flow questions, so we'll just sort of separate it between us. But I might start with Dr. Con, who's online, to kick off.
Thank you, Chair. If I can start with one question to each of our witnesses today, and I'll start with Waminda. With a question that might seem like a really obvious question. My question is, what does it mean when a health service is culturally safe, and why is the role of ACCHOs important in providing that? I know that for Waminda, that's bread and butter and something that you provide every day, but I think it's important for the record for that to be actually explained.
Yep, thank you for the question, Dr. Con. Culturally safe care is important because women will continue to access it, because it provides a space where women feel heard and validated, and their lived experiences are known because Aboriginal women work within our service and understand, you know, the things that we live with, the things that we live with outside of work. I guess it's real understanding of working and living in community. And, you know, Waminda is 42 years old this year, and we have over 230 staff that work in our organisation, and 75% of our staff are Aboriginal women. And we all experience every day, you know, racism, what it's like to try and navigate the system, you know, what it's like to go without food, what it's like to go without, you know, transport and housing. And, you know, so I think having that lived experience and working within an organisation just like Waminda, we build the strength and resilience of our people because we have that experience of those, you know, those challenges and those barriers. So yeah, I think it's such an incredible organisation because of those reasons. And also we've got a model of care that centres culture as the foundation, and we have a wellbeing framework that supports our staff to be well and you know, look after our staff so they can look after our community. So it's definitely a unicorn organisation, I guess. It's definitely something that we've built from our elders and one that we honour and respect every day. So yeah, I think it's, yeah. Did I answer that question? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And if I can come to Dr. Hoffman, questions about fertility or infertility are obviously very complex medically, emotionally, socially, financially. Can you talk us through, in a GP consultation, the range of issues or options that would typically just be discussed with someone coming in to talk about fertility?
Yeah, absolutely. What a big question. So I think the first thing is it depends on the patient, and GPs are so privileged to see everyone. So for fertility discussions, we could be talking to a female in their late 20s who have just nailed a career goal and goes, I want to have a family, but not for the next 5-10 years. What are my options? Or you might be talking to someone who found the love of their life at 42 and goes, I thought it was too late, now what can I do? Or you might be talking to a couple who are both mums or both dads and want to navigate that scenario. Or I've got a beautiful family who are a couple, but dad was assigned female at birth and they've just had their first beautiful child. Or a group of parents who have decided to go parenting alone, and so the journey for all of them is so different. So I think the first thing that we do is establish what the goal is, what they're trying to achieve. And yes, with fertility it often is a family, but that will mean different things to different people and different patients, and where we go to from there is vastly different based just on that outcome. And so I think if we're talking about what a traditional fertility consultation would look like, that would be a male and a female who have been trying to conceive for a number of months often, and will often come in wanting to get some advice. I usually try to talk to my patients far before that and talk about doing pre-fertility consultations and talking about fertility and planning and options for improving fertility before they get to that point. But really most of the time they come in and they're wanting to know about, I've been trying and I've not been successful. What are our options from there? And I think the first thing that GPs can do is can listen and can educate and go right back to basics around what is a menstrual cycle, what is fertility, how do you conceive, because health literacy isn't always fantastic, and that's part of our role as a GP is to often make sure that understanding is there. Make sure from the very beginning that there are no what we call red flags, so really scary things that we want to rule out, and that's not just for fertility but for physical, mental health as well. So making sure that there's nothing there that we need to address immediately. And then to spend some time really going through hormones and how to conceive, when to conceive, make sure that all of those things are happening before we get to the point of what investigations do we need to do? Do we need to involve a non-GP specialist soon? How broad is this network of choices going to be for this patient? And then working with them to really navigate what next steps will be. And for some patients that might be, let's educate, let's go away, let's have regular intercourse and making sure supplements and everything else is up to date. And then we'll cycle back in a couple of months. And for others, it might even be we need some urgent immediate investigations today. And it really is a vast, beautiful spectrum of where we get to go and what conversations we get to have with our patients.
Thank you. And if I can just ask a follow-up on that one.
We have quite a bit of time, so that's...
On the topic of assisted reproductive technology, a lot of this inquiry has focused on IVF. That's of great interest to the community. I suppose IVF is not the only assisted reproductive technology. So can you talk us through kind of the range of things if infertility is a problem and, education or health promotion hasn't been enough to support someone? What are the sort of range of things that you might consider?
Yeah, so to start with, we would be talking about, well, from the very, very beginning, it's timing, intercourse, and for some patients that'll be education around what ovulation looks like, and that will be anything from peeing on an ovulation stick, which are expensive and not often as effective as just taking temperature and checking mucus thickness, and so educating around what ovulation looks like and when to time conception. And for some patients, that's adequate, and understanding ovulation and intercourse timing is sufficient. For others, we'll do blood tests to identify when they're ovulating, and you get to give them lovely phone calls saying today's the day that you need to have sex, because if you're wanting to fall pregnant, wake up today. Through to then options with our non-GP specialists, our gynecology specialists, who would start medications which would induce ovulation, so that's called Clomid. It's a non-GP specialist medication because it has a side effect of potentially making too many eggs, of overstimulating, so that's restricted to gynecologists being able to prescribe. But often that's an option, particularly for patients with irregular cycles, so that they can time ovulation around conception, and then through to things like sperm donation if we need to, if there's problems with dad or if there is no dad, through to egg donation if there's needs for mum, or if we've decided that the risk from genetic potential or from other concerns is required at that point. I guess what I tell my patients is, when you're going to see a fertility specialist, it doesn't mean that you're going to need IVF. There's actually quite a lot of options and quite a number of things that we might be talking about. And just because I'm referring you now doesn't necessarily mean that you need to find $10,000 or that you're going to need to talk about opening up your super. There will be options before that. Go and have a conversation, get some information, and cycle back, and we'll walk through you and talk through the options.
Thank you. Chair, I've got more questions, but in the interest of time, I'm happy to pass to my colleagues and come back.
Thanks, Amanda. I'll go to Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here today. I might throw first to Ms. Briggs, and thank you. It's good to see you again. Although I wish we weren't having to have these conversations again in this context. I just want to ask whether you've had women coming into WMINDA that have had specific experiences within the IVF world, or whether you're finding that the women that you work with are sort of avoiding it altogether just because the services provided are just not, considering culture whatsoever.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your question. We do have a primary healthcare clinic, and we have Aboriginal practitioners and GPs that work within our clinic, and They have provided me with some de-identified scenarios within our service. So in our region, there are very small amounts of GPs that bulk bill. So in order to access just to see a GP to talk about your, whether you have PCOS or endometriosis or any sort of underlying cause of fertility dysfunction, like it's literally, it's access. And one of our GPs has said that women who come in and have and would like to explore why they're not conceiving, to have an ultrasound to test for endometriosis is around $600. And even just to have a consultant fee of that type, it's like $300, and that's just not realistic for our women. And yes, we have had women come through our clinic that have had IVF pregnancies. And fortunately for us, we were approached by Virtuous Health a couple of years ago, who supported us and sponsored. They will sponsor women who come through our program at Waminda, our primary health care or birthing on country program, for women who are experiencing difficulties with their fertility. So yes, it is a major issue, and I guess other issues that we're seeing within our primary health care setting is early pregnancy loss clinics. There are none in Nowra, and the further away from urban areas, the less access there is to these types of services. And thinking about babies that are born sleeping, those services are very minimal to support women around the mental health and also mental health for women who are unable to conceive, and the support that wraps around those women, like there's none. So, we're trying to fill the gaps just within our service, which is quite intense. And a lot of our women do come to us because they want to navigate how to become a mother and, or become a family. And so, yes, we do have women that do come through our service. And a birthing on country program, we see women come through a lot, for subsequent pregnancies and, recurring miscarriages. And, we talk to women a lot about those sorts of things. So I guess it's, we're trying to do as much as we can to support women on their fertility journeys. Yeah.
Thank you. And when we talk about culturally safe spaces, and obviously we talked quite a bit about this around birth trauma and the fact that we really need training for the nurses and midwives across the board to make sure that they understand what a culturally safe place means.
Yeah.
What do we need here in the fertility space? Because we're looking at quite a few different spaces. We could be looking at an IVF clinic, we could be looking at a pregnancy loss counselling service. Where are the current sort of gaps, or are we just kind of got nothing in that space and we need like a huge...
Well, women are coming to us and asking, they don't know where to go. And I believe that it's definitely a communication and a access breakdown from the mainstream services. Like, just for example, yesterday I did a home visit on a mum who is having her 7th baby, and she wants to have a tubal ligation, but because she's under the age of 30, that's not viable for her because obstetricians she's not able to do it because she's young. And so I've had to contact other doctors outside of the region to see what her options are. So I guess it's knowing for the community, who do they need to contact in order to get support and navigate the system. And sometimes we don't know, and we have to ask the system, our local health district, or a doctor that we have good relationships with, and navigate it for them. So but I do have, to answer your culturally safe question, one of our practice managers sent me through, if you don't mind if I read it.
Yes, please. Yeah.
It's a de-identified client story, and it's around mental health, cultural safety and mainstream services. A female Aboriginal client attended a community mental health consultation seeking support. During the assessment with a mainstream service nurse, the interaction became challenging due to the style and delivery of questioning. The clinician engaged in rapid, consecutive questioning that felt more like an interrogation than a conversation. This approach created discomfort and disengagement for the client. Following the consultation, feedback was provided to the nurse regarding the importance of culturally safe practice. It was highlighted that effective engagement requires creating a safe, respectful space where the client feels heard rather than overwhelmed. Support and advice provided was advocated for a conversational yarning-based approach rather than a clinical interrogation style, emphasised the importance of building a therapeutic relationship before conducting in-depth assessments, provided guidance on being mindful of tone, pacing and language when asking questions, encourage reflective practice around how questioning styles may impact our clients' willingness to engage, reinforce the importance of cultural safety within the mainstream services. The key challenges that were identified were mainstream assessment frameworks that prioritise checklist-style questioning over relational building, limited understanding of culturally appropriate engagement methods, such as yarning versus structured questions, risk of re-traumatisation or disengagement when clients feel interrogated or judged, additional barriers for Aboriginal women already navigating mainstream systems that may feel culturally unsafe, and the impact on access to services. The client's experience highlight how culturally unsafe interactions can reduce trust and willingness to engage with ongoing care. Our women may avoid or disengage from services if they are feeling misunderstood, rushed, or not culturally respected. This compounds existing barriers in accessing appropriate, affordable, and culturally safe mental health and wellbeing supports. So I guess the key message that she was trying to come across with is that for Aboriginal women, culturally safe care is not just about access to services, but how those services are delivered. Building trust through respectful communication, appropriate tone, and relationship-first approaches is essential.
Thank you. I mean, it also sounds like from what you're saying that it's like it's trying to find a needle in the haystack, like you're looking for a service that is culturally safe rather than all the services being prepared to be culturally safe and then finding ones that aren't, and which is how it should be, right? Like it's almost like it's the wrong way around, and it hasn't been considered. Do you have any thoughts around how this committee can sort of make any recommendations to overcome that, so that we make sure that the services available are culturally safe and it's more like we're finding the outliers that aren't performing properly?
Yeah, look, I think working with Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations, there's over 52 in the country, and when we do have I suppose a good outcome of that relationship is that we support one another, we educate one another, we truth tell, we have open, very transparent conversations around how to be appropriate for our people, and also advocate fiercely when we are entering the system with them. And I think having respect and being human and just having really honest conversations, but also being able to work together after having those honest conversations. Working, in a decolonised space, anti-racism work, talking about, what it means as a non-Aboriginal person. How does your lens impact the way you care for our people? And, not putting that lens and how you have a privilege of having certain systems and things available to you, and then putting that onto our people, that is unfair, and that's so I think education around what is racism and what is anti-racism work, and how GP colleges and obstetric colleges and, tertiary educators, everybody has a responsibility to know what colonisation is and what racism is. There's not an excuse.
Yeah, we need to start it way back.
It's the foundation. And, once we have the foundation, have the knowledge, it's not about blame, it's about just acknowledging and going, okay, I am understanding where these Aboriginal people are coming from, and I have understanding of all of these things, and how can I, as a person that has these skills and this knowledge, support these beautiful people with what their needs are. And I think just having an open lens and very, unbiased conversation, and just a human conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense, because if you working with people and you can't understand where they're coming from and their background, then
it's never going to work.
It's never going to work, exactly. Thank you.
Greg, did you want?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Donald?
Thank you both for coming along today and submissions. Dr. Hoffman, thank you for your submission, and in particular, can I just go to the first page of the submission and the first dot point on the page, if I could please. And this is the work that GPs do daily, I would imagine, and just as part of their ongoing work as being general practitioners in the community, of engaging with patients who come in and are talking about the desire to start a family, and experiences that they say they have, that they think there is a fertility issue, and are seeking your counsel and guidance. Stepping back and looking at GPs across the board, do you believe that there is ways of and means of improving their ability as GPs to be able to undertake this part of their responsibility in a more detailed and understandable way? Because what I'm wondering is that I'm not sure, and you might be able to help me understand this, that on these matters to do with preconception counselling and fertility assessment and related matters, I'm not sure whether all GPs will have completed through their training and their postgraduate training the specialty area. And forgive me, I'm not a doctor, but the specialty sub-training which deals with these important issues. So there may be some GPs who have particularly high expertise in this area because it is a part of their professional interest, and therefore can provide what is probably a far more thorough and detailed engagement on this issue compared to, say, a GP that may not have had that specialty training. And I'm just sort of wondering, is there scope to try and lift the overall ability of GPs to have a greater knowledge and an understanding and be able to engage in this area?
No, thank you. I might start by just discussing what baseline knowledge all GPs or all GPs trained in Australia
That'd be helpful,
through the GP program will have. So to become a specialist GP, you've done a minimum of 6 to 8 years in medical school, so in the undergraduate and postgraduate or undergraduate course. You then do minimum of 2, but quite often more years as a junior doctor and an RMO, so that's what we call them in New South Wales, where you rotate through all different specialty areas, emergency medicine, surgery. At a minimum requirement, they're going to have to be doing an emergency medicine and a paediatric term. And then often they've done many more years on that, but that's the minimum requirement for then entering into the fellowship training program, and that's either run through the Royal Australian College of General Practice or the ACRM, the College of Rural and Remote Medicine. And then from there, it's a 3-year apprenticeship training program where you work with a GP seeing patients every day. And as part of that training program, you actually have to tick off that you've seen the full breadth and scope of general practice.
Right.
And you get examined on the full breadth and scope of general practice. So you absolutely need to know about fertility planning and pre-pregnancy, but also in Australia, melanoma and mental health. And it's the best part of general practice is it's that you need to know about everything. But I guess also, as you say, really importantly, some GPs fall in love with this part of medicine and decide to go on and do additional specialty training. And as a GP in my practice, I'll know who to talk to or who to refer on to if I have a patient with a really niche skill set. If someone really needs their skin cancer removed, and I'll send them to who's exceptional in that area. Someone who's done additional training in something else, I'll refer to that. Myself, I do lots of women's and kids medicine, and I'm upskilling in ADHD, and so I'm seeing lots of patients at the moment with this. We're incredibly good at working as part of a community, understanding what we know and what we don't know, and then referring on. But as far as preventative care, optimizing fertility, having those initial conversations, I absolutely believe that's core bread and butter general practice work, and every GP should be able to both have those conversations, but importantly know how to navigate their system locally.
No, thank you. That's answered the question. Because my question, the core of it was the baseline knowledge and expertise. So, no, thank you. That's answered that question.
Thanks. I have a couple. I might keep with you, Dr. Hoffman, and then I'll come to Ms. Briggs. I was interested in, my colleagues won't be surprised, I'm going to ask about the rural and regional element. I've talked about Tamworth. I should talk about Gunnedah now that I live there. I've always lived there. But the issue that you raised in your submission from the RACGP about just that sort of extra access barrier that rural and regional patients face, and I actually after would probably be interested in Ms. Briggs' view on this as well. But I guess from the experience of your members, Dr. Hoffman, how much harder is it for people who are dealing with fertility challenges that do need to go to that specialist level of care beyond what their local GP can do, and what are some of the barriers that you find patients are facing when that's the case?
Thank you. Brilliant question. And I would actually say not only regional and rural, but also outer metropolitan and low socioeconomic background as well. As has been beautifully discussed already, it's really expensive. And the appropriate tests. It's a pelvic ultrasound isn't a pelvic ultrasound isn't a pelvic ultrasound. You can't order an ultrasound in a location that only does them once every 6 months and get the same quality scan as going to a ultrasonographer that only does endometriosis ultrasounds and expect to get the same outcome and the same report back as a GP. As a GP, I'm sorry, my son is messaging me and I need just to phone off.
That's okay. Do you need to...
No, I need to.
That'll be on Hansard forever, so it's
that's okay. I'll let him know.
He could be watching you on the internet.
So I was saying that we're really specific about where we want to get information from because we only want our patients to do that once. And that's not only because of cost, but these tests are actually quite painful. They're invasive. And so you're not going to be rurally asking your patients to get them done locally. You're going to be asking them to travel to somewhere where they're going to get a really good quality test, but also at a really high cost. And so, yes, huge barriers both for access just based on location, but also affordability.
And for the women that you work with at Wominda too, Ms. Briggs, I'm assuming that's a similar scenario.
It's not only the financial, it's also like the geographical, where we live. I mean, it's not that far away from Sydney, like it's 2 hours, but for women, when I think about women that live down in Ulladulla, down in Maria, down in Batemans Bay, those women have to travel even further. So it's and there's minimal transport unless a service can provide it. The cost absolutely, and GPs that have the skills, the Aboriginal workforce, nurse practitioners, how do we skill up nurse practitioners to support fertility services? So, and midwives, that's our specialty. So, upskilling the existing clinicians that specialise in pregnancy and, things like that. So I guess, and funding for services that are rural, regional and remote, because, identifying that the closest area to get a gynecological service that is not within the LHD and is majority of the time private, the closest is Wollongong to Narra, which is an hour away, and then you've got Miranda, and you've got Bowral, and you've got, you know, all of the other surrounding areas. Yeah, it's definitely transport skill mix of the workforce, and yeah, funding. I know it's definitely funding in those rural and remote areas.
And sort of, obviously the terms of reference are quite broad for this inquiry, but I guess specifically focusing on those women and families who need to access IVF, and I'm interested from both the GP perspective but also for Wominda. We've had some pretty strong advocacy over the course of these hearings for more publicly available clinics that are affordable, but also potentially if there's opportunities for kind of like a hub and spoke model to have better local testing, whether it's pathology or some of the, you know, ultrasounds and things that you just mentioned, Dr. Hoffman. For both of you, do you think if there were more kind of state government or New South Wales Health run or ACHO run or whatever's appropriate, to help in that fertility space more generally, that would be a positive step forward? And I might start with Ms. Briggs this time.
Absolutely. And I think about preventative health as well, because, you know, we think about women who have diabetes or chronic disease and PCOS, and, you know, what are we actually doing to prevent those diseases from happening? And at Wominda, that's what we do. So, you know, supporting definitely, you know, ACHOs, and having IVF publicly available for women, and localising it for all women to access, if not telehealth. Absolutely. It does work. You know, we have an endocrinologist that does telehealth with us, and she lives in North Sydney, so it's all works from North Sydney, and that works for our women who are having, you know, autoimmune conditions. So it does work. The evidence is there, and but yeah, definitely having it publicly funded would be very beneficial.
Yeah. Dr. Hoffman, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's a number of things that can be regionalised, localised, both things like pathology, sperm counts, lifestyle interventions such as the GP talking about smoking cessation and weight optimising and all of those beautiful things that come alongside. My concerns about a hub and spoke model is making sure that the people doing the testing are doing enough of them to ensure that they're really high quality, skilled results are being identified. So particularly for those ultrasounds I was talking about, if you're going to put someone through a really invasive, painful procedure, then you want it being done by someone who does a lot of them, that does them often enough to be able to interpret the findings and pick up the really nuanced small details that you only do through doing them regularly and being really experienced at them.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. And then I'll just ask one more, but then open it back up to others. And you've both sort of touched on this a little bit, but the kind of broader education piece around fertility and awareness, we've had other witnesses talk about the need, particularly even in a sort of a school-based setting, to teach young people a bit more about, you know, their fertility, and both male and female students about that. I just wondered whether either of you think that would be something that we could look to recommend in terms of just better awareness earlier on about, you know, what to expect on that journey. Might start with Dr. Hoffman this time.
Look, absolutely, but I think all health literacy should be improved. I think there's brilliant evidence around the whole world that when we improve the next generation of health literacy, we improve outcomes for young mums, for contraception, for families. And so it's not just around fertility, but it is around lifestyle and preventative care, and there's lots that needs to be done in that space and should be done from as early as we can.
Yeah. And for you, Ms. Briggs, and obviously in a culturally appropriate way, but what's your view on that?
Yeah, we get invited very frequently to our local high schools to talk about, you know, healthy relationships, what that actually looks like, you know, what's happening to my body in terms of, you know, periods and things like that. And I think you cannot have enough education, to be completely honest. Like, education is a weapon, and I think that the more we weaponise our young people with the information then that they can make great lifestyle choices. So I feel very strongly about educating our younger people around their choices and healthy lifestyle and relationships.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I know you've just come back, but Ms. Carter, did you have any questions? Or I think Dr. Con's got more online. But
I think, to be honest, my questions really concerned a lot of things that have already been answered. So I think we're on the same page. But thank you.
That's okay. Dr. Con?
Thanks, Chair. I might come back to Dr. Hoffman to follow up some of the evidence that we heard at a previous hearing around continuity of care and communication between different providers. So in a context where someone has been referred to a non-GP specialist service and either in the short term or the long term will come back to their regular GP for care, what's needed in terms of improving that communication?
A lot, but I'll just start with basics. And so it's even before that. We actually are really bad at talking to one another and really bad at having these conversations about this is what I'm worried and what I'm not worried about. As healthcare professionals, we write a referral letter and that goes off, and then we'll get possibly a letter back, and that might be months, years after, with very, very little in the in-between. And it's not just non-GP specialists, it's talking to our pharmacists, our physios, our exercise physiologists, everyone in primary care we could communicate much, much better with along this journey to support our patients, rather than a letter in and a letter out for the purpose of Medicare funding, which is largely why that communication happens.
So in terms of ways that could be incentivised by government, or are there recommendations we should be making in that space to improve things?
Look, so I've got hope. I'm an optimist. I think that with the single digital patient record coming out, there should be a wonderful opportunity for primary and tertiary care to be able to communicate better. And so there should be ways and means within that system to ensure that we do have an asynchronous way of communicating with our midwives, with our hospital-based pharmacists, with our tertiary non-GP specialists, that ideally would be expanded into private care, and so to people that are in private hospitals as well as New South Wales hospitals, as well as into all of primary care, because I want to have a conversation with my pharmacist to make sure that they're not being dispensed medication that's not safe in pregnancy if I know they're talking about fertility to me. I want to have conversations with their exercise physiologist about starting their fertility journey and what's safe and what's not safe. It's conversations that as GPs we hold, but I would love that to be an everyone conversation. And at the moment it remains quite siloed.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask, in the RICGP written submission, there's a recommendation about expanding affordable and publicly funded fertility support options. You're not the only organisation to make that recommendation, but can you speak to, I suppose, why you've made that recommendation and how you might see that working?
Yes, and so the case study that comes to mind is a beautiful patient of mine that carries a genetic condition, and so as part of the current publicly funded options, she's able to have one cycle of having her eggs harvested and frozen, and unfortunately that first cycle didn't produce any eggs that didn't carry that genetic condition. And so she isn't eligible for any further rounds. She's been told to fund it. She now has to fund it privately. She's not in a place that she will be able to do that. And so she's now really facing options around, will she ever be a mum? And I don't have that answer for her, but we'll continue having those conversations. My other patient that I mentioned at the beginning of the session, who, because of their choices as to who they love and who they marry, weren't eligible either for publicly funded IVF, and so they've had to pay privately to start their family. And it just seems a real inequity amongst who can be funded and can access it and who can't. And that also doesn't take into consideration locations and travel and costs. And there's some that can't afford to travel to the publicly funded clinics either.
And I should probably give Ms. Briggs an opportunity to add something to that as well, if you wanted, around accessibility or cost.
No, I agree with everything Dr. Hoffman's just said. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Just looking if anyone's got any more.
Yes, and my apologies, I have come in late, so my apologies if these questions have been asked and answered. Please just let me know. There's been some evidence that suggests that if a woman presents with issues with fertility, often IVF is presented as the initial pathway. I'm just wondering if you could both comment on your view of that, and whether a range of fertility issues that the woman and indeed the couple may be experiencing are investigated fully before there's sort of the automatic assumption, well, it must be the IVF pathway.
Would you like me to answer that first?
Yeah, we might start with Ms. Briggs.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
So any women that come through, no, that's okay. Any women that come through our clinic, we obviously do a whole range of testing around, we do basic sort of, bloods and, testing for PCOS, diabetes and endometriosis and things like that. So, we do wrap around the women and try to test as much as we can to try and get an underlying cause of what's actually causing the infertility, if it's whatever that might be. And we do refer to obviously gynecologists, but as I said earlier, it's around an hour away from our local service. So, and the wait time in the public system is over 200 days. So, women, and we are a women's service. So, for their partners, if they are male, they would see their own GP. So then there's not that family continuity sort of group discussion. It's more we look after the women and then the men go with another service. But so yeah, we do try as much as possible to investigate what the foundation of what's going on, and we refer out basically.
Are there, like we've talked about communication issues, are there communication issues between the practitioner that the male partner might be seeing and your service, so that can you be confident that the sort of fertility investigations you think should be done are actually being done for the male partner?
We would hope so.
Yeah,
I can't speak to that.
Sure, of course.
But we would hope that the men are also receiving optimal care in terms of testing for their fertility.
Okay.
And we go off whatever the woman is advising us in terms of what her partner is, what care he's receiving.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Dr. Hoffman, do you have a comment on that?
No, so I think particularly with the male fertility, so for some men this might be the first time they've had to see a doctor ever since they were 4 getting their vaccinations, and that can be really scary as well. So often they'll come in as a couple and we'll hopefully see them together and organise things together, but sometimes it's just the partner coming in and I'm sending her home with a very specific list of instructions for her partner to either come back to me with or to go to their GP with. And part of it is around healthcare literacy and understanding the relationship with the GP, and part of it is around the medical model being quite intimidating if you've not had a regular GP who you know, and having not only the first time you're going to see them saying, I'm having trouble with fertility, it's actually a really scary conversation. And so I think part of that goes to health literacy. I do think that GPs have the understanding and the knowledge around how to work up male infertility as well as female infertility, but a lot of that is around that male taking that first step and being brave enough to actually go and say, I need some help.
Okay, thank you. And if there's time for just one more quick question for both of you. We also have received evidence, and this morning the evidence we got put it that the psychological impact of undergoing fertility IVF is profound and has been compared to the impact of metastatic cancer. Do you feel that there are enough resources available to you to refer women, to refer men, to provide them with support that they may need to manage their mental health as part of a fertility journey? Perhaps Dr. Hoffman, start with you.
Yep, so I'm happy to jump in. So we've got a beautiful service locally called Gidget. They're a service that provide only antenatal and postnatal, including fertility counselling. At the moment, our local service has over 30 people on the wait list to see them. And so, yes, I love referring to them. They're cost effective. They're free for a mental health care plan, but there's not enough funding to support a second site in the Sutherland Shire. That would be a wonderful option, a model that we know works, that it would be beautiful to see expanded into more regional locations.
Okay. Ms. Briggs?
Similar, Gidget. And we have, well, at Waminda, I mean, we have our own healing counsellors and we do refer out to local counsellors and psychologists. So we do have that, but they're not specific to reoccurring miscarriages or infertility, and the repercussions that come along with those sorts of trauma. I guess it's really sad, but there's not enough, and it needs to be funded, definitely.
Any last questions, or are people happy? No? Okay. We're nearly at time anyway, so thank you both for appearing today. We really appreciate it, and those perspectives were very important to hear. There may be some follow-up questions that committee members have on notice, but if that's the case, the Secretariat will be in touch. But for now, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Hoffman.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Next witnesses, thank you so much for making time to be with us here today. Just to begin, I just would like to ask each of you to state your name, your position title, and swear either the oath or the affirmation. And I might start with you, Dr. Little.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Deirdre Little. I'm a GP obstetrician. I'm currently actually on extended research leave at the present moment, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Dr. Lynch?
I'm Sandra Lynch, and I'm a moral philosopher based at the University of Notre Dame. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would both of you like to make a short opening statement for the committee as well?
I would, if
yes,
that's
please,
okay.
of course. Yep, we'll start with you again, Dr. Little.
No, I'm happy for you to do so.
Infertility causes much grief and pain for many Australians. The sorrow of infertility is described throughout history. While medical science and technology have progressed rapidly, public understanding of fertility has lagged behind, as has care for reproductive health and function. Lacking in women is fertility knowledge and understanding. Many young women in the 21st century, though extremely competent in other areas, remain poorly literate regarding their own ovarian cycle and reproductive health. Many cannot reliably identify ovulation or their peak day of fertility. Most are unaware of the interval between ovulation and menstruation, of their interval, and they don't realise that a shortened interval suggests a luteal phase deficiency, a treatable cause of infertility and a driver of premenstrual syndrome and premenstrual tension. If previously accustomed to hormonal contraception, most won't recognise the hormonal undulations of a readable biofeedback loop that could alert them to an abnormality. Many don't appreciate that withdrawal bleeds on the pill are not periods and have nothing to do with the ovary or ovarian health. In short, many women lack knowledge and confidence to track their own fertile biomarkers. Couples don't tend to know that daily intercourse reduces sperm counts, or that an antioxidative vitamin E preparation has been shown to improve sperm health after 3 months. And many GPs don't have this knowledge. Women's health courses rarely go into biofeedback symptoms and signs in utilisable detail. Even some specialists, even today, will order a day 23 progesterone to check ovulation and the luteal phase health without first ascertaining if this is the right day to do it. I have supervised GP registrars for both the Royal Australian College of GPs and the Australian College of Rural and Remote Medicine for over 25 years, and about 1 in 10 of those coming through the training system and the hospital system to arrive in our practice have often already had a year or two in another practice. Only about 1 in 10 have any facility with using the ovarian cycle observation biomarkers to assist patients' fertility. The skill is usually limited to subspecialist training. I've helped several infertile women conceive by just taking them through their own cycle biomarkers and optimising the couple's fertility as a unit. Collaboration between gynaecologists and primary care practitioners to recognise and restore fertility is undervalued and I think underutilised. IVF. Many are propelled towards IVF by anxiety and a sense of urgency and a lack of understood alternatives. IVF, however, in the main, is selling a product. It's not providing a medical service. The cause of infertility is often only partially investigated before IVF commences. Autoimmune conditions, hormonal dysfunction, endometriosis and other conditions can go undetected and untreated through expensive and distressing, often futile, IVF cycles. In my experience, IVF as a process focuses on the technology, not the background cause. Natural procreative technology, or NAPRO technology, is a scientific fertility service provision that offers infertility management based on investigation, diagnosis and treatment for the couple, with live birth rates comparable to the IVF technology rates at vastly reduced cost and invasiveness. It is offered by many primary health GPs who are trained in that field and by RANZCOG specialists who are trained in that field, the Royal Australian New Zealand College of R&G specialists who are trained in that field. I noted, and I hope you don't mind me mentioning, I noted the committee heard evidence from the New South Wales Executive Director of Social Policy and Health Equity at the New South Wales Ministry for Health that she had never heard of NAPRO technology, natural procreative technology, that service. IVF seems to be the go-to in health policy. I would add that NAPRO technology can be accessed via telehealth as well, so it doesn't require a sort of specialist attendance in person. Infertility is under-researched, and as an example, 15% of women with unexplained infertility have anti-sperm antibodies in their cervical mucus. I've given the reference for that in this paper. At a recent Women's and Children's Health Update conference, I asked Monash IVF, who are presenting there, if they tested cervical mucus for anti-sperm antibodies. I could explain what they are if anybody sort of really needs to know. They didn't seem to have heard of it, so they kindly got back to me several days later. No, they don't do this test. It's fallen into disuse. When I commenced general practice many years ago, a senior doctor in our practice routinely ordered a test for anti-sperm antibodies in cervical mucus in cases of unexplained infertility. It is a skilled test, but it's a simple microscopy test of the mucus. It's no longer available, as I mentioned, but he would treat affected women, those with the positive antibody visible on the slide. He treated affected women with a very low dose of prednisone to suppress the reaction before ovulation and ceased it as soon as they conceived, which they mostly did. There is limited research, though, on this management field, but one has to ask what is best for these 15% of women. They're not being researched, and they're going through the whole IVF process for what could be perhaps treated more easily and more simply as it used to be many years ago. Surrogacy. So the terms of reference I and J refer to surrogacy and seem to presuppose that surrogacy is a good, and it doesn't really address the rights and well-being of the child to presuppose that. The baby's bonding to voice, the mother's voice, to her language, to tastes and smells, and even her songs, begins in the womb, and I've given evidence for that in my submission. Children removed from this already bonded relationship at birth display adjustment disorders persisting through childhood and observed to age 7. It's not researched after that age. The child has a right to his or her identity and a need for it. Hence, the United Nations last year condemned all surrogacy as unethical and a form of human trafficking. Surrogacy violates the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. I also note that, again, it's all right to mention this, I also note that one of the people giving evidence to this inquiry mentioned, although many countries have banned surrogacy, Germany, France, Iceland, Malaysia, Serbia, Canada, Brazil, Hong Kong, the UK, New Zealand, although many countries have banned it, this particular person had travelled, I think it was Buenos Aires, it was a South American country, to have a surrogate mother deliver a baby for them. And he commented that they had created 20 embryos in the process. And creation of 20 or more embryos exposes the mother to a high risk of ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome. So sometimes in these countries they still allow surrogacy, and even in sort of perhaps in the Australian perception of that, it's not necessarily always appreciated that the mother is going through risks and potential harm in providing this service. So my recommendations would be perhaps first to ensure that the female reproductive cycle understanding and literacy is a general inclusion in the school biology curricula. To prioritise, second recommendation, to prioritise investigative and therapeutic management of infertility for restoration of reproductive health, engaging with evidenced and peer-reviewed methods such as the Australian Institute of Reproductive and Restorative Medicine, who do the NAPRO. To encourage medical schools and GP training programs curricula, to include facility with ovarian cycle signs and symptoms, recognition of them, of the hypothalamic pituitary ovarian axis, to observe fertility and monitor reproductive health more carefully, and to monitor and audit IVF provision of data, statistics on live births, etc., near misses, and what investigation and diagnoses occur in their units, and to require reproductive health to be reported in the clinical safety trials and all preclinical safety trials of pharmaceuticals seeking registration from the Therapeutic Goods Administration. This is currently not done. And I would suggest that human trafficking is not the solution to infertility. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dr. Lynch, would you like to make a statement?
Thank you. My academic expertise is in moral philosophy and ethics, and the point of my submission to the committee was to draw attention to aspects of fertility support and the use of ART that raise ethical issues for me and in the literature, but these are ones that are not well articulated publicly. I think this inquiry provides a really valuable arena within which to raise and examine those issues, and I thank the committee for inviting me to participate. The kinds of questions I believe that it's important to address are these. Do citizens possess a right to the opportunity to reproduce? And is that right unfettered? How do we defend the claim that individuals have a right to reproduce using ART against the claim that the destruction of embryos is ethically impermissible, or against the claim that the moral rights of those who are negatively impacted by ART and surrogacy must be recognised? Have we as a society genuinely engaged with the fact that the capacity to manipulate the reproductive act to create and destroy embryos, to conduct research on embryos, raises the question of the ethical status of the embryo? How do understandings of that status inform decision-making in relation to ART? Are our views on the ethical status of embryos confused or equivocal? And finally, are healthcare professionals sufficiently well aware of the ethical concerns that accompany the use of ART? Are they, and for that matter the broader community, people who simply assume that technological advances are indications of progress? Are they aware of natural methods of addressing fertility, as Dr. Little has outlined, these ways that are not opposed on ethical grounds? And if they are not aware, what can be done to address that problem?
Thank you. We've just resolved that the committee will have sort of free-flowing questions rather than specific time allocations, and Dr. Connie's online, but we might start with Mrs. Carter.
Thank you both for being here today. Dr. Little, I admit to being really surprised by your evidence, because we've had a number of providers of medical fertility services to women, a number of IVF clinics, and I don't think anybody else has raised the sort of the range of other fertility investigations that you have looked at. I mean, are we really dealing with a major gap in medical education? Is it lack of education for women and men approaching family formation? How is it we don't know about all of this?
I mean, sometimes it is a case of people not knowing what they don't know. And feeling, with that I think comes a certain confidence that the knowledge that you have is the knowledge that there is to be held. I'm speaking from experience in my submission, which is, as a GP, that's sort of what I do, and as GP obstetricians, that's what I do a lot of, is that the awareness of how much can be done to improve fertility, just focusing on the couple as a whole before we actually think of even broadening that out, how much can be done, is something that has been overlooked and undervalued in the years leading up to the present time. So as to why that is, I'm not sure, but certainly I know from the GPs that I supervise, and I've had many go through our practice over 25 years, I've done that for, I think it was actually closer to 30. I've seen many who think, well, why would you learn about the cycle and the cervical mucus, its observation, how to track it? Why would you even just for 3 months take temperature when you could just go and just see an IVF clinic? Why would you put them through all of that, which in fact is not putting people through anything. All it really is a 3 month of working out, okay, when do I ovulate? Is my ovulation mucus looking normal? Is it only present for 2 days or 5? When should I best time intercourse? What are the parameters of my husband's health, and having them see a GP, which Dr. Rebecca did mention. But even going to see a GP, there's often not, for example, the full appreciation of chronic orchitis, which even without bacteria being present, it can be an autoimmune condition which leads to, say, for example, anti-sperm antibodies. So it's often a case of a sort of somewhat neglected area of medicine. And I think for women who've been on hormonal contraception for a long time, they are not even really aware of the nature of their ovarian cycle. So when I point it out to them, they're sort of hearing it for the first time. and I'm talking about not just patients, talking about GPs as well, they're often hearing it for the first time and not aware that that cervical mucus changes in an observable manner, and how they can be trained very, very simply. Women can be trained very, very simply, taught, I should say, to recognise those changes. So I think it's a case of not knowing what people don't know, and also, as I mentioned, it's become a sort of a go-to thing to go into the heavy investigations very quickly without looking at, okay, what's on the table here? What problems do they have, and how can we help? Is there a short luteal phase? Are there anti-sperm antibodies? What's going on here?
But after that 3-month period, will women then need to go to IVF?
No, because sometimes in that you identify the nature of the problem, and when they come back in with even just a description of their mucus, if they don't want to bother charting, that's fine, but even the description of it, I can tell, okay, you're actually dropping your progesterone level too soon, too much, before the start of the next period. And so even if you did conceive, that child the implantation wouldn't last. It wouldn't be able to be sustained in the lining of the uterus. So there's an awful lot that you can tell from that. So at that point then, for example, you can do progesterone levels, and that can be a progesterone supplement that's needed. It needs to be monitored, it needs to be taken care of. But a lot of that you can then hand over to NAPRO technology, and there are various doctors around the state who do that. A lot of them will bulk bill, some of them don't. But either way, it's a lot cheaper than IVF, and the subsequent testing can be managed by those who are trained in NAPRO technology through telehealth.
When you say it's cheaper, do you have any idea of what the cost differential is between the fertility measures you're talking about and typical IVF?
Yes, well, as I'm sure the committee knows, that the IVF is generally costs about $12,000 a round, of which I think $8,000 is rebated by the government, and that leaves $4,000 for the couple. So in NAPRO technology, which, as I mentioned, has about the same live birth rates as IVF, that's very important to keep in mind. In NAPRO technology, I know of several GPs who do it, some of whom do bulk bill, and others will charge like a GP consult for telehealth. And some specialists who are involved in providing this service will charge sort of specialist rates. So it would depend on, it works out a lot cheaper, but I can't exactly give you how long, because it depends how long they keep doing it for. Like the people have 3 cycles of IVF, we're talking, $36,000. Or they may have a few consults with a NAPRO specialist, which might be in the same period of time, 3 consults, 4 consults. And then they attend to the blood tests, which are usually on Medicare. But the ultrasound, as we've heard and as we know, is usually about $600 for an endometriosis scan, and they are hard to get. I totally agree with Dr. Rebecca. They've got to be done by skilled hands, someone who knows what they're doing. But other pelvic ultrasounds are a bit cheap if you're just looking for ovarian cyst or things like that. But really, those sort of patients need an endo scan. It should be done.
You said that the live birth rate from NAPRO is comparable to live birth rate for IVF. Can you give the committee any data or any statistics?
Okay. I can give statistics, but I could also, if you like, take on notice to provide the evidence for that.
I think if you took it on notice, that'd be really helpful, yes.
That would be good, but the figures I can roughly give, I think IVF figures quote somewhere between 30 and 50% a live birth rate, and that's different for different IVF providers, and I think that does need to be looked at in terms of the veracity. But also the NAPRO technology live birth rate is around 40%, so also between 30 and 50%. It's usually quoted at around 40%. And of course there's a wide variety of people who present for these services, so they may be 28, they may be 38. They may have other issues, other problems. It might be secondary fertility, it might be primary. So, but in general, and I can provide that on notice.
That would be very interesting. Thank you. And I think you said this was a subspecialty. So is this information that every obstetrician would have been educated in?
No. When I'm referring people for NAPRO, I specifically look for those who are accredited with the Australian Institute of Reproductive and Restorative Medicine, because a lot of gynecologists will be more focused on the IVF process, whether it's even intrauterine insemination, in terms of delivering the gametes into the uterus, or whether it's whether it's IVF, they'll often be a bit more focused on that. So I will pick and choose which specialists. But yes, some specialists are trained in NAPRO technology and some are not. Some GPs are trained. Very few, I might add. I'm not trained in NAPRO technology, but I know who is.
And if we were to look to make this training more widely available, what length of time study are we talking about if GPs and obstetricians wanted to upskill in this area?
Okay. To do that, last time I looked into it, to do the actual NAPRO technology course, which is quite a detailed course, from my memory, it was I think about 3 months to complete. And I think the cost to the doctor doing it was $2,000. But that was a little while ago. It might have gone up.
Right. Okay.
So it is a learning process that's quite intensive, and it builds on a lot of the knowledge that as a GP obstetrician, I don't have. So it's another level of care.
Thank you. I'm just conscious of time, so
I might go to
come
Dr.
back
Conn
later.
and then we'll go to Mr. Donnelly, because I'm happy for others to have some time. So, Dr. Conn, if you're online, there she is.
I am, thank you. I've got one question for Dr. Little that flows on well from the past questions. So thanks for the timing. So specifically about NAPRO technology, because I've been trying to get my head around what actually this is and what people are being accredited to do. And from the small amount of information I was able to find online, it sounds to me like holistic reproductive healthcare that you might get from a quality GP who's got a special interest in reproductive healthcare, where there's a practitioner or a patient preference to not consider options like exogenous hormones or IVF. Is that understanding correct, or is there something additional as part of this NAPRO technology that a good holistic reproductive GP wouldn't know?
Yeah, well, I would like to think of myself as a good holistic reproductive GP, and I've been doing it sort of all my life, all my professional life. But yeah, there is some fairly detailed knowledge that's been worked out in terms of tracking fine gradations in hormone levels, in terms of supplementing those, in terms of reproductive immunology, and in terms of seeking help where that's necessary. For example, it's not really widely known that there are reproductive immunology specialists in Sydney, and most people, even GPs I've spoken to, sort of haven't heard of that. So it is a detailed level of knowledge above the baseline knowledge that even I have as a GP obstetrician. It does go into graphing and checking and monitoring that ovarian hypothalamic pituitary axis in great detail. So it isn't just a matter of stopping smoking or not wearing hot gear when you ride a bike, or even timing of intercourse. It goes into the more detail of the cycle and what could be wrong in terms of the woman's health and in terms of the husband's health, and monitoring that through time. There are also other medications that are used, like anti-inflammatories such as low-dose naltrexone, for example. Beta-HCG is sometimes used in tiny doses, and these have to be monitored very carefully. And also sometimes small doses of prednisone, but they need to be monitored. You can't just sort of write a script, why don't you try 5 milligrams of prednisone, or let's start some naltrexone. They need to be monitored very carefully so that it's safe and effective and within the evidence-based medicine for safety and effectiveness.
I'm not sure if you were listening, and I'm not going to quiz you. You can play it back, but we had quite a detailed description from the RACGP about the types of things that are taught and expected through RACGP fellowship training, including education about cycles, things like how to assess cervical mucus or test for ovulation in other ways. I appreciate it might need to be taken on notice, but I'm interested in what the difference is here between the curriculum that you're talking about and the specialist RACGP expectations in terms of fertility or RANS-COGS for the GP obstetrics qualification.
Yep. Now, I did hear her talk, and I was a little bit surprised at that, because that's not my experience and I know she's a good deal younger than me, but that's not my experience as as a GP supervisor, which I was up until just a couple of years ago. So, I suppose my way of handling that question, if that's all right, Amanda, might be to just give an example. So, when we're trying to work out if someone's actually ovulating, because that's an important part of the general assessment before you send them out to other people, one of the ways of checking that is if they are happy to, just to take their temperature, if just for 1 month is useful to me, to know if they're ovulating. And then when I describe to these people that have been through, 6 years of the medicine curriculum and been through, a couple of years in hospital, and she mentioned rotating through all the departments, but in fact they don't have to rotate through a gynecology obstetric department, by the way, to my knowledge. She mentioned 2 that were mandatory, and that wasn't one of them. But I do find when I mentioned, for example, that the 4 temperatures, there has to be an elevation of 4 temperatures that are 0.2 degrees consistently above the midpoint of the previous 6. I find that there's complete ignorance, have no idea what I'm talking about. And so although that they, as I was saying before, although they might think that they know the patterns of detecting the biomarkers of ovulation, they don't realise what they don't know, and they don't realise necessarily the change in cervical mucus. They don't realise the changes that can be observed and described by the woman, and how to describe it in a way that makes more meaningful observations possible and monitoring possible to us. So I think that's the difference. It's perhaps that she doesn't, perhaps that's not realised within, and that's my experience, within RACGP or ACRM, that sometimes these very fine descriptions can give you a wealth of information if you know what to look for and what to ask for and what to see on a chart or a graph.
Okay, thank you. Look, it's a very comprehensive answer, and I'll admit, since I was elected, I'm now at least 3 years out of date as well, but Dr. Hoffman's description was certainly consistent with my, I've fellowed as a GP relatively recently, and that's certainly the way that I was trained. I'll pass to my colleagues if they've got questions.
Thanks, Dr. Con. Mr. Donnelly, come to you.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you both for coming along. Thanks, first of all, for your submissions and the answers to the questions given today. Starting with, if I could, Professor Lynch, in reading through, and there's no requirement for you to have done this, I wouldn't have expected you to read through Hansard to this inquiry and submissions that have come in. In the matter of artificial reproductive technology, in terms of what I'll describe as the ethical overview of it, in general terms, there is commonly the statement made of the importance to, in fact, treat as a primacy the rights of the child. So there are rights of the parties, and I'll come to the other parties in a moment, but there is usually a statement that there's a primacy to the child's rights. The other 2 parties, and this is specifically in the context of a surrogate child, is obviously the woman who's the surrogate and the commissioning parents. Obviously, if it's not a surrogacy arrangement, it's different combinations, but invariably the statement is made that there's got to be given primacy to this consideration of the rights of the child. But then when you actually look at what's being done and how the practices are being entered into, in some cases financially supported, the interest of the parties seems to just then become a common plane. There isn't this hierarchy, there isn't this primacy given, and the rights of the child just become one of other rights which seem to then be in tension with each other. I'm just wondering, with your background and professional training, how this can be reconciled, that we can have references, for example, to international declarations and United Nations statements, etc., about primacy of the rights of the child, but then when it comes to the actual practice, we have a a flattening of the consideration of these rights. And is that the way it actually operates in practice, or am I somehow missing something?
No, I think that's a reasonable comment. We have and take for granted, and I think that it's common across society that we take for granted the individual's right to an opportunity to reproduce. And I could read you many claims like individuals should be free to use whatever techniques or methodologies they choose without government restriction, unless strong justification for limiting them can be established. But what you're pointing out is the kind of underlying lack of clarity, maybe confusion, equivocation about the rights of the child and the status of the child in the context of surrogacy and in the context of ART, are a similar equivocation about the rights of the embryo.
Yes.
And I think that for an ethicist, I think is the problem, because if we argue that embryos, for example, can be destroyed, and our argument for that is that the embryo is not a fully functioning human being or a person, then we need to deal with situations in which we have a human being for whom we do respect and for whom we do care. For example, someone in an irreversible coma or a severely disabled, intellectually or physically disabled human being. We show the care for those people. We don't dismiss our respect for them. So we're just, as a society, I think, torn and not really addressing the implications of accepting that an embryo is a human being at a certain stage of development, an early stage of development, and it's still that being still deserves respect and care. And we're not consistent about that. And I think the same kind of analogical situation exists with regard to the rights of the child in the context of a surrogacy arrangement. And I think Dr. Little referred to research that focuses on the effects of surrogacy on the child. And there is some research as well in the United States on the effect of surrogacy in cases where the surrogate mother already has children of her own, the effect of the surrogacy period on her own children within her own family. So that there's lots that we don't understand about the effects that will impact upon children, and I think we're not addressing that, and we don't want, I think, on the whole, to address it, because it's the concerns of the individual, the infertile person, infertile couple, they want a child.
Yes.
And we recognise how heartbreaking it is not to be able to conceive. And we have to be sympathetic to that. But how we balance our concern for those people who can't conceive naturally with the rights of the embryo or with the rights of other people impacted, it's something that we simply don't, as a society, address. It's not a serious public topic of conversation. It is within sort of faith communities, but I think it's not an argument restricted to religious or faith communities. There's a philosophical and ethical debate here that needs to be undertaken so that we are consistent in the way in which we make decisions about fertility support.
Strikes me with the providers, the companies, just in my observations and reading, that there's almost sort of use the word carefully, a schizophrenia operating that with respect to helping to enable the woman to become pregnant, there is a high degree of focus and attention to the embryo and what that embryo is, and that embryo, its successful ultimate implanting and then flourishing into a fetus and a child is so critically important to the service that's been engaged for. So there are these embryos where that particular attention and focus is given, but then particularly with respect to the surplus embryos, they seem to be, well, essentially the outcome's been achieved, and the status of them really is almost virtually a non-status. They have no value anymore. And then there's the question about, well, what does one do with the surplus embryos?
And so many of them are discarded. Some of them are donated, but small numbers. Others are used for research, and those are ethical concerns for a society. But we don't engage with that, partly because it's a kind of terrifying prospect to think that you've gone through an IVF procedure to get this precious child that you need, but along the way, numbers of embryos have been discarded. Anyone, I think, who has any sensitivity, and the people undergoing IVF must experience this. It's a severe matter of conscience, I think. How does one deal with that? And we simply don't deal with it. And I think that the commercialisation of IVF also creates another dimension here that takes our attention away from the discarded embryos. So if we're focusing on people who've paid a lot of money to be able to have a child, so the discarded embryos are just a kind of inevitable, sad but inevitable feature of IVF. But I think the important questions are the ones that Dr. Little is raising here, that we don't need in every case to jump from or to jump over the biological issues that could be addressed by natural methods of encouraging conception, by technology, etc. Those could deal without ethical concerns with many problems of infertility. And some of the big providers of IVF internationally argue that naprotechnology is ineffective. And clearly that's incorrect. And one would be suspicious of an IVF clinic that's putting that argument about because of the commercial dimension there. But in terms of how we think about this issue, we really need to return to how do we prevent or minimise the destruction of the creation and destruction of embryos. Using natural methods is likely to really decrease that. And even if the IVF clinic providers, and I'm not a medical expert by a long shot, but even if they're correct that there are some cases in which naprotechnology is not going to be successful for because of the nature of a blockage or whatever. I think Dr. Little would know more about this than me. But if there are cases in which IVF is the only way for a woman to be able to conceive, that I think is a minority of cases by comparison to the large number of people who could benefit from natural processes. And I think it makes no sense, apart from commercial sense, to be putting so much emphasis on IVF and so little emphasis on natural methods. And I think one of the things that this inquiry could do is draw attention to the value of natural methods of conception, to let people know that these exist. Because again, just making reference to you, Deirdre, one of the things that Deirdre's drawn attention to is the fact that even medical practitioners don't know about natural methods. And as Dr. Cohn commented, there are GPs who are interested in holistic and integrative medicine, and they do some work in this area.
Yeah.
But whether they are specifically trained in the methodologies that Dr. Little has addressed seems relevant to checking, are they? And it seems that they're not, and that's something that could be done in our medical schools. I think there's a tendency to think that because some technological intervention has been created, then that's a sign of progress, and we should go with it. Well, what we should do is critically assess the value of that technology in line with our commitments about life, about the value of human life, about the value of fetuses, about the impact on a society that allows thousands and thousands of embryos to be destroyed. We need to ask ourselves questions about what kind of a society is that. In other areas, we try to minimise harm, not dismiss harm as an inevitable consequence of a particular practice.
Dr. Little, your submission is very detailed, and I was sort of struggling to pick out a particular area to focus on to question you, so I thought I might do it the other way around, that you've obviously made some comments on a range of issues up to this point. Is there any matters in your submission that you would like to elucidate on or particularly draw to our attention that you would think would be worth giving some highlight to?
Talk to me.
Yes, if yes, you see, because there's much in it. There's particularly a number of points as we move through it. Is there anything particular that you'd like to, beyond what because you've obviously spoken a lot about the matter of the understanding fertility and poor reproductive health literacy.
Yep.
Beyond that, though, are there any particular points that you'd like to draw to our attention?
Look, probably two. One of the things I've encountered just in recent years is teenagers who are actually entering premature menopause. Some of them are actually trying to sit the HSC with full-blown menopause symptoms. I know that sounds bizarre, and I never encountered it in my first 25 years of practice, but I have recently. I have also written the cases up, and they were published the first time in the British Medical Journal and subsequently in the Journal of Investigative Medicine. And then I wrote another paper that was published in the British Medical Journal of Evidence-Based Medicine around this particular problem. But I think, and I'm not trying to draw necessarily any conclusions from it, but I think it's important that medications, especially injectable medications, not contain solvents. Now, the solvent's not critical to the vaccine. It's just so you can shake the vial and it'll all be dissolved. It won't have sediment in the bottom. So when we add solvents, or detergents they really are, to injectables, whichever the injectables might be, we should avoid using solvents that are endocrine disruptors. So I have actually a reference, which I've left here from my opening address, in reference to that. So, and I've actually also referred to the particular solvent that is an endocrine disruptor that's added commonly to injectables because it's cheap. But some injectables don't use that solvent, they use a different one. And because it's an endocrine disruptor, I think there is need to be attentive to the solvent, just the little sort of details like that, and that any drug that's put for registration with the Therapeutic Goods Administration should be able to demonstrate clinical reproductive health studies. If they can do it for other organs in the body, I think as concomitantly, not delaying the registration, but concomitantly with their studies of participants, there should be questioning and observation regarding reproductive health. That would be the expense of the drug company, and that wouldn't take any extra cost from Australian taxpayers or from TGI or whatever. But I think that's a responsibility incumbent upon anybody seeking registration for a drug, especially an injectable drug, because the solvents are 100%, almost 100% bioavailable. Whereas if they're oral medications, the gastric juices and everything else break them down. So I would just raise that issue that all medications that are injectable especially should be checked for reproductive health and safety.
That does bring us to time. I have one question. I'm going to use Chair's prerogative just for 30 seconds. I was interested in, Dr. Little, in your opening remarks. I think you spoke about just better education in schools around these issues more broadly. And we've had other witnesses talk about that and probably largely linked to kind of the PDHPE curriculum and sort of, you know, sex education and healthy relationships. But you mentioned biology as well, which just interested me. How would you envisage this fitting into a biology curriculum?
Okay. In the old, and I suppose because I've just had sort of kids, you know, go through high school.
Sure.
In the old biology curriculum, which a lot of people here may have done, and certainly, you know, it's been modified over years, there used to be a section was in Year 10 where there was a chapter in the science books which actually dealt with the female reproductive system and the male reproductive system. And it wasn't relegated to PDH, it was just the biology, the straight biology of it, so that you had to sort of know that as for your school certificate.
Okay.
So, that's how I would see it, as part of really, I think perhaps Year 10 is a good time, although they've already been menstruating then, but they will at least be curious, okay, what is happening? What is going on?
Yeah, thank you, that's useful. That definitely does bring us to the end of time, but thank you.
Can I say one quick
Yeah,
thing?
okay, Josh.
Dr. Lynch, if you were able to provide the committee with details of that American research you were talking about the impact on children of surrogate mothers, I'd be very grateful.
Certainly.
I read it, I lost it, I've been looking for it ever since.
Well, I'm happy I allowed that and saved you some time.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here today. Obviously, there is some questions on notice, and there might be some more follow-up questions that the committee members have, in which case we'll be in touch. But thank you for being with us today.
Thanks very much.
Now we have a short afternoon tea break and back on at 4. we're back on. Yep. Welcome back to both of our witnesses. Thank you for joining us here today. I just wanted to start by asking both of you to state your name, your position title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, the words of which I'm hoping you have with you. We might start with you, Mrs. Anderson.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Anderson. I'm the Executive Director of the Ovulation Method Research and Reference Centre of Australia. And I'm going to take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Dr. James, welcome, and could I ask you to do the same, please?
Sure. Thanks for having me. I'm Dr. Gabriel James. I'm the chairperson of the board of the Australasian Institute for Restorative and Reproductive Medicine. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. So there is an opportunity for both of you to make a short opening statement for the committee as well. So I'd like to offer that to you. We might again start with you, Mrs. Anderson, if you're ready.
Yes, thank you. I too would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear at this hearing. In 1953, Dr. John Billings, a Melbourne neurologist, was asked by Father Morris Katarinich, a marriage guidance counsellor, to help couples to manage their fertility naturally. He promised to give 3 months to this work. What he discovered led to the Billings ovulation method and became his life's passion. With his wife, Dr. Evelyn Billings, a paediatrician, they together made a commitment to share this knowledge to all corners of the world. As a result, the method is now taught in 58 countries. The clinical trials of the Billings ovulation method were validated by 2 eminent scientists, Professor James B. Brown from Melbourne and Professor Erik Oderblad from Sweden. The Billings ovulation method can be used to avoid or space pregnancies, to assist in achieving pregnancies, and to monitor a woman's reproductive health. It can be used at all stages of a woman's reproductive life, including times of infertility, such as breastfeeding, or when her cycles are irregular. It does not require costly devices or medications, nor medical appointments. This means that the method is suitable for all women, regardless of education, age, financial ability, or culture. It is simple to use, easy to understand, encourages health literacy, and has no side effects, and as we said, has been scientifically validated. This makes it the perfect support for women regardless of their situation. And as Dr. Evelyn Billings would say, this is knowledge of her body that every woman ought to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. James?
Beautiful. Thanks again for having me. So I'm a Brisbane-based obstetrician gynecologist with an interest in fertility. But as I said, I'm speaking as the chairperson of the Australasian Institute for Restorative Reproductive Medicine. We're a professional organisation dedicated to advancing holistic, evidence-based approaches to fertility, infertility, and reproductive health disorders. So I see my role as the chairperson of the board in this particular committee as trying to advocate for increased investment in fertility education with a focus on restorative fertility care as distinct from assisted fertility care such as IVF, and obviously to talk about related issues such as commercial surrogacy, which for my members raise significant ethical, social and exploitative concerns. It's all important that I mention that as whilst representing my members, we ask them to adhere to a code of ethics, which you can find on our website. And our code of ethics states that human life does have some value from conception, and therefore, assisted reproductive therapies need to take that into consideration, especially when there's surrogacy involved, and have appropriate child welfare protections. as children born through assisted therapies are increasingly subject to unusual genetic parentage, genetic treatment and surrogacy arrangements, we believe it's very important that their rights from the time of conception are given some clarity in the law. To summarise briefly our submission to the committee, I'd like to make 3 points that relate to the terms of reference. The first is that the committee wishes to assess the amount of access of reproductive services in the community. And whilst we believe that's important, we also believe it's perhaps not clear enough or stated enough that there also needs to be increasing consumer protection. Whilst there is a need for expanded access to fertility treatments, and there seems to be a focus of the hearing on assisted therapies, we really believe that the primary obligation of Parliament is not to expand the services available because the fertility industry is very capable of doing that. Rather, we believe it's important to ensure that there's an appropriate regulatory framework around assisted therapies and in particular surrogacy. Again, to ensure that the rights and long-term identity of children born through these technologies is legally protected. So we urge the committee consider clear, legally binding safeguards that prevent the commercialisation of human reproduction, ensuring that the best interests of the child and their physical and mental well-being of surrogates remains their paramount concern. Relating specifically to our role across Australasia, the inquiry terms place significant weight on, again, expansion of assisted therapies such as IVF, but we believe that fertility treatment, fertility support should not be synonymous only with reproductive technologies such as IVF. There is a clear deficit in support for families that want non-IVF treatments, and we have that both in published evidence and our own experience. And certainly that extends to women that have had complicated pregnancy loss, infertility-related trauma, and many, many women and couples seeking clearer fertility education around natural methods. Our organisation has many years of experience in investigating fertility in a holistic manner, and I would encourage the committee to recommend the government invest as heavily in holistic fertility support, which is what most couples want, but many couples don't feel they achieve through existing treatment pathways provided and government funded through IVF clinics. Finally, as my third point, we believe this holistic approach should include non-IVF focused fertility education as a first point of treatment. Lynn's organisation is a good example of groups that are available to provide some of this education. And at the moment, if the goal of the committee is to improve access, we need to address very much what is a postcode lottery existing in New South Wales. Any proposed changes to policies or funding shouldn't inadvertently exacerbate this gap between urban centres and regional or rural communities. At the moment, there is an unacceptable increase in cost and distance to access fertility support for those outside major cities, and we call on the committee to ensure that any new initiatives prioritise the decentralisation of support services and examine economic barriers that disproportionately impact regional and low-income families. So in summary, our primary concern is that policy changes that unsafely, equitably, and with the highest ethical protections for everyone involved. We believe that means supporting non-assisted approaches more and ensuring the rights of children created outside the usual protections afforded by natural conception in a stable, committed relationship. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we've got one of our committee members online, and then there's 3 members in the room. So hopefully the camera, there I am, will come to us when we're asking questions, so then you'll be able to see us. I'm just going to start with one and then I'll pass to my colleagues. But both of you make the point quite strongly around more information in the community around fertility education, and I have to say that's been quite a consistent theme from a number of witnesses over the course of this inquiry. I'd be interested, I guess, in your perspectives in terms of where you think those gaps are for people to really understand sort of their own fertility journey that they may go on. Should we be recommending some more education in schools? Is it through, GPs and the medical profession? Is it in the community more broadly? Where are the gaps and where are we best to fill that space if government is to provide more information? And I'm happy for both of you to respond, but I don't know if Dr. James, do you want to go first, perhaps?
Sure. I do think it has to be at all levels, and to address some of the suggestions you raised, certainly at the level of schooling, as it stands, some of our members are engaged in that space, and one of our board members, in fact, her area of research is the provision of fertility awareness education at the high school level. They're in the current kind of sex education curriculums and related curriculums across various states, and I can't speak to the specifics in New South Wales, there is very limited explanation of the normal fertility cycles that a woman experiences. And there is published research and a lot of experience showing that fairly simple explanations of the different aspects of the menstrual and fertile cycle a woman experiences is not just valuable for preventing future infertility, but is actually an invaluable way to detect reproductive disorders very early, and provision of that information from the high school level leading through early adulthood would potentially avoid many, many problems later in life. And certainly clinically, I hear this all the time. When I sit down with a woman and explain some of the basics around her fertile cycle, I often hear from them, why wasn't I taught this 15, 20 years ago? So I think at the moment we do a very bad job at this, and you really do need specialised organisations with specialist knowledge to provide it. And that obviously does continue into the GP space. The average Australian doctor has very little understanding of this. Surprisingly, it's not taught in medical school. So the average GP's understanding of the fertile cycle is very, very basic. That most of them have a limited ability to treat reproductive health disorders. And those of our members that are GPs have engaged in this space largely out of frustration with existing therapies and explanations provided to women. So it also obviously extends into the non-GP specialist space, like gynecology broadly, and could be offered at university level as electives, for example, in various university medical schools. There's many, many different ways that you could address this information gap, essentially.
Thank you. Mrs. Anderson, did you want to make a comment? Oh, you're still on mute, sorry.
Unmute.
Broadly, I agree with what Dr. James has said. Our organisation in Victoria actually had some experience with sexuality education many years ago now. We used to present a program to Year 10 and 11 students in Victorian secondary schools. The difficulty there was that the curriculum was so crowded that there really wasn't enough time and space to present fertility, especially to the young women that we were working with, adequately. And the other thing that compounds this lack of knowledge is that most of the texts, when Year 10 students, I think they would still be doing health and human development at the Year 10 level, most of the information is centred around contraception, what methods of contraception there are, how not to get pregnant. It doesn't really focus on physiology of fertility. With the result then that the first time a young woman goes to the doctor as an independent person, the question is asked, and this is no reflection on doctors, but they tend to have been trained to be asked, what are you doing about contraception? Which generally then leads on to, well, the pill's pretty easy to use. Let's put you on the pill. Down the track, when women come to us wanting to learn more about their fertility, or perhaps wanting to achieve a pregnancy and not having been able to, one of the first questions we ask is, what's your normal cycle like? How long is your cycle? How many days of bleeding do you experience? And they'll say, oh, it's 28 days on the knock. And you think, okay. And you say, well, have you been using contraception? Oh, yes, I've been on the pill. Can you remember back to a time when you weren't on the pill, how, what your cycles were like? And they really can't remember. They probably were between the ages of 16 and 20 when they were put on the pill. And their cycles have been manipulated all of those years to be an exact 28-day cycle. So they have no idea when they come off the pill what their natural fertility is like. And it's even worse if they've been put on the pill for a treatment regimen for something like irregular cycles, because when they come off the pill, the irregular cycles are just going to come back to the way they were before they went on the pill. There's been no treatment for the actual condition. It's just been, the symptoms been treated, but not the cause. And we find that really, really frustrating. And to a large extent, that's why we're really happy to partner with AIRRM, because we know if we refer our women and our couples to members of AIRRM, they're going to get to the bottom of the problem. They're not just going to treat it superficially. They're going to find out what the problem is and try and fix it so that fertility is restored, not, what's the correct word, not covered over. The problem is seen for what it is and treated for what it is.
Thank you. Just look to my colleagues to see, Mr. Donnelly, do you have questions? Or?
Yeah. Yep. So thank you both for your submissions and making yourself available this afternoon. The term NAPRO technology, I'm wondering if either or both of you could just help, if you're able to do so, provide a definition around it. I'm just noting, Dr. James, in your submission on page, basically the second page of your submission, under the heading, the need for fertility education and non-assisted treatment. In the second paragraph, it goes to say, first part of it, our members have decades of expertise in treating evidence-based methods of fertility awareness and it lists about five, I think, examples, some of which I've heard of before, others not. And then in the next paragraph, it goes on to say, research supports the efficacy of FAMS and RM. I'm just wondering, it's a bit of a jargon for, I guess, layperson like myself. Could you just explain NAPRO technology and then perhaps even, if you're able to do so, some of these other techniques that seem to fall under the umbrella?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I'm keen to explain that in more detail, because for people that don't work in medicine, and even those that do, it's a little bit tricky to understand, and for consumers entering the space, particularly challenging. The concept of restorative reproductive medicine is really just a name given to a broad approach which utilises existing medical therapies combined with awareness of fertility and applied to the problems put in front of you. And that is distinct from assisted therapies, which by organising conception outside of the womb in a laboratory and then placing an embryo inside the womb bypasses some but not all of those problems. So within our model of care, we have essentially doctors that are aware of the various treatments that are available. We have organisations through which fertility educators such as Lynn provide fertility awareness training and methods of charting the fertility cycle that support the medical treatments. One of those models is NAPRO technology. Okay, so it's one of several models that we utilise, that our members utilise. That particular model was developed by Professor Thomas Hilgers, who's based in Omaha in the United States of America. They have a particular charting approach, and some of the medical protocols they use are quite unique. Professor Hilgers was one of the first specialists in this space, for example, to use the hormone progesterone for fertility treatments long before it was used by the IVF industry, for example. So there is decades of experience there.
And in terms of the landscape in Australia, and once again, either of you or both could contribute to the answer here, that with the landscape with respect to the types of techniques that you're speaking to in your submission and evidence today, what is the general understanding, do you believe, out there in the general community? Is there any work that you've done which may help us understand what the level of understanding is, or not, as the case may be? I mean, it appears that you're established and doing good work, but ongoing work, I presume, is part of your objective. But what's the baseline understanding at the moment, if you're able to give any indication to us?
I might take that question if you don't mind, Gabriel. We did a retrospective study on achieving pregnancy some years ago, and we looked at the prior knowledge of couples or women coming to us for help in this regard, and we found really that only 18% of women had a good knowledge of the signs of fertility in a normal cycle. And that bore out a previous study by another researcher, Kerry Hampton, which came up with a very, very similar figure. So often women will know, they can't help but know there's something happening when they see this discharge that denotes fertility, but they have no idea what it's for. And in fact, harking back to early when we talked about educating young women, sometimes they're very averse to this. They think this is something not anything pathological, but they just don't like to think about it. They have a bit of an aversion to it, not understanding how important it is for their future fertility. So from our experience, a real knowledge, more than superficial knowledge, is very, very low.
Perhaps I've got more, but perhaps through.
Sure. Yeah, I'll go to Mrs. Carter and then we'll come to Dr. Con online.
Thank you both for being here. Just a couple of quick questions from me, and this is probably, well, I guess for either of you, but I notice in your submission that you indicate that the Ovulation Method Research and Reference Centre, that the education is available in multiple languages. Is that in multiple languages in Australia, or is that because it's offered worldwide?
A little bit of both. Mm-hmm. The multiple languages really are on our website. Our website's translated into several languages. Our actual teaching, we don't have teachers necessarily who are able to multilingual teachers, but we can always put people in touch with teachers overseas who do speak their language. We have a system we use. Most of our teaching these days, when I started teaching, it was mostly face-to-face. Most of our teaching these days is done online with a charting system which can be shared by the teacher and the woman learning. And so distance becomes irrelevant. Time frame is a little bit of a problem sometimes, but distance is irrelevant. So we can always refer somebody to their local affiliate group, if there is one, mm-hmm. Who can help them with that language barrier. We are having our website, well, we have plans to have our website upgraded, and our hope is that we will be able to institute a system where everything will be translated by the website. So if I'm teaching somebody in Afghanistan, that they will write on their chart in their own native language, and when I see it, it will be translated into English so that I can understand what's being the information I'm being given. Now, that's a big ask, but we have hopes that that will be the case in the not too distant future.
The figures in your submission indicate a very cost-effective method of addressing fertility issues, but is that because you largely rely on volunteers? And if your services were to expand, presumably you would need to be taking on perhaps paid educators, and what would that do to, I guess, the quality of the education, and also what would the impact on costs be?
Yes, the volunteer teachers do keep the costs very, very low. We do offer them a small amount for each student that they teach, but they largely teach out of love. That you don't need to be medically trained in order to become a Billings ovulation method teacher. You just need to have the will to do it. Most of the women who teach are, in fact, users of the method themselves, and they simply want to share this good news with other women. Mm-hmm. So you're right in the sense that if we had to scale up to a level where, we were teaching full time, we would probably have a situation where initially we would need a lot more teachers. We have about 47 teachers across Australia. And the great majority of those are trained to teach online, so that's not an issue. What would it do to the cost? I imagine it might increase it, say, perhaps no more than $1,000, I wouldn't think. All of the information that we give people is online. We used to have a lot of printing costs for literature and the like, but these days everything can be done online, and that makes it much more cost effective. As I said, we don't have the issue of having to travel because we teach online. We don't have the issue in our capital cities. We will have, as in we do in Melbourne, we have a head office in Melbourne, and so we teach from that locale. But as I said earlier, most of our teachers teach online from their own homes. So it would still be a much lesser cost than any other sort of reproductive technology of any kind.
So just to clarify, and last question from me, if I've got it right, so Mrs. Anderson, the Billings teachers would be involved in helping women understand their fertility and so understand the way their body's working, and then Dr. James Napro would assist when even understanding fertility and managing cycles, there was subfertility or there was some infertility issues. Is that how the two work together?
Almost.
Okay.
Almost. The chart itself that the woman keeps can actually give us clues as to where the problem of infertility may lie. The chart is actually a daily hormonal assay in a way. What the woman charts is what she sees and what she feels at the vulva. And that mucus that produces those sensations and that she sees is influenced by her hormone levels. We know what her hormones should be doing. And so we know what patterns we should be seeing in the chart. And if a teacher is not seeing those patterns, if there is a deranged pattern, or we can see clearly that she's trying to ovulate but it's not happening, then we'll refer that over to someone like Dr. James, who can then look more closely at what the problem might be. So blood tests, investigations, the normal sort of things that would happen as a first step in infertility investigations. But the chart is often the key to saying this is where we should look first because we can see this is where there's an issue. And the woman can see that herself. Once she gets to know what is normal for her and what her normal ovulation and cycle looks like, she can see very quickly if there's a change that would signal to her, I don't like the look of this is not going back to normal. It's quite common for women to have cycles that are perhaps a little bit irregular, if she's under stress or she's particularly unwell, or perhaps the baby's unwell. But if this is a persistent thing, then she herself can see, perhaps I better talk to my GP about this. So we refer to the other, a lot of doctors will refer to us because they want to know more about the chart and what the woman is experiencing before they start treatment. So it is a hand-in-glove relationship, which we're very pleased to be a part of.
Okay. Thank you both very much. Thank you.
I think Dr. Con online has a question, so I'll just throw to her now.
Thanks, Chair. My question was to Dr. James, just picking up one of the recommendations from your written submission that we haven't discussed yet, or my colleagues haven't asked about, which was about the need for robust regulation of the ART industry to address commercialisation and exploitation. You've written this includes mandating transparent risk disclosure, ensuring fair compensation and health protections for surrogates and egg donors. Could you speak to that in a bit more detail and exactly what aspects we need to be looking at in terms of that regulation?
Sure. So as it stands, you'd be very aware there's a lot of grey zones there for couples entering an assisted fertility treatment pathway with a surrogate involved. There is many examples of women that have found themselves in difficult situations where they've agreed to a surrogacy arrangement, but a pregnancy hasn't gone as planned or a birth hasn't gone as planned. And of course, this comes back to, I guess, in essence, a question about whose child is it, in essence, and therefore who controls decision making around that particular child's health and well-being in utero and during birth. And I as an obstetrician, I do see these situations arising, and don't know about the existing case law that might have addressed this already, but certainly am conscious that there are many, many cases of children whose long-term health is impacted by decisions made during that treatment journey. Now, for us, from my organisation, it extends a little bit beyond that, because obviously the very process of artificially creating a life outside of the womb has long-term impacts on their health. Members of the committee may not be aware, but when you create a life in vitro, there is massive epigenetic change that occurs that is measurable long into an adult's life, the full impact of which we're still yet to determine. So whilst IVF has been offered previously to infertile couples, if we begin to expand that offering to other situations and involve surrogates, and as forms of genetic selection and genetic treatment of embryos expands, as is the intention and wishes of the IVF industry, I believe it is very much the role of parliaments to carefully assess this risk, because without guardrails, we will very much enter a world, indeed, I believe, and my members would argue, we already are in a world where we are creating pressure to choose or design babies that have favourable traits for the future. And this is a natural consequence of an industry that offers various choices in that reproductive space.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions, but does Mr. Donnelly, do you have any?
No, that's been very helpful.
No, thank you. I had the topics I wanted to ask about have been raised, so you've been very comprehensive in your evidence, so thank you very much. So we will finish a little early, give you back a bit more time in your day, but thank you for making the time to join us. There may be some follow-up questions that sort of come to light for committee members after today, in which case the Secretariat will be in touch with you. But thank you very, very much, both of you, for making time for us today.
Thank you.